One of the great temptations of the modern world is to appear certain of everything. Another great temptation is to pass judgment on everything. Certainty and moral posturing get us likes and retweets and raise our status on social media. And yet, those who are sure of themselves and sanctimonious towards others also tend to be both ignorant and useless. Ignorant because the world is complex, and while we do need to tell simple stories to make sense of it, we also need to be humble. And in the face of the multitudes around us, we need to nurture the multitudes within us. The less dots we join to paint a picture of the world, the less accurate that picture is. Also, while it is tempting to pass judgment all the time, as that makes us feel both knowledgeable and virtuous, it again ignores nuance, context, circumstance, and it stands in the way of our actually changing those aspects of the world that we do not like. Those who change the world do not stand at a distance and pontificate. Instead, they plunge right in, get their hands dirty, and try to move that needle 1 inch at a time.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is my friend Suyash, who I often describe as the finest thinker no one has heard of. Suyash has been on the show a couple of times before, but in older, shorter formats, and I think I've described him as someone who always makes my brain expand a little bit after I meet him. He always makes me rethink my beliefs and examine my character, though I do have some disagreements with him. Suyash used to work at an IPFP. He was a consultant with the finance ministry for a while. He has been in the weeds when it comes to actually changing and shaping policy within the government of India, and he's now a deputy director at Carnegie India. Suyash has grown up in villages and towns, worked in government, and this conversation, in many ways, is a close look first at Indian society, then at the Indian state, and then at the Indian economy. We discuss tradition, modernity, urbanization, family, ethics, and he even mentions, quote, the limitations of the canine condition, stop quote. It's a great conversation with one of our finest thinkers. And it was recorded, by the way, in Delhi in August this year. I've made you wait since then, and I'll make you wait another minute because, hey, it's time for a commercial break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've taught 20 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing. An online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150 and is a monthly thing. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Suyash, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit, for having me.
So I just realized this is the third time you're on, and the first time you were on, we chatted about demonetization, which was like 20 minutes or something, episode 2, and then episode 120 something, we chatted for 2 hours, and then I started that episode by saying that, you know what, the podcast has changed. I do deep dives now, which is LOL, because that was only 2 hours, and I was listening to it and realizing कि कुछ भी deep dive नहीं किया into some of the things that I like to do. So, you know, we've known each other for 6 years, and as you correctly pointed out, there are very, very few people in India who've known each other that long, if you look at a total set of possible pairs. So, but I feel like I still don't know enough about you. So tell me a little bit more about, you know, where were you born, where did you grow up, what were your childhood years like?
I'm not very comfortable talking about these kind of things, but so I come from Eastern UP. My village is in a district called Mau, and my father was the first from his family to come from a village to a city for the first time and get his college education, get a job, and basically live in the city. So I was the first person from my family, from the father's side, to actually be born in a city. And so my father first made the move basically to come to the city and find a footing in the city. So it's like basically he was the first amphibian in that sense in the family. He's a man of the village, but he also found a place in the city world. And that itself is somewhat of an interesting story, I would say, that he studied in a local village school. And in that school, there were a couple of good teachers who were interested in teaching as an activity that he was pursuing seriously. And he was touched by their excellence in some ways, and he worked hard and he got a good schooling education. Even though the village is far from any nearby city, it's 30 kilometers away from the nearest town, and the school was right close to that village. And he did well in school education, and basically would have studied in some nearby college only. But it just so happened that year when he passed out, there was a census or some large-scale survey was being done. Perhaps census. That's what I am told. And they came to our family home in village, and they were taking basically all the details of all the members of the family. Two persons had come to do this. And they asked the head of the family, so to speak, who's my uncle. My grandparents passed away when my father was still a young boy of 9 or 10 years of age. So my uncle was the senior most person, who was also not very old, frankly. He's just about 15 years older than my father. And so he's the one who was basically, he took charge. I mean, that was his virtue, that he saw that as his duty to take care of his family after having lost the parents at a young age. So the census fellows asked him about who all in their family. Then my father's name came up, and they asked him, what is he doing? They said that he's just completed schooling and is now going to go to some degree college nearby. Then they asked him how many marks has he got, how well has he done, and he told how my father had done. They said this is a very good score that he's got. He should actually try for a better university, not go to college somewhere nearby, which is okay. I mean, the degree college nearby village was okay. It wasn't great. But he said that he's done quite well and he can get admission in the Banaras Hindu University, which was the best university in that region, BHU in Varanasi. My father was very moody. He didn't want to do that. He didn't want to leave the village. He never left his village, since he was born. Maybe traveled a little in 20, 30 miles in one direction, but not further than that. But my uncle had the good sense to basically insist that he should go and he should move he should try to get an admission in BHU. And he listened to him because he was his elder, and he did listen to only one person, and that was his elder brother. Otherwise, he didn't listen to anyone. So we went to BHU trying to get an admission in engineering. But by the time he landed there, the engineering admissions had closed. So then he was coming on his way back. He thought I should have a meal sitting in BHU itself at a dhaba. And there another student he met who suggested that even though the engineering admissions are closed, you can get admission in BSc Physics. So just chance, right? Like the census came and then this person gave him advice and he said, okay, that sounds interesting to me. I mean, physics is interesting. So he got admission. That's how he basically made it into a city, And he got his education at BHU. He did his master's also from BHU. Then he worked in the private sector for a few years. And then he got a job in the railways. So, I mean, I was born a few years into his first job. And then when he got to railways, we used to get transferred every few years, 3 to 4 years. So I lived all over UP. We moved to Gujarat for some time. I lived there. So my schooling was basically all over 3 to 4 years in a city, and then we would move on to another city. So that's the way it was.
Fascinating. Couple of things I want to double click on. And one of them is you spoke about your uncle, that after your grandparents were no more, he had to take charge. That is what you do. And I'm just thinking about the question of how sometimes character can be shaped by necessity, in the sense that his path also, had his parents not died, might have been different. But here he is in this position of being the eldest male in the family, I'm presuming, and therefore he's got to look after everyone. He's got to, take almost premature parentship of these younger brothers of his and all of that. And his life, hit as much by circumstance as your father's was, then just goes off in this direction. And I'm thinking of how it can work both ways, in the sense that on the one hand, necessity can shape you and shape your character. So, like, another example could be like any number of single mothers out there, who are widowed early, or husband leaves them or whatever, and then they become completely different person, maybe prematurely when they are very young. They get a different kind of responsibility, and they discover a different kind of strength within themselves. And that's one way it can work, that your character is shaped by situation. But another way it can work is that circumstance can be oppressive, in the sense that your true nature is something that you then have to suppress, because you're going along a particular, you're following a particular destiny, as it were, to use that term loosely, and there's nothing you can do. And I think many women in India, for example, would say that this is what happens to them, because, in a sense, they have no choice but to follow the conventional path. You get married, you have kids, and, maybe even if a couple decides not to have kids, but accidentally ho jata hai, even that can kind of take you along a certain path which you may not otherwise have gone down. And that can affect character in a different way, and that can affect a person in a different way. So what are your thoughts on this sort of broad question about, how circumstance can change character, and how the notion of duty falls into all of this?
Yeah, so if I look at my uncle, when this situation arose, when in his early 20s he lost both his parents, and with two younger sons, younger brothers and a sister, I mean, he had to decide what was to be done. There were different paths to take. So he actually had a job offer at that time to become a teacher. He gave up on that to actually take care of the family, to take care of the family farm. We are not a large farm holders. We are medium-sized farm, but it was a mainstay. And if he had taken up the job, it would have probably meant neglect of the farm and also of the family. It's not just about earning money. It's also about the day-to-day business of running a family with their social obligations to be met and all of that. So he made a major sacrifice, and I wouldn't ever take it away from him that it was his choice. He exercised a choice, and he saw that in that situation what he had to do is to prioritize the family. And he and my aunt both together basically decided that this is something that they needed to do, and they did their duties fully and completely, and so there was a necessity that arose in some senses, but the necessity leads to different kinds of choices that people make. You still have a certain set of choices available to you within that situation that you find yourself. And I would say that he was a very virtuous kind of a person as far as the practice of running a family is concerned. He was very much devoted to the virtuous side of that practice, and he was a great role model for him. And even though he didn't study much, he was, I mean, at that time, if you remember, you didn't even have to be a high school pass to get a school teacher job. The education standards weren't as high, so he didn't even do his high school, but he was good in his studies, whatever he studied, and he still gave up on a path of further education and a job and all of that to be able to take care of family. So that's on the side of individual choice and virtues, and how you define your situation in life, and what do you do when you face a situation. The other side is the larger setting in which you find yourself, right? That if you look at a few centuries ago, basically the main predictor of how prosperous you would be where were you born, like which family you were born in, not even where were you born. Basically, it was a Malthusian word, not much productivity growth. If you're born in a rich family, that's great. I mean, chances are that you're going to die in a rich family. And if you're born in a poor family, chances were that you're going to die in a poor family. And there was a little bit of mobility that time. But in the last few centuries, especially since the Industrial Revolution and since social structures have become more, liberal and open, there's been much more opening of opportunities, And there's much more, there are many more chances for a person to find ways to, flourish in different ways. It need not be just pursuing a particular kind of career, but whatever your interests are. And it's become possible because the larger society has changed, right? Because the economy has changed, the society has changed, the polity has changed. In many countries now you have somewhat more open polity, more open societies, and also economies have changed a lot. So resources are much more available now. So now, for example, the main predictors of how you're going to do well, you're going to do in life is which country you are born in. That's the most important, because I think I mean, if you're born in a rich country, there are just so many more opportunities that you have, and so much more that you can do as far as your own kind of paths are concerned. There are less constraints basically imposed upon you, and then there are other factors that go into play to define how well you do in your life. But even if you're born in, suppose, a country which is a little poor, then quite a few countries have shown that in a fairly short period of time that can change, and societies can change, things can become different, families can become more liberal and open. My own family, I've seen, is that there was a certain opposition initially when I was very, very young. I remember when I was a kid, there was some opposition of the idea of women working, in a job, like a formal job. The only job that was acceptable at that time was a teaching job, because a half-day job, in that sense, you go in the morning, you come, and then there are things to be done. But now it's completely changed. Like my family is still, most of them live in the village. My father, my brother, me. I mean, we are the only ones who live in the city. Our family is still a rural family, but the opinions have completely changed in terms of education and being open to having women work outside. It just happened in less than a generation, basically, because they saw, I mean, what works more or less, and basically they're following some kind of a dharma, what's good for the family and what would work, and then they're changing the opinion. In fact, my uncle, who passed away a few years ago, I mean, he was at a very old age, he changed his opinions about all of these things, on education, on question of work and all of that. So I think both things have an interplay. So what is the kind of larger social setting? And I think modernity in many ways offers many more opportunities. There are fewer constraints on people don't feel so hemmed in by their circumstances as much. No need to. So more societies offer more opportunities, but you still have to exercise your virtues, and have a sense of your what is it that you should be doing in a particular situation, and what would be the right thing to do for yourself and for your family and for your friends or your society, for your nation, for the world, in that sense. So it's both of them have to go hand in hand, and to be able to make most of your situation, basically.
So a bunch of broader questions, and one of them there's this beautiful story I share with my writing students as an example of really great simple writing and what it can achieve. It's a story called Paper Menagerie by Ken Liu. I'll link it from the show notes, and it's really about a young man discovering his mother anew after she is no more, and discovering that he judged her as what we would call unpar gawar kind of person, somebody who was an embarrassment to him. He could never speak to her, and then when he discovers circumstances of his life, he just sees her in a completely new way. And it's an interesting so I recorded an episode with Natasha Badwar just before this. I don't know whether it will come out before or after this, but she revealed something very interesting. She married someone from a slightly different background, a Muslim man who came from this village, and she grew very fond of his family and vice versa. And she realized that initially they thought that their respective parents would oppose the marriage and not like each other and all of that. And they found just the opposite. But what she said was that one thing that surprised both of them, both her and her husband, is how much their respective in-laws turned out to be different from the portrait painted of them by their child. So, her husband had portrayed his parents and the village and in a particular way, and she meets him and she finds out that no, they are completely different, right? And vice versa. And the realization there was that there is this human tendency that we have, that we fix, we know a person, they become a fixed point in our head, and then they are that. And that fixed point remains, that they are frozen in our mind as a particular kind of person, even when they change, and those changes can sort of be invisible to us. And roles can do that. Someone is fixed in a particular role. Like she says, she looks at her mother so much more differently today in her early 50s as she did when she was 20, but you can look back and see that, no, that, then you are relating with that person just within the bounds of that role and what it means. But now you can look at them as a fully fledged human being and all that. And I'm just thinking that in this fascinating story of your uncle and your father and the younger generation, you and your cousins and all of that. I get a sense from this of your uncle in one way being a profoundly interesting man who is faced with difficult choices. He thinks about within, the limited bounds of how he can understand it. He thinks about what is the right thing to do. He makes a choice. That choice involves sacrifice and courage. He does all of that. But it is possible that a kid growing up in the family may just see him as an old fogey and may not ever see that side of him and may not see him.
Or pay attention to some of his opinions, which may seem a little politically incorrect at times.
Yeah.
So, today we pay too much attention to just the spoken word and not the whole complex set of deeds that people actually, choices they actually live. Opinions are, they're not held in a manner which is very deep, So you may have all kinds of opinions and they can change at times through experience, or you may not even mean them very seriously. But yeah, this is the story of each human being, right? In some ways, there's a lot more than meets the eye, and it takes a lot of effort. And that's where literature, I think, plays a very important role, that it is able to show us this reality of human life, and it's very much in our the nature of human beings to be able to change in some ways, in terms of the human nature as such may be permanent, but our ability to change our opinion or adapt to circumstances, do do things differently. So another story. Okay. So I was I think 10 years old or something. I used to spend my summer in my village, usually it's a month or so during summer vacations. So I was in my village and I fell ill. I had very high fever and I was just basically bedridden. So they got me some medicines and I took them. They were helping the symptoms a little, but the fever wasn't going away. They took me to a proper doctor and they gave the medicines. So I was taking the medicine, but in the meanwhile, they called this old Muslim gentleman. He must have been at least around 70 at that time. And he said that this guy is unwell and you have to cure him now. I said, what is he going to do? So he said he's a kind of person who does this kind of thing, so it's an alternate way of looking at the situation. I was a young kid and I was very much situated in our kind of, what Auden says, believing still versus believing again. I was still believing still stage that you are very naive about these things and you actually accept that, yeah, there is a kind of a magical side of the word and things can be cured in this way. So he gave me a taweez, a talisman, you can call me, and say you tie it around your arm and then this will cure you, So whatever, it may be placebo or whatever. I think it's may have been placebo, but it worked and I got better a few days. And he used to come and talk to me every day for 1 or 2 hours and really comforting talk. He has a very, I would say, gentle kind of a soul, very refined, uneducated but very refined. In that sense, he talk in a very, very fine way. His language was very good. He used to spoke very pure Urdu, and he used to live basically 20 meters from our house. And when I got better, he used to still come and talk to me every day for an hour or two. It was just a ritual for him. And he told me that when his family got into trouble many years ago when he was younger, my family basically gave them some land very close to our house for them to settle down. This is a Muslim family, and very conservative Muslim family. And they said that, please, you can, and they had a kacha house at that time and they were living in that house. Then the family did better. So his sons got into handloom, learned a skill which could turn into a kind of livelihood opportunity. And then they built a pakka house on the same land and they live basically 20 meters from our house. Although village is very much, divided around communities, but there are these interspersed, interesting spaces where people kind of intertwine with each other. And I was just, at that time it was nothing, it was just something that where I had an experience. And that was the last time I met him. A few years later he passed away and I never got a chance to meet him again. And he gave me a story about how that happened, how that land was given as a this is small. We were not a very large farmer, so giving a land was not a small thing. But we had some land and we gave to a family that needed it. And I was thinking, just a few months ago about that episode. Just came to me. My memory had suppressed it. That just think about it. We are a Hindu family living in basically a Hindu area, and some small patch of land we gave to a family, a Muslim family, to kind of build a small house for some time. Then they basically settled down there. They did better economically, but they still continued to live there. And there was no question of taking the land back or anything. It was their home. And it is also that all the neighbors agreed to that, right? Like, because you're basically family settling down right in that area. And that the way our village works is that basically, if you go back hundreds of years, it's the same family that basically broke into parts and set up houses nearby. So they are our distant cousins all nearby, but they all agreed to that, to that process. And there was a kind of a very complex intertwining of lives, I would say, which I experienced at that time. That the elder son of the only member of the family that has moved out to city he has a high human capital potential, and still you bet on this one guy's magic to cure him, while of course also giving medicine. That's the way belief works. Last time also when we spoke on the podcast, this kind of a dynamic came up in the discussion. And when you talk to my uncle or someone about their views on Muslims, they were, I mean, a little suspicious, that okay, they have many wounds of the Mughal Empire and all of that. There are lots of stories that you hear, but the fact of the matter is that there is also this side of it, and that in actual decision making, in actually day-to-day living together, our village has a large number of Hindu and Muslim families both, and in many ways they are very intertwined, and in some ways they are separate, so they live in different areas. In some places, as I just give an example, they also live in the same area as well. So I think what matters more is that when a situation comes to take a decision, what is to be done, what do you do at that time? Are you following some kind of some notion of dharma, I would say, or some notion of virtue or righteousness at that time or not? For the rest, I don't pay too much attention now, at least as I've spent, because my family lives in different centuries at the same time, So we've seen that, how things can change and what really matters and what doesn't matter in some senses. So I told you this story mainly to be able to highlight the question that you asked about people and how complex they can be and how their actions can be very different from their stated opinions if you ask them in a survey, whether it's a Pew survey or whatever it is.
So give me a sense of the,
but before you get in, there's a book recommendation I can make.
Please.
So there's a book on Ghazi Mia which Shahid, has written. I think it's worth reading carefully in terms of how modernity changes our imagination of identity and how, in a way, it hardens it while also pretending to give us the opportunity to make and remake ourselves continuously. And also sometimes it also can harden it. So there's an interesting book about this conquistador who comes to India and gets intertwined in our lives in very, very interesting ways.
Actually, my question was just going to be about modernity itself, because, through our lenses and my lens, a lot of my lens really comes from the West, in a sense, the Enlightenment and so on. We think of modernity in a particular way, but modernity plays out in, different kinds of subtle ways when it comes to our towns and our villages and all of that. And what you sort of describe here, for example, where opinions on women have, subtly changed over a generation, where you're moving in so many directions. And at the same time, it is true, what you said of your family is true of India, that we're living in many different centuries at the same time. So what is your sense of modernity? Like, how is that village changing? I can look around me and in a sense, we have a sense of how a city is changing, like Bombay or Delhi, and of course it's deeply complex and there's a lot there, but it is whatever of that we don't know, I think would fall in the realm of the known unknown. But in villages, which especially for city slickers like me is such a dark space, and and it's been either romanticized by Gandhi, who which he started doing from a time when he hadn't actually been to a village, as Ram Guha points out,
right,
in the 19th century, or it's been condemned with some justification by Ambedkar as a den of localism and all of those vices. But it's a complicated space. It's a complicated space of real people who are reacting in unusual ways, which are hard to pin down, as you just pointed out through this story. So give me a sense, maybe using your village as an example, that how do we look at modernity in an Indian context? What does it mean to be modern? What does it mean to progress? And is some of this movement in a direction which others may not call modern, which can lead to, like you said about Mr. Amin's book, can lead to a hardening of identities rather than the softening.
Yeah, so I mean, this is something that I've been thinking about, but my thoughts are not at the level of, I mean, articulation is
This
not
is a
so
show
clear.
for thinking about,
But
thinking aloud.
so
Sorry.
I'll give you a few kind of images of, and then see how. Let's see where it goes. So another short story. I went to my village, and to get to my village, you have to take a narrow lane away from the. I mean, there's a branching off from the road, and then that lane takes you to my village. My cousin had come to pick me up from the bus stand. So then I was on a bike with him, and we were going. This is a few years ago. And then as we got into the lane and came near the village, there was a Maruti van, a car parked next to the lane, and with this very bright light, fluorescent light glowing from inside, and very loud music being played. So I said, this is very odd for us to see that in a village, right? And then some guy is sitting there and drinking Limca, Coke, mostly Limca. Okay. And I said, what's going on? So my cousin said something about, basically a caste related thing, that these guys have gone and earned some money abroad from the city and showing off in the village. So I said, yeah, very interesting. So that's one image. Another image is of locked houses. So quite a few people in my village have basically left the village now. I mean, the urbanization is happening at a much rapid pace than perhaps even the official data actually indicates. So lots of people are moving into cities in a manner that the entire family is gone. So lots of houses are now basically locked. I mean, I wouldn't say the percentage, it will not be very large, but it's conspicuous. So maybe 5% or 10% of the houses are now basically locked. And earlier, what used to happen is that obviously some member of the family will go to the city to earn and maybe even settle down like we did. But there will be people in the village. Like in my family, most of the families still live in the village. But there are now families that are basically just up and left, and that will have some impact on kind of village life there. If you're part of the village, can entirely leave. Third is that you see, and market has entered significant ways. So my village, slightly larger village than the nearby village, so people come there for transactions, economic transactions. So 30 years ago, you could only see basically agriculture commodities being exchanged there on a Thursday market that used to be held in my village. Now you see much more. There are many more products being sold and bought, and this much larger market. And this is of course outside of the APMC and all, because India, when markets work, if the state is not looking at it very carefully. So the market has expanded very significantly, because this is something I've got a very clear year-on-year time series on, what was being sold earlier and what was. I used to go there, get 5 rupees to go in the market on Thursday evening. Now it's much more, and many more people are participating across different caste groups and all of that. So there is urbanization. There is some degree of mobility, I think, as far as people going to cities especially is concerned. There is some degree of market activity in the villages, but overall, I think the village productivity story is not taken off. So if you look at my own village land and how much we earn from the land per acre or something, it's a very, very small improvement over 30, 40 years. And that's a big problem, because it's basically become that so much of the migration in India is now pushed that you don't have anything to do in the village, so you move out and do other things. So we need to get the agricultural, productivity story right, invest in infrastructure, get the markets working, whatever is required. I study a little bit of this. I'm not an expert. Some of my colleagues have worked on it, that per acre productivity in countries like Taiwan and China and all is much higher than us, and we need to get it right. So that's become a problem, because especially for people who have land, it's become like a albatross around your neck, or I don't know what the right metaphor is. It basically ties you down in some ways. And in fact, people who don't have land are more free, because they don't have much anyway. So by way of property, they freely move and go try to find. It's not easy to make it in the city, so I wouldn't underestimate the struggle. But there is at least less to be tied down with. And that is creating, I think, some degree of bad blood also. So I think we are seeing a little bit more of conflict in some ways. I'm just talking about my little microcosm. There's a little bit more conflict across identity groups, a little more, perhaps because there is a little bit more envy that people who are supposed to be, in a different class have suddenly, in just few years gone and gotten a little cash rich, and therefore are able to assert their identities in a little more assertive, more clear way. So it is a time of churning, and it's been a time of churning because see, I'm talking about the last 30 years. So basically this is the period of, economic renewal in India, revival, renewal, whatever you called it. This is a period in which there has been quite a bit of economic activity in India, even though UP has been not as much touched, but UP has done, better than it had done earlier. Plus, also people from UP go and work all over the country. So in my village, in fact, the main destination is Bombay. People who go out to work, they work in Bombay mostly. Lately, many of them have been going to Kerala, Bangalore also, and some come to Delhi. But main destination is Bombay, and Bombay has always had cash opportunities. You land up there and you can make 500 rupees a day, basically, at the beginning itself. And that's the thing Bombay even today offers. So even though UP itself hasn't got its kind of economic story right, there is a long distance migration that is to be done to be able to make some money. My village has always had, at least for the last 30 years, has that. So this churning is economic and social, and also to some extent political. Like I see so much of this coalitions happening across, because every year, every election, there are different party wins in my part of that constituency. So, and caste alignments are becoming far more, flexible in some senses. And I think BJP has a lot to do with, because BJP has been making claims for all kinds of, identity, because they believe that pretty much anybody who identifies an Indian can vote for them. So they make claims for everybody's vote, basically. So they've been able to make headways into a number of communities, and and then others have to hit back and try to claim what they think is there. So political mobilization has also become very, very, very intense, I would say. So whenever I go to my village now, there is some kind of, I haven't been in the last 2 years, so to be very clear, because of various reasons. But until then, whenever you go, basically there's so much activity happening, like something will be happening, some either it's BJP doing some kind of a Ramayan Katha or some kind of bhajan or some social, we are socially very active, so, and politically also very active. So these things come together sometimes. So one of the things about my village is that it holds the entire Ramayan. It stages the Ramayan during the Dashera time. So every day, so somebody will play Lord Ram, somebody will play Sita ji, somebody will play Lakshman, somebody I used to know, Pastor recently used to play Hanuman. He was a local Pahalwan, and it used to be a very seriously done thing, So those traditions have continued, but there's a little more commercialization around it. So now they get sponsorships, all of that. Earlier it used to be just chanda, go to hand, family after family, collect chanda. So I think the associational life is still very rich. So there are all kinds. So there's I know there is a Jawahar Yuva Mandali, which is basically a Nehru ji ke naam pe. It's kept after Nehru ji's name. That it's a association of young people. Most of them are BJP supporters, but the Mandali is still called Jawahar Yuva Mandali. But then there is a Gaur Raksha Samiti, but not the kind that Gaur gets to bad news, but they take care of cows that are basically abandoned by others and all of that. There's a market, and I think because more resources have become available, little more than earlier, people are able to do these things in a slightly grander scale. So yeah, so there is churning, there's a little more conflict, there are more opportunities overall, there is more opening to different people of different identities, men or women of different groups. And I would say, to put a long story short, is that we are modernizing, in our own way.
Yeah, and those two stories, the first two stories you told, have such resonant images. I can totally imagine a book called The Village of Locked Houses, or the image of people drinking limca in a car with fluorescent light from inside. And both those stories, in one sense, are stories of escape. Like in the Limca case, it's like you pointed out a bunch of people that they are trapped within this caste identity and so on, but then they go to a city and they feel like with what they've earned and living a better life, perhaps they can transcend it, perhaps they can escape it. And the other story of locked houses is again very overtly a story of escape. You want to get away from the village. And you spoke about how a lot of people leave villages and go to cities because of the push factor. It is not what is attracting them, but it is life is so nasty, brutish, and short, as it were, in the village.
Not really nasty, brutish, and
Not
short,
that
but
bad, yeah,
it is. It's not an easy life, and if you have better opportunities, you go out.
Yeah. So my question, therefore, is about how have aspirations changed? Because I imagine that in an earlier generation, your typical aspirations would be that if life is tough in a village and you can't make it there, that you get some kind of government job somewhere, either in the village or the nearby town or the city or whatever, but you get a government job because the government is everything back in the day before liberalization, and you become part of the rent-seeking apparatus, and being part of the government raises your social status, and all of that comes into play, right? But in these times where number one, markets are much more visible, there are many more different kinds of opportunities, and number two, technology and the spread of the smartphone, especially post Geo, when broadband kind of became much more widely available, how does that change aspirations and the way that you look at the world and all of that? And how does all that also change the politics? Because I imagine in the past, from the views I have, and you can correct me if they are not nuanced enough, but in the past, I would imagine that your village politics would really revolve around two things. One is you vote for whatever tribe you have taken, and I don't literally mean tribe, but whichever side you have taken. So you get some of the spoils of power are shared with you or shared by whatever identity grouping you're part of that you voted for. And the other is an assertion of that tribal feeling. A lot of voting is actually, all voting is in a sense irrational at the individual level, because one vote doesn't make a difference. But people still do it for a variety of complicated reasons, one of which is you're asserting your identity. You're saying, I'm part of this group. I'll go to watch a Manchester City match because that's my tribe, right? So I'll go vote for Bhajapa or whatever because that's my tribe. And I would imagine these would in the past have been the dominant two reasons for voting. And I'm wondering if aspirations regarding to that have also changed, since you point out that politics has become much more fluid in a sense. So in contrast with what we think about voter apathy, like again, I have an old impression from a long while back, you probably know better, that people in urban areas vote less than people in rural areas. Is that true, or am I getting it the other way around?
That's true.
That's
rural
true.
People vote more.
And because people in cities tend to be sort of more apathetic and whatever. So what's your sense of all of this? How have aspirations changed? What does a young person in a village now want? Like what would your nephews and nieces in the village, what would they want as a kind of growing up? What are they thinking of? And then as a secondary thing, how does that play into the politics?
Yeah, so you started the question on government jobs. So yeah, I think it's even now, because of wage compression and similar issues, privileges, the government job is still a preferred kind of entry point into the urban life. Or even if you get in the rural area, a government job, I mean, it's pretty good because the kind of wage compression that we have.
What do you mean wage compression?
So the entry wage to top wage ratio is quite compressed there. So the entry wage is quite good here. In if you start even at the lowest rank official in government, you get at least twice of what you would make in any other comparable kind of a position in private.
Though you would rise faster there, but you're getting a guaranteed
but it's
income and
also
stability.
a secure job, other privileges, as I said.
Yeah.
So it's still there, but it's basically become like a lottery. Okay, you'll get it. And some people who are good in studies, they aspire to good government jobs, like they write UPSC exams and all. Although once in a generation, once in 5-6 years, somebody will crack a serious like PC, professional civil services or IAS exam. Others will try to get entry into CRPF and police and all, SIPI and all. And that's a larger number, much larger number. I know at least quite a few people personally who at least got into CRPF or BSF and all these kind of places where you have a clear entry condition and you pass that and you can get in. For the rest, as you said rightly, that the economy has changed significantly, and we are one country, so it's just a question of longer train rides, right? Because you take overnight, you get to Delhi, little over more than overnight, get to Delhi. Travel for 12 more hours, you get to Bombay. You travel for 12 more hours, you get to Bangalore, and travel a little more. And then, I mean, if you're going there for a long time and you're trying to earn, it's not an issue. And one thing about India is that you feel like it's India wherever you go. That's something that I always felt. I've been to most states of India, and you feel some kind of a familiarity, very strangely. But language is very different, cuisine is quite different, but there is in the unconscious there is something about Indian. Of course, you go to temple, you see some other form of the deity, but you can make a connection. Like I didn't have as much difficulty doing darshan in temples in the south, because I could see where the larger mythology is coming from. So anyway, so the point of the matter is that the opportunities have really increased in terms of not in my village as such. They have increased a little, but you know how UP is and how it's not been as bad as say some states like Bihar have done, but it has also not done as well as some of the states like Haryana and Tamil Nadu and all of that. But so you have the opportunity to move out. So there's a lot of seasonal migration basically to get a fine and have a footing in the urban areas. So I'm now talking about large numbers. So there are some who get a government job or something, some who get a better, higher quality private job, like a formal job. But most of the people can't do that. Even if you're from a slightly better family, unless you have very good at studies and all, it's very difficult to do that. So there are two paths. Either you go and work as a entry level worker you can get into a private bank, basically trying to in the sales side. If you have got a little bit of education, or if you are actually got no education, then you have to basically work as a manual laborer and then get some skills. So within that, there are directions. Some people have become contractors. So some people who went as manual laborers, then in 10 years they became contractors who then start sourcing laborers from our village. Then that's one set of paths. The other is the trading path. So you start trading something. So you start getting stuff from some other part of the country and selling here, or take something from here and sell somewhere else. Because markets have become a little more, vibrant, there are more opportunities of that kind. So for example, in my village, there are a few shops that the person takes a truck, travels to Punjab, buys clothes and sells here at 2x basically the price, and including the transaction cost of going and coming, and still does a reasonable business. Somebody does the same thing with shoes. They'll go to Agra or somewhere else and get it and run. So the opportunities are now much greater. Agriculture has become basically a much smaller part of the economy. That's the main thing that has happened. So earlier, as a share of the activities in village, if you're a landless laborer or something, and it's not just Narega. Narega has had an impact on that as well, because it's pushed the wages up. But there's just so many other opportunities going on at the same time, because the economy is growing, and not just maybe not in UP, but you just see Haryana is the richest large state in the country in per capita income, and it's basically overnight from our part of the country. So you can just go there, and if you go to Gurgaon, you will end up earning at least a decent wage. So that, and what you send back is actually has a much more purchasing power, right? Even if you send back 200 rupees a day, that 200 rupees a day goes a long way in the village as cash goes. So economic aspirations have really diversified a lot. So people are seeking different paths because they're also good at different things. And obviously, we have to keep maintaining the dynamism in the economy to be able to do that, to have these opportunities growing. So I think these are still, I'm talking about mostly about men. For women, it's still, if you're a woman born in a village, still there are very few paths that are available to you directly. Unless you get like I know one of my neighbor's daughter, she actually got very good at studies. She got admission in AIIMS, and did medicine there, and basically settled here in National Capital Territory only. But that's very rare. Otherwise, basically the best thing you can aspire to be is a government school teacher. Still, because one of the main reasons is there's very poor quality education in my village. So I told you about my father and how he studied in a village school, and there were two good teachers there who basically, there's, I think Henry James or someone says, teacher shapes eternity, So it's like that. They basically were so virtuous and so devoted to the what you call goods internal to the practice of teaching. They enjoyed teaching so much that they just changed lives. And now this just gone, and that just shapes the path of so many kids in my village. So the small number that I'm talking about who are able to get good jobs and all could have been much larger if you had just one good teacher, or one good school with 2, 3 good teachers who just did their basic duties, and then there's so much hunger in my part of in my village, on young kids. Whenever I go and try to talk to them about what their plan is, they just want to get ahead. They're young, they're full of dreams, but I feel that many of them will basically settle down at something which is much below their potential. So when my father retired, he started this practice of basically going and doing counseling for kids in his village schools. So he used to just he had a driver, he had a car, just go and give a talk to all the students in a school, orientation talk, then give each of them a psychometric test of their aptitude. These are the 9th or 10th standard kids. So they have some understanding of, some aptitude has formed, in some sense is clear on what is the good direction for them to take, and then give them some guidance. He developed these tools with some psychology professors in Gorakhpur University only, who also seemed keen to at least contribute to their community in some ways. And there was thousands of kids, to just give them some kind of guidance about what would be good for them, what would be a suitable path for them. And he used to tell me the hunger with which he was, received, because nobody would talk to them. Nobody would say, see, internet is full of a lot of information, but guidance is not information. Guidance is somebody has to take interest in you. Somebody has to care about you. Somebody has to follow you up, and somebody has to push you when you are feeling down. And that's just missing from at least in my village, the private schools that we have and the government school. And I'm sorry to say, one of the private schools is run by my family also, where the teachers simply are not, they're just going through the motions, And whenever we try to say, okay, can you do it? But the whole economy is set up in such a way that you get teachers who pay a little, you can't pay as much, in a private school as the government schools get paid. And they do it only as a part-time thing. And you lucky once in a while you find a good teacher, but then they leave and go elsewhere. In the government school, they get paid a very good entry salary for a young teacher in government school is several times of the per capita income of that village. But they don't teach, and that's a big problem, I think, because whether private or government, nobody teaches basically. So people send under the illusion that private schools are doing better, but they have better, looks, so to speak, in terms of, teachers come on time and leave on time. But whether you're learning, I really doubt it. So that's become a very big impediment to, because opportunities are there. And if you had a little bit better things going for you, more guidance, not even so much skill, if you look at like low-end manufacturing, decent salaries. One of my neighbors, not neighbor, like 50 meters away from our house, he got a job in Escort, a young man. And his whole family got lifted out of, difficulty, because then he got his brother also there. Then his nephew also got, 3 people with a formal sector job. They're entry level only, but they got skilled on the job, because see, at entry level jobs in manufacturing, you don't need to be a very well educated person. They'll train you. Apprenticeship works very well. Only thing is some basic education and some guidance, where to go and where to look, that even that is sometimes missing. There's a kind of a big information asymmetry. There are transaction costs that come in the way. And there is, I think, if a little more of that would be there, then these aspirations will be fulfilled in a better way. But markets are working, so more or less we'll have better situation than if we had earlier. But public systems and even the private systems on education and all are failing, and it's a greatest tragedy I see, because I've grown up with these guys who were I used to play with them. Now I'm in my late 30s; they're also late 30s, and they have nothing, Like a childhood friend of mine, he drives a taxi in the village from one place to another, and then plies. And it's a hard life. It's a very tough life. It's also not a life of great dignity, because people don't treat you very well. So it's I wouldn't say, I don't know what he would have done. Who knows? But if just a different setting, he would have done completely different. His life would have been very different. So overall, Indian economy is a low middle income economy. So it's not like we're a rich country. And within that, I think these failures of systems in our part of the world makes it even harder. So now on the politics, which is all intertwined in this, because it's like democracy is working its way through India, and it's been working its way through India 75 years. There is more or less now a sense of, that even in my lifetime, I was born about halfway into the democracy's life, and I've seen there is much more of a sense of equality. People, the way people assert themselves and talk, there is a much more subservient sense. If you're poorer, then you would assume that you are inferior, in that sense. Forget about whether a person of upper caste will say that you are inferior. There was a subjective sense that your place in society is such and such. And that, I think, is so significantly changed in just last 25 years itself that I've seen. Because this whole that local myth has broken, right? Like, there's now boundaries are broken, urbanization, capitalism, all of that has come in, and it's just much more of a, when people talk, they'll say, okay, we're talking with peers, and there is some degree, or at least democratic equality is there, and people vote very enthusiastically in my village, like say 70% types turnouts, and in fact India generally does very well for its level of development in terms of voter turnout. It's a pretty, and it's improving in fact last few years. So much for the death of democracy. But people are voting and they're participating, and that's the process through which any change has to happen. It's not, you may not like what they vote for, but you have to still engage with that process. That's the right mechanism that we built as a people. So, and that is what you see. And as I said earlier, there is much more mobilization, and when politicians come, there is, the rallies are raucous. Like, there is so much discussion and so much conversation, so much questioning, and it's a very interesting thing. In fact, India scores very highly, even if you look at the data and all of it. It is very highly on citizen participation in these kind of forums. So people will go, like, there's a power station near my village, substation, through which other villages get power. Whenever there's a power cut, if it's too long, people will go and do dharna there. Once they tried to actually break it down also, it's a self-defeating kind of effort. That was many years ago. But they will resist. They will try to fight. They will try to, voice their opinion. So it's, if you're sitting in your room and you're assuming that Indian citizens are apathetic and they're not worried about the common good or the association life of democracy, it's not true. It's simply not true, at least in my part of the village. Anywhere, I've lived in many cities. I've traveled the length and breadth of this country. I think it's a very, we are now understand that we are a democracy, and we citizens, more or less, to various degrees, each individual has a different view, think that we have a say, our voice is there, and we can exercise it. It may not always work. The state is very impervious and a little opaque, and often also very quite low capacity. So many things will not get done. But you go to a government office, it's full of people trying to petition for something or the other. It's full. People are approaching. They have trust in the institutions. They want institutions to work better. So participation in electoral democracy is one thing. Sense of democracy as equality of people is one thing, and then assertion with the state and demanding the state to do more is also, one thing. And I think in all these three, there is, compared to say 30 years ago or 25 years ago, I would say 25 years ago, because that's when I became a teenager. So I have a sense of what was going on a little bit. Before that, I was a very young kid. So there's a directionality is, I think, much more of a spread of democracy, I would say, at least. And I'm talking about Eastern UP, which is actually a pretty
which is considered to be the basket case.
Part of the country, economically, socially very conservative. But look at the politics. There's so much churning. You can't take your seat for granted. Nobody can take your seat for granted. You may be whatever caste. You have to still come and ask for my vote, and I can vote you out. And every election, some other person wins, some other party wins. You have to still make that demand, and then hopefully you will be honored with my vote, or you will not be.
So before I ask my next big question, a small question, quick question. When you meet your old friend who now drives a taxi and your childhood friend, what do you talk about?
We talk about whatever is. He has a kid, so I talk about his kid, his family. We talk as friends. It has nothing to do with anything else. He has his own, we are friends, so there's nothing else to. So he lives so he's from a poor Brahmin family, so we put it that way. They don't have any land. So his elder brother did migrate and earn some, but he never settled down in the city because he never made it big. So he didn't get any skills. So he goes and comes back. So his elder brother's family also lives in the village, and his family and he live in the village, and they have a small house near our where I used to go, and he used to come to our house. It's basically like 20 steps or something from my house. And so when we talk about what's going on in the village. He asked me about my life in the city, and we go to the farm, and we walk around. I mean, see, there's no grand theme in the conversation, right? It's just a, like
But do you sense a sadness or a bitterness or a regret on his part that
yeah. So I think so. Let me be very clear. He wasn't very good at studies. So his expectations with himself was very modest. I mean, he got into bad company at a young age or whatever. But even then, he would have at least he got a job in a factory. He did high school and all of that. That didn't happen. And after you miss the bus, you miss the bus. At that time, and I also didn't have the way to help him at that time. We were roughly the same age. He's slightly elder. So then he took this path. He started driving. He was driving the big auto that you have there, like which can have 25 people inside it. Then he started driving a taxi. He's planning to buy a car and basically drive his own car. There is some sense of what you call. See, the good thing about the village life is that your basic consumption is not to be worried about. If you're living in the village and you have a little bit of cash, you'll be okay. You don't have to pay rent. You don't have to say. So there is that. So like the city poor can be very, very harsh life, very harsh. Like why did people just walk back to their villages? Because this whole city ecosystem is very cash intensive. Everything is paid for. You have to pay for the rent, you have to pay for the power, you have to pay for water, everything you have to pay for. And if your cash flow stops one day, you're done. You can't stay here for 1 minute. And anybody who knows India knows this, the reality of India. So people just literally walk back. If train nahi hai, there's no train, there's no bus, I'll just walk back to home. Because there was urban poverty, rural poverty, and he's not, very poor, right? He has some income. His brother also earns a little in the city and sends a little bit of money back to his family. So he has got some sense of, stability in that. But yeah, there is always once in a while that conversation about the counterfactual, that what if he had got a job in a factory? He did try. He went to Kerala once, but he couldn't make it there. He tried to go to Gulf once, but that didn't work out. He was almost scammed. He got the money back eventually. But so these things they've tried. Everybody tries these things in my part of the. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But if you look at overall the number of people who have been able to be mobile economically compared to say 30 years ago, it's not even close. It's not even close. Earlier, it was just a few small people who could get good education, some who could just deal with the hardship of, the limited opportunities that were there, basically in Bombay and a couple of other places. Now it's just spread out. There are some people who go to Gujarat also now. And earlier, that wasn't at all a migration pipe from my part. Like Odisha to Gujarat pipe is very well known. South Rajasthan to Gujarat is quite significant. So there are these, but now it's very spread out and people are trying to find opportunities, but it's a hard life. It's a very hard life because you have to live away from the family. That's a very tough thing because when you're seasonal migration, you can't really take your family to eat up all your resources. So it's a very tough life. But once you make it there, then you settle down and then you are an amphibian.
And it's interesting how language evolves. Like people from UP who come to Bombay, they typically call bhaiyas, right? So once we had a domestic help at home and we asked her where she's from and she said, "Main to bhaiyan hu," which was an interesting evolution of the language. So the next big question that I want to drill down on is what you mentioned earlier, where you spoke about teachers, that your father was lucky that he had good teachers and how most teachers are going through the motions and all of that. And what you meant by good teachers, I am guessing, was not someone who is teaching the syllabus well. कि geography अच्छे से पढ़ा दिया या math अच्छे से पढ़ा दिया. There's something else you meant by teacher. That, you spoke about the virtues of it, that aspect of it, of how a good teacher can lift you. So a good teacher in that sense is not just teaching you what's in the syllabus. In a sense, he's within the system, but he's also standing outside the system. He's, in a sense, helping shape your character, showing you something that you may not otherwise see. So can you elaborate on this for me, both in the microcosmic context of that particular village and, what your father may have picked up from those teachers or what you may have picked up later from teachers who inspired you? And and that's a microcosmic context, but also a broader context that everybody needs teachers in their lives, right? And most of us, if we are fortunate, we might find teachers who are actually in that official position of authority in a school or a college, or we might find teachers elsewhere in life, mentors or people who teach us things and all of that. So elaborate a little bit on both these microcosmic and macrocosmic aspects, and in the macrocosmic aspect, perhaps even, a sense of that, do you sometimes feel that you have a responsibility also to pay it back, not in a formal sense, but in the sense of if you have something to teach, if you can touch somebody's life in some way that lifts him a little bit, that you should do that. So take me through all of this. A big question, I know.
Yeah, it is a big question. It's about life itself. So I think there was a teacher in my father's school before he went to school. This is a story that he heard, who used to insist when it came to the 10th standard that the bottom third of the class in the 9th standard he will teach.
Wow.
And then he used to produce good results from them in 10th. He said, this is my duty, that I will take the worst performing third on the 9th standard, or fourth or third, whatever. But basically the people who are doing very badly. And then he would make it his life's mission to spend a year with them and basically prove that, there's nothing wrong with the kids. Is basically, you as a teacher can do a lot. Even if there's something wrong, there's a big dent that a teacher can make, a good teacher. It should be all consuming, right? It's a very intensive process, not just going through the class. Lots of kids require special attention. You have to spend a lot of time after the class and you have to keep track of this. So one story that a friend of mine, who's a very senior civil servant in the government now, he told me is that when he was in school, he was in 11th standard or entered just 12th standard. His teacher called him home. Okay. And she gave him a piece of paper in which the list of top 100 of CBSE, in CBSE exam, the students was given. And he said, this is the list of people who came in the top 100 this year. You need to be on it next year. What do I need to do to make sure that happens? And he did. He came in top 20 in the country. And he went to St. Stephen's and all of that. And but he's a great guy. So now two different categories. One is this guy who says, okay, I'm going to raise a large number of kids who are not doing well to a level of standard in which they are able to get through the 10th, and then they will find a path, hopefully, forward. And then there is the other where you point at a few kids who just need a little bit, special attention to go that extra mile and basically get to a completely different league, right? So teaching involves both of these things. I have not really done teaching in my life, but I have been on the other side of the receipt, that you need both. I mean, you need to be in a larger setting in which education is happening and whatever, or learning is considered to be an important thing and it's being pursued. And sometimes in life you need somebody to give you that extra push, where you're lost and you don't know where you're headed. You need guidance, you need mentorship, and more than that, you just need emotional support. That yes, I have faith in you, even if you don't have faith in me. And that actually, it's kind of a preference that is there inside the person, who's the teacher. And I'm not one of those believers. I have a lot of long-standing debates with friends about incentives and all shaping it. These are virtues that actually people basically is a combination of factors, perhaps something to do with their childhood, how they socialize, how they got into this profession, and how they saw it as a meaning of their life, in that sense, how they saw. So we can talk about the philosophical framing of it, like the way Alasdair MacIntyre and all of these guys have done about how to think about virtues. But it's something which happens, I would say upstream of the markets in some senses, that it happens, and then these are the preferences which then the market can take and do whatever it wants to do with it. It can reward them or punish them as well in certain circumstances. Like there are situations when markets punish bad behavior, because a good doctor may take a long time to treat a patient, and the markets may, the way the hospital corporates are set up, they may want to do it in a quick way, so that you have a lot of people are being churned out quickly. So, and then there is a conflict between virtues and the working of the market in that particular setting. Markets also have work in segmented way. You may find a good segment in which you are actually the best placed, because that segment rewards this kind of a performance with respect to your patient. So I think what you need, especially in a country like India, where you have still a long way to go, we are quite poor, we are a lower middle income country, is that you need to basically have lots of teachers who have at least raised the basic standard up, like do the basic thing, that teach the kids on a regular basis, get them to a minimum standard, and then they'll find it. And then you will have a few who just go above and beyond, and they say that, okay, I'm going to uh, give my life to it in some senses. And for that, you need, I mean, I don't know how that is done, because I've been lucky to have some mentors in my life. Like, maybe it will make them uncomfortable if I name them here, but there are people who have touched my life in very important way. My father was one, my mother, my uncle, I said.
You can elaborate a bit on each of those, actually. I'm very interested.
No, I don't know whether
The ways that they shaped you.
So my father was a heroic figure, right? He came he had a hero's journey from the village to a city, and he settled down here. He got an education. He got a decent, stable job. In his 40s, he did his PhD again from BHU, and then after the retirement, he goes out and helps kids who are really hungry for guidance and support and all of that. Some of them may not be very comfortable if I talk about them in public. My uncle, I told you how much my uncle and aunt both, how they took control of their family, took charge, and how basically they saved the family from utter ruin. Utter ruin. It would have been a complete ruin if they hadn't performed their duties at that time. And in fact, it was a very difficult time generally for our village. There was one year in which there was a major drought. For 2 consecutive, there was a major drought. He literally had to walk for 50 kilometers to be able to get some help from a distant family. Walk, matlab, he took a bullock cart and all. It's part of our family lore. And I mean, he's the kind of person. So I remember I went to village once and I had a Spanish arc beard, and he saw it and said, "This won't do." I immediately removed it. There was a question that I'm going to debate with him. It's my right or whatever. He didn't like a Spanish arc beard. He said, "This is not looking good."
I know a French beard. What's a Spanish arc beard?
There's basically like a small arc that you make below your chin. So you can look it up. So I was a teenager and I said, okay, let me try a different look. And I landed on a village and he said, "This is not looking good on you. This is not going to do." I just removed it because not out of fear. I just loved him, that I had a sense that I come from these people, and whatever I am is because of these people, and my father and my mother, my uncle and my aunt, and I have a written history of 8 generations back, and I know the stories and how much it takes to keep a family together, to stabilize in this world. It's especially in a poor country. We were poor at that time. Now we're low middle income country, and it's hard, especially in that Eastern UP and Bihar context. So there is a sense of my mother's side, for example, my Nanaji was like that. He also came from a village, and he became a teacher. He was a college teacher in Agra, and he came from Eastern UP again, from Azamgarh. And he was again a very, very amazing person. He did his PhD and all of that. He became a teacher. He wrote a book which is still going on, in Hindi book on research methods, which is still in circulation as in taught. I have a copy of that book. Very nicely written book, Anusandhan Parichay. So it's an introduction to research methods. So. And he came he used to teach in a village school, and then he got into a college, and then he did his PhD and became a professor and all of that. Very happy man, one of the happiest persons I've ever met. Always smiling, always laughing, always joking, always trying to make everybody very, very happy. He passed away many years ago, but he passed away 15 years ago, yeah. So I was not that young, I was still in my 20s. So he was also like that, and many of the stories of people who actually make these difficult journeys, and are like, and each family has this, like these are the great heroes, and they live private lives, and their heroism is basically limited to serving the immediate good, which is the good of the family and the friends and the communities. He started a school back in his village, which ran for many years. I don't know whether it's still running. In fact, that part of my family, my mother's side, has left the village. So the village home is literally logged now because everybody moved to the city. So another one logged home. So he was there, and when I was in school, I had a few teachers who really helped me out. When I started working, I had last 11, 12 years, I've had a number of mentors, a few really good mentors who I look up to. They're very virtuous people. Especially one person, I will not name him, you know him. He's an economist. I don't want to embarrass him. But I really look up to him as someone, a very decent human being, and very good person to learn from, not just economics, but also about life and things in general. And consistently good person. I've known him for now 12 years, and I've never had a feeling about him that there is something. What you see is what you get with him. It's a very, very, very interesting kind of very good thing to have in a mentor. So yeah, I think it's a very so this is how societies improve. I think like one person at another time, and you go through an internal process. In some ways, I have improved as a person over the last 10 years, and I'm trying to get better. And it's a journey that you go through internally, and others can help you. And there's a very important role that others can play. In that sense, we are not completely isolated human beings. We are very open to influence, but not lecturing. We're in subtle ways, like Jung has this insight on how if you want to change somebody, then the Gandhi also has the same insight that you want to be the change you see. I think it's a misquote. He didn't say that, but it's often attributed to him. Is that you have to be the change, you have to see the world. Similarly, Jung has a very interesting portion in one of his last books, Undiscovered Self, where he writes about how in some tribes that he was observing in the Pacific Islands, there was a term, I forget this term, it was called, it'll come to me. It was basically a quality of a person that you just watch him and observe him and try to, don't copy his mannerisms, just try to, take his character in some ways, in some senses. It's almost like a mystical participation in that person's personality, and you're trying to, and that's the way to, lecturing and hectoring is not the way any human being changes. It puts us in a defensive mode. It's much more of we learn and get better by observing others who are better than us. One of my favorite examples on this is this Nathaniel Hawthorne, who was a great author, and I love his work. And he was one of the great thinkers on human nature and very, very humane kind of a writer. And there's a book called The Life of Mary Ann. This very young girl who was stricken by cancer, and she passed away at a very young age. And there was a convent in which she was being taken care of. And the convent basically took care of only cancer-stricken or very badly sick kids. And this young girl was very, very, was considered to be a bundle of joy and very wiser than her age, basically 8 or 9 years of age, very wise, and made everybody very happy. And of course, she passed away later. So then the nuns from that convent came to Flannery O'Connor, who's also a great Southern writer, America, really great writer. I love her work, and said, why don't you write her life? So Flannery said, I am in no position to write any life of a person I didn't know, but she sounded like a great person, and you should write it. The nuns should write it. And I'm happy to write a foreword to it. So in the foreword, she writes, actually, very interestingly. It's a very interesting life to read about, but foreword is also more interesting. Is how Nathaniel Hawthorne, who was a very humane person, who wrote a number of very interesting stories about human life and dignity of human life and the beauty of imperfection, and I mean basically the antithesis to the Aldous Huxley's utopia of trying to make best human being by taking chemicals and by doing genetical engineering and all that, taking human life as it is. And his daughter started this convent. And in a way, she draws a line between one of his stories, Hawthorne's stories, and the life path that his daughter took when she started the convent to take care of young stricken children who were terminally ill. And then how this little kid who got a good life, even though short life, a good life in a convent because of that. So I think that is the main thing that I've learned more recently in life. I wish I'd learned it earlier, is that, the big ideas and the abstract thinking and discussions and grand ideologies are one thing, and maybe in some context they're useful. But the most important thing is to, nurture these ways of improving things, whether it's in professions, different professions in which good, virtuous professionals can create role models for others and help others and aid others, whether it's within families, how to be a good father and how to be a good mother. I mean, it's not easy. None of this is easy. Not easy to be a good professional, not easy to be a good parent, not easy to be a good professional, or good worker, good politician, or anything like that. All of that is challenging because there are so many necessities, quote unquote, and demands. But I think that is the main thing that needs to sustain. There's a hidden thing which you don't see because it's kind of a quality which is not easily captured. But that's a hidden thing that makes a civilization or country great. And other things can flow from there. Other utilities can flow from there. but this kind of a continuity of good, that, and that's where. So I think that's the way I draw the arc between teaching and life and all of that.
How important?
Does that answer your question, or I went on and on?
Yeah, a lot of my guests say this to me. Does that answer your question? Thereby kind of missing the point, in the sense that the answer to the question is not the point, but the thoughts it can spark are the point. So I certainly found it very illuminating, and it, I think, did its job of giving me more questions to ask. The first of which is this: how important to you is the rootedness which you feel? Like you mentioned that you know the genealogy of your family going back a long way, that you feel rooted in that village. Your friends are still there, your family is still there, all of that. And you carry that with you. And I'm guessing part of that rootedness is not just a memory of people or a sense of place, but also this bedrock of values that, you carry with you. And I see myself in a sense in contrast to that I don't really feel that rooted, and it's a loss. It's something that I bemoan, that I do feel deracinated. And I embrace the positive aspects of what comes out of that, the fact that I feel like a citizen of the world. I take ideas from everywhere, my influences are from everywhere, but I also see the loss that there is. And maybe you and I are sitting here and you're an extremely rooted person, and I'm not, and maybe it's a good time for you to sort of talk about what you feel your rootedness brought you in terms of the way you think and the way you see the world, and how it would be different from somebody like me. Like, what is perhaps then lacking in my vision? Like, one of the themes that I've looked at in past episodes also is that many of our English speaking elites, like myself, grew up in this small urban bubble where we looked at the country the wrong way. We didn't really know this country. Right? And one way of reacting to understanding the country when we do see it a little better is to perhaps swing to a negative extreme, like I might sometimes have done, and say, oh, we are so bigoted, we are so illiberal, we are so this, we are so that, right? Which also might be an overreaction to whatever. But, just going back to that sense of what does rootedness bring you? And what do you think the absence of that rootedness does to somebody?
As I said, that my family lives across many centuries at the same time, so there is, of course, some rootedness that I feel, and it's just I know where I come from, more or less. My family has been in that one spot for 400 years, same house, same place. This house has been for 400 years. It's been built and rebuilt many times. We have a written record of eight generations. We have some sense of who we are, but it only goes some way. It's just a sense of gratitude that, okay, there are people who started the family, who kept it together, who continued the kind of values that went into our family, who at different difficult junctures kept things together when they could have fallen apart. They kept the center held, so to speak. And there is that. But if you look at me, I actually... a lot of what I've learned is not just, that's the base, right? I would say that's the bedrock. And then you go and it's great, right? To be in the modern world, you can read and think and talk to anyone. You can learn from many sources. See, one word that I always grew up hearing is dharma. It's like, okay, what's the dharma? It's difficult to define, but it's basically a way of thinking about what is the right thing to do, and what would work in some sense. And then you need to learn. There is no substitute for practical judgment, and practical judgment requires learning from many sources, and for that you need to be able to open. And it's not like I figured things out. I'm still struggling and learning and trying to get better at whatever it is that I do. And the sources are many, right? But I got basic set of starting because of what my father did, my uncle did, and others may have done, and that's my past and that's my history, and I'm very cognizant of that. Not a day goes by before I feel gratitude for what they've done for me in some senses. Because of the way I am and my family, nobody else talks about this stuff. I'm sitting here and talking about it on a podcast, but I've never ever said this to anyone family, because that's not the way we are. We're not over the top about these things. I never hugged my uncle and said, hey, thank you so much for what you did for me, because
you shaved your funky Spanish beer.
Yeah, those are small, small ways in which one makes it clear that what matters and what doesn't. So it was not my right to keep a beard was certainly not at the top of my mind when he asked, and it wasn't much of a demand. I remember when I got married. Within a year, my wife had to Sham, we had to go to higher studies in the US, and my uncle was one of the first ones to support it. He's a 75-year-old man living in a village. And within a year of a marriage, so-called daughter-in-law of the family is going abroad for a few years to study. And he was first to support it, and he's the guy who 30 years ago, I remember, had very, very conservative views on not just, of course, a job, but even on education. Only teaching job is good, all of that is good. And so, there are people who earn respect, in some senses, because they act according to situation, they learn, they change, and they do what's good in many ways. So I'm very grateful for all that, a certain kind of, in fact, I wish I was able to make more of what I got from them, It is my own failing that I'm not a better person or a more virtuous person, or I'm not done more to contribute in many ways. It is my own failing, and I could do more. And to be able to do more, one has to actually expand. One has to venture out and understand how things work, learn, and it's but it's the love that one gets from there. Like one of my favorite quotes is from Chesterton, that he wrote somewhere that Romans didn't love Rome because Rome was great. Rome was great because Romans loved Rome. So, and that's the foundation. One loves one family, one village, one's community, one country, even if they have done you some harm. And they may have, we've been betrayed so many times as a family by others in my village. There's been violence. There are a number of court cases going on. In fact, one member of the family is always fighting court cases, designated that this person will go and appear in the court. So much conflict, violence, all of that has happened. But this is our village, this is our family, we love each other. And there is a tension and conflict with that, all that happens. So then the question comes, how to make Rome great, and for that you need to be, the past is not a great guide. It's just a little bit you get from there of sense of rootedness. And there actually, in some ways people like you have more advantages because you are much more seeing and learning. And I learn a lot from you and others, like my friends in the economics side. I'm not an economist, but I learn a lot from economists, from political scientists. I learn a lot from different people and say, because my work is in political economy, so I try to learn as much as I can to be able to say how the Indian economy can grow better, how can we do better. Similarly, I work a little bit on professions, so I learn. In fact, my main thinking on professions will be shaped by Alistair McIntyre, who's completely rooted in the Western tradition of philosophy, Aristotelian and Thomist, and that tradition. But one can actually learn from many, many places because dharma is universal, and there is it is not something which is a monopoly of a particular people. In fact, that would be the completely wrong way of thinking about it. It's about how you think about the world and what you do. And there actually you see a lot of dharma all over the world in many ways, and one has to be able to learn and see what would work, what would be practically the right thing to do, and morally also the right thing to do at the same time. That's the combination that you need to be able to do. And for that, being open, learning from the world, understanding things from different perspectives, because you don't see, from your perspective is only one side of the mountain, and there are other sides of the mountain. So you need to talk to others, learn, you need to wake up with the moderns, spend the day with the medievals, retire with the ancients, and have a sense of all encompassing perspective to form a worldview and then contribute. That's in the world of think tanks and intellectualism as where I am. But suppose you're working in a bank, you can still feel rooted with your family, but you still have to be a good banker, right? You need to figure out how to do banking well, how to be a good banker. If you are a teacher, you have to do that. Whether if you're a civil servant, you still have to figure it out. But the love for this land or this people, we as a people, and our whole long history of common suffering and struggles and the way we have come is the root on which all of that stands. Basically, that's the way I look at it. That root is not the future, but that is where we come from.
So I want to now move to the question of virtue, and there are many angles to it, but I'm going to start with the personal angle, in the sense that, one question that I ask myself a lot is, how should we live our lives, right? How do we live our lives? How do we think about what is the right thing to do and what is the wrong thing to do? And I think how we come up upon it early in life is there's a conventional way of thinking. This is good, that is bad, and we kind of go by that. And of course, we are hardwired in certain ways with different sort of codes which often conflict with each other. There's a great book by Robert Wright called The Moral Animal, which kind of talks about some of this, and that's one sort of way of looking at it. But those are knobs that nature gives you, and nurture turns them. And nurture turns them in different ways, where you pick up values from your immediate surroundings. Religion is one codification of it, but that's also diffuse and contextual. But then there comes a time where you actually start thinking about it, where you go beyond your broad moral instincts, as it were, and you start thinking about, what is a good way to live one's life, and why is it a good way to live one's life, and start thinking along those terms. So what's sort of your journey been towards, and I ask you this question, I won't ask many others this question, but I ask you this question because I know you've thought about this deeply, read about it deeply, done that self-reflection, and it's something I struggle with in the sense that it's an ongoing journey, obviously, for everyone. But so I'd be very interested in knowing what was your intellectual journey towards figuring out what one should do. Like, we've been using the term dharma, and we can talk about it in the context of professions after this, but first I kind of want to focus on the personal, that when it comes to your dharma as a person, or perhaps broken into roles, your dharma towards your family, your dharma towards your wife and kids, and so on, how have you thought about it? Who are the writers? What are the books that have shaped your thinking on this? And what are the lessons that you feel you've learned in time?
Yeah, so I don't think this is an intellectual kind of exercise. I mean, one reads about these things, but I think it's much more of a experiential thing, and one has to engage with one's situations and try to do the best one can. And sometimes one can get it wrong, sometimes one can get it right, and later you realize whether you got it wrong or right. But yeah, I think reading and thinking about these things helps. Talking about these things also helps. So the way I see human life is basically there are different phases in which look backwards and you see what was going on. It's not when you're living at it. So basically, when you get into this world, initially you're a family person. And in many ways, your behavior is shaped by your family in significant ways, and your friends and your circle in which you find yourself, your teachers and all of that. Then you have to make a place for yourself in this world. So you enter into the educational and professional realm, and you start working or start business or whatever it is that you want to do. You get into politics. At that time, you're playing a game, right? Because what is the game? That there is some situation that you find yourself in and you want to get ahead, right? And that's the game you played basically at least till the middle age, And within that game, if you're not playing a game, then it's a completely different world. If you've just kind of, like some people do at a young age, they decide that the spiritual path is for them and they basically take sannyas. There is a small number who do that in India even now. Other traditions also, there is a very small number that used to do that. But otherwise, you're in a game. You are basically, if you're in politics, you want to get ahead in politics. If you're in a corporate setting, you want to get ahead in politics. And then in certain qualities of your life get accentuated and other qualities get suppressed in the process. To some extent, you can have this, both ways a little bit. 5 days you work and 2 days you do whatever, weekends. But more or less, that's talking about our milieu. Many people don't have that luxury also. There's hardly a weekend. But the structure is the same, that there is a period in which you are basically trying to find a footing in your life and trying to find a place in this world. And you are playing a particular, to repeat myself, game in which you find yourself, right? You entered, you did an MBA or whatever, you got into a job, and then you're trying to get ahead. In that, I mean, you may have a sense of right and wrong, but in many ways you find yourself in a situation in which it's very expensive, and then you have to take a decision, and then those decisions can be hard. If you're lucky, you will not have to take those decisions, and you will find yourself walking a path of virtue, and something which keeps you and your moral sense, pride, or conscience is not suppressed too much, and you keep walking that path and you still do well. But there are situations in which you have to actually pay a price for that. So the point I'm trying to make here is that it is not just about you sitting in a room and deciding what is virtue and what is not. It is more experiential, and you are actually interacting with the real world and dealing with situations and trying to say what would work and what would. So there is a kind of dialectic between virtue and success, and there is sometimes they go together very well, and more often than not. And so the point I'm trying to make is there are two journeys happening at the same time. One is the journey which is of you being a person in this world, trying to find a place in this world. You have a family, you may not have a family, you're trying to make a career of whatever kind you want to do, and there is a journey because young person, you don't know what the world is like, you are uncertain how much the world will accommodate you, so you accommodate a lot of the world, right? You try to adjust yourself to a significant extent, and if you're lucky, you will continue to be virtuous and get ahead, and your sense of yourself, your own righteousness and what is required to be done will not be unmatched much. But often there are compromises. Then you get to something like a middle age, where at that point you need to actually, because you've, at least in our setting, not universally true, but in many, we will find some kind of a footing, right? Like after 15, 16, 20 years of working, you'll find some kind of footing. You've got some sense of who you are and all of that. At that time, it's important to say, what did you suppress? What all that you actually compromise? What got hidden inside you? And then you need to deal with that. And then there is another rediscovery at that time. And that's where I think the most important obligation comes in, that you actually start living your life at that stage. That is your life. That, you have a better sense of who you are, and you have an obligation to have a better sense of who you are, because in some ways you've done that bulk of the Maya part, that you've played those games and you've done whatever, to the extent keeping your conscience alive. And then the real moral obligations start, that now you need to have a very clear sense of who you are and what is the right thing to do and all of that. So when you're younger, the obligation is not so much on you. It's about people around you much more, So again, I always think in social senses, not myself as an individual, isolated way. So when I was 22 years old, if I got something wrong, it is the elder near me who should have known better to tell me or guide me or whatever. Or I'll just say I was unlucky. I didn't have a better sense of what is right or wrong.
That's damn convenient.
As 42, I don't have that luxury. I'm not 42. But when I'm 42 years old, then one has to, those excuses go away, like Orwell said that at 50, everybody deserves the face they have. Like at 50, everybody deserves the character that they have, that's the character they have actually, in a way, chosen to have. So then you actually have to ask this question. And I think more and more I'm thinking about it is in terms of trying to find a way in which you're more cautiously driven by some values, and those values can be, it depends on where you are situated, but broadly speaking, there has to be some sense of virtues, that, okay, this is what the right thing to do. These are the broad kind of markers of what the right and wrong are in my setting. And I'll try to follow those. So, for example, if you're in the intellectual world, some commitment to truth is very important. Some open-mindedness is very important. Some sense of rigor, some bit of rigor is important, depending on the purpose and the timeliness within which you're working on whatever it is that you're trying to find out. Some kind of a social commitment in terms of that you are not just doing this for your own sake, but actually there are some consequences that are going to flow. All those are important, in that sense, in the work life. Similarly, there are obligations that you feel and the virtues towards your family, towards your spouse and your children and your parents and all of that. And as a situation comes, it can, you'll have to then make a decision about how to approach it in a way that is the right thing to do. But one thing to always keep in mind is that you will always fail. You will always fail, and it's important to try to get up and still try to do better the next day, And the only thing is that by the end of your life, you should try to be as good as one can be. There's a journey. If you're unlucky, you'll die young. Okay, that's one. But towards the end of the life, one should try to be, there's a great Catholic writer who wrote, I think it was Catholic, who wrote that, the only tragedy of life is if you don't die as a saint. So something to that effect, that at the end you should, all that things about playing the games of the word and trying to compromise all of that and not knowing what's the right thing to do, all those issues should fall away. And what should matter is what is good. And it's a great tragedy if you see someone who's at an advanced age has seen this word lived through many ups and downs and made a place from the world, but still haven't figured out what being a saint is like, and don't have that sense. There's a very interesting story by Isaac Singer, Gimple the Fool. You should read it. It's a very interesting story about this guy who's fooled by everybody in his village, and everybody just takes him for granted. His neighbors take advantage of him. He's a baker, and his wife is very promiscuous. She also takes advantage of him. So lots of people take advantage of him. And the basic thing is that it's better to be fooled than to fool others. And that's the message of the story. It's a very nice story. It's worth reading. It's based on some old kind of folk tale of from Judaism, from those traditions. And I think I think there is a kind of interplay between trying to find a place in this world, and then we also need to create a social order or a setting in which virtues are easier to practice. In some sense, the right thing is easier to do. And I think that's very important, because if you put all the onus on the individual, it just becomes a very, very difficult situation. So what is good is something that we discover over time and in specific situations, but also to be able to do that good and to be able to behave well and to be fair to each other, to be just. And it's very important to find a setting in which it's something which doesn't destroy your life or take too much away from you. And that, I think, is very important. That's why you should think in social settings, virtues. So when you think of professions, you think about professional bodies and professions as such, not about the individual heroic professional rising up and doing whatever. So when you talk about, for example, you need to, for example, these days we talk about institutions and judges and all of that. I think it's completely wrong to put things on individual judges and why didn't you stand up and all. What did we as a polity do? I mean, why don't we have more balance of power in the polity? Why is a heroic judge has to stand up to a dominant power structure and say, I will stand up and show it to you? Why? I mean, we as a polity have created a situation in which judges have to take very difficult decisions, and you say, it's very easy to say, right, that could destroy everything and stand up to basically for a meaningless quest, because if the government really, a dominant party really wants something, it's very difficult for a judge to stand up to it. And you can stand up, but it won't be fructuous, because they'll find hazard ways to undermine whatever you did that the judge writes in an order. So these are, I think, cost-cutting themes across institutions, professions, families, all of that there's a setting in which it's easier to exercise virtues and be a good judge or be a good teacher or a good doctor and all of that. And then the onus still remains on the individual to figure it out and do it, and then you'll always fail and you will try to do better. So I mean, I do have situations where I behave badly, and I still am haunted by them. But that haunting, I try to now process towards doing better in the future. I have misspoken with somebody, fought with somebody, said something wrong. But it's just a part of human life. If you I've now lived for almost 39 years in this world. So there is a certain sense of past, and then there are wrongs and rights and all of that. But one thing is for sure, that one keeps getting better is I think what one has to take, that the arch should be in that direction, and hopefully one dies as a saint.
You mentioned you're almost 39. Listen, my episodes go on for a long time, so by the time this recording is over, you might actually get there. You mentioned Orwell, who is, of course, one of, two of my intellectual heroes are Orwell and Bastia, and they both died at around 50, and they both kind of wrote their greatest works just before they turned 50, and I have a year and a half to go till 50. So, but
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck to me. And that's a great quote about, how, which I hadn't heard before, where you quoted Orwell as saying that by the time you are 50, you should know your real face or whatever. And you mentioned sainthood, and Orwell's thoughts on sainthood are also interesting, where in this great essay he wrote called Reflections on Gandhi, this first para is just a work of genius, and he wrote, quote, "Saints should always be judged guilty until they are proved innocent, but the tests that have to be applied to them are not, of course, the same in all cases. In Gandhi's case, the questions one feel inclined to ask are, to what extent was Gandhi moved by vanity, by the consciousness of himself as a humble, naked old man sitting on a prayer mat and shaking empires by sheer spiritual power? And to what extent did he compromise his own principles by entering politics, which of their nature are inseparable from coercion and fraud?" Stop quote. And this leads to a couple of themes which you and I have sort of discussed in the past. And one of them is my sense that sometimes the quest for virtue can be driven by the vanity of wanting to see yourself as a virtuous person. And this entangling that can be, interesting. Like, for example, what I see on social media is that those who project the most virtue are often the least virtuous, right? And we can both think of examples of people like this. And that's therefore something that makes me question myself when I think of the right thing to do. Like, one test I have for myself on social media these days, I have failed this test in the past, but these days, is that if I'm putting out a tweet, I need to ask myself that am I doing it for the validation of other people so that other people think better of me? Because that is a natural motive, but it is a little suspect. Now, the other aspect that it leads me to think about is the way you presented these phases of life. You almost seem to be saying that once you reach a certain age, the examined life will lead to the virtuous life, that you need to sit back and introspect and whatever. And thinking about this, I think about your earlier reference to spending your younger years playing a game, which is a great description and the term is apt. But I'm just thinking that you can look at it in retrospect and know you were playing the game. In the moment, 99.9% of people don't know they are playing the game.
Yes.
They are in the game. And the thing is that the game is shaping who they are. So after the game, there is no point in introspecting. They have changed. And the morality that they had to, or the ways of doing things that they had to adapt while playing the game, is something that would have sort of changed them so much. Like, I think it was you who once told me about how politics corrodes character, because the incentives of the political game are such that you can enter politics with the finest of intentions, but all the necessary compromises that you make will shape your actions, and your actions will eventually change who you are, and then you are a different person at the end of the process. And that's exactly what Orwell talks about in this para as well. And so therefore, I'll just sort of end this by saying that, therefore, I completely agree with you on the centrality of thinking about the systems from which these incentives emerge, the incentives which drive us to do the things that we do. Like, one thing that I've always said of our system of government is that we should design our system of government in such a way that even if the worst, most immoral psychopath is in power, there's limited damage he can do. Because the system is one that rewards good behavior and punishes bad behavior, and it works in that respect. And, so a lot of the responsibility is, therefore, comes from the system. You want to design the structures in place in our society, and by design, I don't mean in a top-down way, obviously, as you know, but, we need to think about how to move society and the state in directions where they are providing incentives for good behavior rather than just the other way around, as we see.
Yeah, it's a lot to chew and talk about. So I think that two questions that you asked. One is that when is virtue and when is virtue vanity? And the other question is that what is the point of introspection after a point when you already become something by having played a particular game? So I think both of these questions go back to the nature of human consciousness. I mean, in some senses, and it's a big term, human consciousness. And I'll put a simple kind of a beginning frame to it, that so if you reflect back on yourself, at least when I reflect back on myself, I know that my conscious thinking, rational mind is only the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of me that I actually don't know, because that's the past that is suppressed and it's unconscious. And I feel it in terms of emotions, and sometimes certain longings rise out of it and certain things come to my mind, conscious mind, and I have to pay attention or ignore or whatever. There are complexes hidden. And psychoanalysts study this and write about it and all of that. And who we are is often not what the stories that we tell ourselves, right? So, but the stories we tell ourselves and the readings we do and the conversations we have do have a bearing. It's not a, and in fact, the fact that we read something or talk to some people about some things itself reflects the kind of a deeper longing, right? And the fact that we're sitting here and talking about virtue is maybe partly vanity, but there's also more to it, perhaps because we're talking about this and not something else, which could also serve vanity at the same time. So there are different paths to vanity. Which path to vanity do you take? But one key point that I at least experienced in my own life is that, can you keep a distance between what you need to do out of necessity because it's again going back to the human consciousness and the nature of the self that you have. So do you have this kind of clear sense that this is a persona that you're wearing, and there is a certain role that you need to play, and then there is a self that is within it, and that remains a little less uncontaminated, because it's a duty that, for example, if I was the prime minister of this country, I would have to do horrible things. I would have to. Just the nature of the responsibility is such that you need to sometimes order violence on your enemies. Sometimes you need to order violence on your own citizens because they are doing things they're trying to break away the republic or something. There are difficult decisions to be taken, which will create hardships, but maybe create good things on the whole. Utilitarian kind of logic is particularly sound, but it will create some harm. So, if you're sitting in a position like that and you have to take decisions at that point of time, can you simply get your personal morality into it? And make it completely transfer into a position that demands by the virtue of you being sitting there. It could be any other human being, the same demands will be made on them. It's not about you as such. So, and there is a possibility, I think, that we need to give, that there are people who behave badly, but are quite virtuous actually, because the bad behavior was necessary in the context in which they found themselves, because of the nature of the world that we live in, that there are power struggles and you have duty to play those power struggles and defend your own, especially in the international order, right? You're more or less an anarchic kind of an order where you're trying to protect your country and further its interests in a way. Others are also fighting the same game, and many of them don't see it as a win-win situation. Some of them actually want to impose a win-lose on you. So you have to do things that are necessary. You have to hide things. You have to lie a little bit. Sometimes you have to cheat. You don't do things that you may not do in personal life. So I think if you want to, if it's particularly interesting for anybody to understand someone's character, then you have to watch and see how do they behave in different situations, and then make a view about, well, is it vanity or is it virtue, or is it a bit of both, But I see the point that Orwell is making, that sometimes something like this can also be presented as, and we see that in some of the scandals that come out about our Babas and all, sometimes, very rare. It's a very small percentage, to be very clear. There are many spiritual people in this country, gurus and all, who are not like that. Most are not like that. There are a small number who come out and give a bad name to everybody else, who play that game, that this is a path to glory and vanity and all of that. So I think there's a distinction that McIntyre draws, which is very important, and it's very easy to state it, very difficult to actually assess it, what's going on. So he says there are two things. Whenever you are doing something, there are two kinds of goods that you can be pursuing. One is the goods external to the practice. So you are doing podcasting because you want to get money, fame, all of that. Or they're goods internal to practice. You're doing podcasting because you love the joy of podcasting and you want to be a better podcaster. The activity itself makes you feel very, good, and you want to do better at doing that. And just a great podcast, even if it makes no money for you, and basically you die in penury. That's not the case with you. I know, Amit. So thankfully, in your case, both are more or less aligned. But in many cases, there is a conflict between goods internal to practice, by trying to be a good practitioner of something, being a good professional or whatever it may be, and goods external to practice, which is the money and the fame and all that comes with it. So the virtue is the latter, right, which is the goods internal to practice. The person who's being genuinely virtuous is the one who's acting well because he's actually wants to act well, because for the sake of acting well, the right behavior is the right behavior for them, and they do it because it's the right behavior, not because it'll give them something else or something. A completely different example. Recently, I read an interview with this Harshal Patel. Okay, he said that I'm not the kind of person who needs 10 crore rupees in his life. He got 10 crores in IPL, but it's a signal of the fact that I'm a good player. Something to that effect. He said it was very interesting to me, because he sees that 10 crore rupees as basically a sign of what he's good at. But he actually plays it because he enjoys playing cricket. If you go by what he said, and I take it on his face value, why not? So he plays cricket because he enjoys playing cricket and he wants to be better at playing cricket. It's just incidental that is getting him 10 crore rupees. he would still play cricket maybe if he's giving him less. So he said it, I'm not the kind of person who needs 10 crore rupees a year in his life, but it just shows that I'm just good at this, So that, I think, distinction is very important. What is it that you're seeking when you're working on doing something, whether it's in the personal life or professional life, political or whatever. So there are politicians who do all of bad things, looking from a very simplistic perspective of some principles of good or bad. But in their situation, that was the right thing. They may still be very virtuous, actually, as human beings. Their duties demanded, and even vanity can sometimes. If you're a particular position, you have to appear a certain kind of a persona. You can't say that I will not give public talks, I will not do this and that, because if you are in public life, you have to do all of these things. Is that a vanity or is that your duty? They have to do giving speeches is your duty, right? It's not just vanity, seeking people's attention and all that. The other question is a harder one: what you become and what you can become by reflection and all of that. It's a much harder question because I'm at a stage of life when actually I'm going through that kind of a process, right? Because one is looking back and saying, okay, I've had this kind of a life and what can I take from there? What can I? So there is a becoming which I'm actually not aware of because it's just kind of unconscious. I've been shaped in certain ways, the directions that it took me, and now I'm trying to gradually understand it, by trying to imagine myself and trying to, through my dreams and all whatever, to understand what is it that I suppressed and what is it that I elevated to the level of my this kind of illusory category that I created with my name, and put a lot of features into it and said this is what I am, which is what actually the persona is, and then the rest of it is basically to be discovered and figured out, and to, as I said, you can try to do better and try to be good without being too, you don't have to be very self-conscious about it. No, it's not some kind of a project where you start, okay, this is the start date, that's the end date, I need to do all, this is the critical path I have to follow to get there. That's not, it's just a longing, and you need to be aware of it and try to do. It's not something which can be fully planned in advance, and there'll be surprises in life, and sometimes you'll dream something and it'll mean something to you and it'll change the way you think about something. Sometimes you meet somebody who can provide you guidance. You can find a guru or something. Sometimes you'll have a conversation with a friend which can suddenly strike you, okay, yeah, I didn't realize that about myself. Now I'm trying to be I'll try to think more about it, and thinking will go some way. I don't think we can change completely by just thinking about ourselves. But it's one part of the puzzle, and self-reflection has in many people's lives made a difference. Not by yourself only, but talking to others, reading, thinking, talking, behaving differently, building better habits, those kind of things. Having some kind of rules of thumb as well sometimes, although they're often kind of meant to be broken. But I don't think that we are completely formed by our experiences by the time we are in middle age. At least that's not the bet I'm taking. I think there is room for a new birth, in some senses, a renewal of sorts in life.
I think in a sense we are our own projects, and the projects are bound to fail because we're all going to die one day. But just to go back to what you said,
that's not failure. Life is essential part.
No, I'm being glib.
Death is an essential part of life.
I'm being glib, though I won't go so far. But it's the end of life. It's not a part of life. But
life would have no meaning without death.
But life has no meaning. But just to kind of go back to what you said about how even someone who does bad things can be virtuous. And I'll say yes and no. And yes, in the sense that we are responding to incentives within a particular context. And yeah, so I get where that is coming from. And I sort of get where that is coming from. But equally, I think that there are places where you have to draw a line. Otherwise, you can do the worst of things and you can rationalize them and say that, hey, these were the incentives and this is why I did them. And there's a danger in that because you internalize that rationalization. And, just when you were thinking of having to do bad things and you could still be virtuous. And like the two men who came to mind are Vajpayee and Modi. And I think Vajpayee, if he was still alive and still active and still in good shape, and if he took over in 2014, he would be very different. He was a pretty good prime minister. And in my view, they're diametrically different from Modi, who is a terrible, terrible prime minister and a terrible, terrible man. And the thing is, they would have done different things, and you can see this in the sort of not quite the conversation because they weren't talking to each other, but that sort of conversation through intermediaries that they had after the Gujarat 2002 riots, which Vajpayee came out against. And he, I think, used the phrase Raj Dharma, right? So there was a sense there that there is, a sense of ethics that remains overarching and that pervades what you do within sort of within the context of politics and what's within the context of that particular profession. And after this, we'll also speak about how virtues relates in a professional context, which you have thought about deeply and studied and all of that. So I think so I agree that, the incentives around us shape our behavior, and and it is what it is. But at the same time, I think there is a danger in letting that excuse and justify everything else, that letting that excuse and justify crossing certain lines which we should not cross regardless of context.
Yeah, so I mean, one thing is that I didn't know Mr. Vajpayee. I don't know Mr. Modi personally. I'm not going to comment on their
But you have to judge people
personal
by their
character.
actions finally,
Yes,
right?
but in politics, things are very different from the way you and I. It's a unit of analysis at which our mind kind of, in a way, to be applied very carefully to be able to even make sense of what's going on. But one thing is for sure, as I said earlier, that virtues exist in a particular setting, and I mean, sometimes it's easier to be virtuous, sometimes it's easier to be vicious also. So one of the things that is different, like just a setting, is that Mr. Vajpayee ran a government which was a coalition government. He never really had the kind of power that is required to actually reveal what he would do when he was a kind of he had the real power in some senses. Mr. Modi is now the second term of a single party majority, a comfortable majority. In both times, the second largest party has been 1/6 or 1/7 of the largest party in the House of the People, Lok Sabha. So when you have so much power, it's there's no check on you, right? No real check, especially in a democracy, because power comes from the people and the people are with you, and so you feel that you can do anything and you can make big experiments, try difficult and painful things, and hopefully they'll work out and all of that. So one thing that you have to control for is the kind of power that one you have, especially when you talk about politics. And when you have power, you will behave very differently. The same person will behave very differently when you don't have power. So I don't know whether the counterfactual of Mr. Vajpayee would have done better than Mr. Modi when he had these many MPs. I think we think about this in a very simplistic way. We underestimate the social setting, right? What is a social setting? If you're a prime minister, how important is it for you to actually consult and take others on board? For the median person, there are lots of exceptions, but in the median person, they just want their ideas to be implemented. Who wants to go and take 6 months to create consensus and all? You do it because you need to, right? Because you need to do consensus, you need to create constituencies, because otherwise you can't get anything done. But once you get that kind of power, the chances of making a mistake are much greater, even with the best intentions. So you listen to the 3 or 4 people who are close to you. Many of them may not feel like giving you negative feedback, and even if they do, I'm the one who has a people's mandate. I am this. Imagine the kind of ego inflation you've gone through when some people have voted for you twice at that. So then, a completely different kind of a situation emerges, social setting in which decisions are being made, and I think much more. It's a old Actonian kind of a wisdom, right? Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and there is a version of it, power makes mistakes and absolute power makes more mistakes, and that's what I think that's one part of it that you need to consider before making a judgment about the person as such, because I don't know, there was certainly a PR image of Mr. Vajpayee which was very good, and I also hold that in my mind. I come from UP, and there's a nostalgia about his kind of very in our belt he was very popular. I even went for his rally once, and it was amazing. It was a big show, because people just thronged from all over the place to actually listen to him. He had that kind of a connect. So, and people just loved him in my part of the world. There was that, but we don't know what he was like, right? Like what, and more importantly, we would never know what he would have done with so much power. Because see, one of the main things about politicians, they're always trying to hide who they are. They are always trying to play a particular kind of game in terms of where projecting a certain kind of image is more important than be yourself. Like we saw that with President Obama also. He had a very clear. He projected a certain kind of persona. We'll never know what he was like in personal life or whatever.
He was bombing the shit out of Afghanistan all that time.
And also like doing other things which in some other principles that you may apply will say are bad things to be done. So it's very, very. All I'm saying is that two things. One is that in politics, you have to control for the power that person has before judging their actions, because that changes the social setting. The other is, it's very difficult to figure out what a politician actually is in there. They are always always, because they in democracy always looking for power, right? And how do they get power? By being popular. What does it mean to take to be popular? To actually pander, to appeal to what would seem acceptable to people. So who you are is 3 layers down, something which you and I will not have access to.
Fair enough. I mean, I agree with you. Power corrupts, but I think that that is a powerful explanation and not a justification in any way. So I would still say that if power has corrupted you,
See, you and I are not in the business of justification. We are in the business of explanation.
exactly.
Justification requires some kind of a legitimacy and authority to be able
yeah,
to.
but to finish what I'm saying, what I would say is that what I mean by we can use it as explanation, not justification, is that if we say that power has corrupted you, you are by definition not virtuous because you are corrupted. Perhaps you had the seeds of virtue within you till life took you in another way. But we arrive at sort of, if we speak of someone's virtue, by looking at their actions. And I agree that that's nuanced. That, where do you draw the line and say that this is part of the job? Any other PM
See,
would
also,
have done this.
as in democracy, as citizens, it is our duty to pass a judgment on our leaders, right or wrong, right? It is our duty.
So you're contradicting yourself. We contain
No, it is our
multitudes.
duty, but we have to be also mindful that we all often get it wrong, and we shouldn't assume that we are right about it. So when you made a comparison between two persons, I made this answer. But if you ask me, I have been very critical of the decisions that Mr. Modi has taken. And demonetization was a big mistake that he made. He has made other decisions which I don't agree with. So I think he could have done much better with the power that he has had now for 8 years. We can have those discussions. But I was making a limited point about comparing because you put a counterfactual in front of me. So I had to push back and say, are you really sure about that?
No, I agree with your answer. You have pushed back successfully that, that the incentives were different, that Modi had much more power and power does corrupt. But at the same time, I would say that intellectually, Modi is a far more limited person in the sense that Vajpayee was a man of culture. He had a deeper interior life. He read a lot. He was into poetry. He was into all of that. And none of that is a guarantee for behaving well as we have seen in the past. But you also have to account for human agency and the differences between people. But who knows, perhaps everything is just how we are shaped by circumstance and everything is rationalization. Let's take a quick commercial break. And on the other side of the break, we'll continue our discussion. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Suyash Rai. And, being, one of the virtues of a podcast is that once you have embarked upon a particular narrative line, you kind of continue as far as you need to go. And we were talking about virtue a while before the break. So you've also spoken a lot to me in the past about the role of virtues in professions, where your point is that in every profession, it's not just about following incentives, but professionals need to think about what are the ethics of that profession, and there is sort of a deeper meaning that they have to bring to work in what they do, almost in contrast or in addition to playing the game, as it were, the phrase you used earlier. So can you elaborate a little bit on this? What sparked your interest on this? What is the kind of work you've done, and what are your thoughts on this subject?
Yeah, so the interest got sparked by just observing professionals at work. I worked with lawyers, I have gone to doctors, I have dealt with architects, I have worked with others who are not professionals, but I worked with researchers and civil servants and politicians and so on. And basically, it was trying to reflect on experience, about who was a good professional and who was not a good professional, and trying to understand it in a conceptual way, but trying to basically from observation itself. And I found help in some philosophers and all of that, but primary focus was on actually trying to understand what does it mean to be a virtuous person in a work setting. Primarily, that was my kind of thing. Where the work means anything, like outside of the home sphere in some senses. So, and not so much in the social, friendship, and those domains. There are, of course, virtues very important for that, but my research or thinking on this has been primarily about the workspaces. So, what's going on is that we have two grand kind of types of powers that are playing out in this world. One is the state power, which is legitimized by, in some places, many countries now, legitimized by democratic vote, but still it is a particular kind of political power which is there to command, control, use coercion sometimes, or do some nudges or something to get some behavior out of people. There are different ways in which states imagine their role in the society for various reasons, historical reasons. But there is some degree of a top-down perspective involved, at least at the apex level. In some countries, there's much more decentralization and local liberties are still intact. There's local governments and all local association life really matters. But in many countries, the trend is generally towards more centralization and greater kind of trying to find the same principles that apply at the entire country and trying to impose those principles in some way or the other. So, and they are all done in the name of certain kind of good, nice, cute, cuddly things like rights, certain objectives which may be utilitarian in nature, trying to maximize good for more and more people, for maximum good for maximum number of people, happiness for maximum number of people. The other force that is playing out in this world is the force of markets, which at least wherever they work as markets, it's based on voluntary exchange. That you and I enter into a contract and there is some kind of an understanding of I'll pay you something for a service and we'll both be happy at the end of the day. But the markets also work in a way that is, there are intermediating structures, there are corporate structures, there's competition in market. Different corporates are trying to compete to be able to get more of the market, and those create certain incentives then in which the professionals have to operate. Now, if you look at the global trend, earlier what used to happen is that you saw economies of scale in manufacturing, right? You have a large manufacturing company with economy of scale. Services were not considered to be economy of scale. There is a recent research done in the US and also now being replicated elsewhere, which shows that even in services now there's more corporatization and more economies of scale are being seen. For various reasons. For example, there are some common things that you can provide to all professionals working in a corporate, which reduces the transaction cost for that. Each professional acting on their own. For example, the famous example is dentists. Dentists are getting more corporatized, that now more and more dentists are working for larger dentistry practices than they used to. Earlier, it was just always, one standalone dentist procuring all the products and using their clinic as to provide the service. But corporatization is happening to a great extent, at least in large part of the economy. Is professionals operate, so lawyers work in law firms, doctors work in highly corporatized hospitals, including dentists, architects, all of those. And similarly, many of them work in state, and state has its own concerns for how they should operate. Now, the question comes about, so these processes are playing out. The state is trying to do certain things, the markets are expanding and corporates are growing. Corporatization is happening. There's economy of scale to be had. What is the role of professional thinking, of the profession by itself? What is the role of a professional's own understanding of his or her own responsibility towards their clients, towards their other professions, is a question that I basically started by asking. That these grand processes will play out, but are they just basically to be buffeted by these winds and basically land up somewhere, or not? Or do they have anything to say about it? No? And is there anything that they can do to shape these things? Because in some ways, the question I'm asking is upstream from markets or state, both. In some ways, it's basically about preferences itself. What are the preferences of the professional? And then they'll participate in these processes, and they'll probably make some compromises and do whatever is necessary to continue to practice their profession. But do they have a sense of what is right, what is the right thing to do as a professional? So that was the kind of point of departure. So I've been studying and talking to professionals across lawyers and doctors and structural engineers. And structural engineering in India is not a professionalized kind of a practice, but in other countries it is. Architects, urban planners, and all of those. And trying to understand what is the setting in which, how do they decide what a good professional conduct is, how do they see their ability to practice that conduct in their respective setting, what can be done to make it easier for professionals to do better, So I was participating in some conference and conversation where this young person, this lady spoke about particular profession of doctors, where their role is to deliver children. And the statistic shows that, like, in the private hospitals, almost half of the children are delivered through an operation, which is a C-section operation. And the government hospital, it's a very small percentage, I think like 14-15% or something. It's the same profession, right? And they are responding to different situations, acting very differently as professionals. They go through the same training, they're part of the same association, all of that. So I was thinking, why does this happen? And this is the same question I've come across in many settings. And what does it take for a professional to navigate the landscape in which they are situated and try to do better? And how can this landscape be changed to make it easier for them to do better? And there are certainly compulsions, there are constraints, there are economic constraints, there are constraints on power. Like politicians have to respond to certain kind of incentives themselves to deliver certain things which have to be delivered with quickly, and then there are that play down through the system. So, but you see big differences if you just look at the same profession in different settings, behave differently. So then I actually started studying and talking to these people, and then so what I see is that, okay, there is one role that is played by education. So what are they taught when they enter into the college to get a professional degree or whatever it may be, or even if it's not a college based thing like a chartered accountancy, but they do get a kind of training, right, and an apprenticeship. So in some senses, by working with a chartered accountant, all doctors, lawyers, they do at some point in his education get apprentice with either they do a residency in the hospital doctor, or a young lawyer usually starts with basically being a rookie for another older lawyer. And a lot of their learning happens in that early stage, Then they enter into the professional field in a slightly more independent way. Usually it varies from profession to profession. Sometimes you have to take many years to actually then strike it on your own. Otherwise, it takes some time, and it can be quick also, and depending on you as a person also. But generally, settings do differ. So, and that time you actually are looking at the market and what's possible and how others are doing and what are the standards in which you can operate. And in that, there are actually many challenges in different professions, that the standards are so low, and so much focus on getting shortcuts and trying to find the least cost path instead of trying to think about what would be the right thing to do for the client and all that. And also public goods are missing. So one of the things that happens across professions is that if a young professional wants to grow as a professional, there's not that much by way of support from the larger professional bodies. Professional bodies, not all of them, I will not name any of them because it's kind of it's impolite, but most of them in India are very self-serving bodies. They are just there to protect their professionals. They don't hold their professionals to account when they behave badly. They don't supply enough public goods to young professionals who are coming up. So, for example, in some sectors, some areas, there's not enough standard form contracts, legal advice, different ways in which you can reduce the cost of business for the professional so that they can just focus on the professional practice. And then transaction costs are related to virtues some way or the other in this sense. So, the method I've used is basically, as I said, observing, reflecting, interviewing lots of professionals and doing study groups. So, sometimes I've done, I'm not go into details because they're all off the record conversations with taking a group of professionals and running through them for several weeks about their profession and saying what is it that shapes behavior in their profession, and how do we ensure in the language that we spoke earlier that more and more professionals pursue goods internal to practice, and that becomes consistent with goods external to practice. That being a good professional actually pays off. I'm not expecting professionals to compromise on everything. So the one thing is the market versus virtue thing. That how do we ensure that markets are structured in a manner that virtuous behavior is rewarded more and more? We means it's not for me to design. It's more something that evolves and emerges from interactions between the professionals among themselves and professionals with their corporate kind of counterparts with whom they work. And the other is on the side of the state, right? That how do you as a professional work with the state to do the right things? So there the themes are very different. So one thing that I learned from talking to some of the professionals is that in fact, virtue, the way we think about sometimes in an abstract way, is an impediment to improving things in the state. Because you may have a simplistic notion, or not simplistic, you may have the right notion, perfectly right notion of what good professional ethics are and how to implement them in this world. But you work with the state, and state is a very messy creature. It's actually far more informal than we sometimes understand. There are shortcuts taken, there are favors to be done, there are compromises to be made, and many professionals feel very uncomfortable doing any of that because they feel that it compromises their integrity to work with the state. But one thing that I think is very important to keep in mind is that when you are moving from one kind of a society to another kind of society, it's a journey. You don't make a leap. You don't go to a open access order or a fully well organized society where complete rule of law, all of that in one giant leap. So the way to think about it is to make progress. How can we make the next step? So more and more professionals should engage with the state while keeping as much of their professional ethic intact. And how do you make that easy? How do you make it easy for professionals to work with the state? Because state is a very important entity. If professionals don't join the state or work with the state, at least if they feel very suppressed by the state, then it's a big loss for the country. It's a big impediment to building genuine state capacity and improving probably the most important organization in this country, which is the state. Many organizations constituted, but there is a state as such, okay, and there are government, there are judiciary. More and more professionals should join that, and excellent professionals should join that, and they should become judges, they should become civil servants, they should behave like professionals while working. They should join government colleges, medical colleges, hospitals. They should be teachers, all of that. So how do you actually work with the state while actually being a professional who is virtuous, and how do you define virtue in that context? So there again, I think the idea of what is the right dharma to follow in a particular context is very important. That yes, there are professional virtues, but the main thing is that virtues are forged in the practice. Right? If you're not in the game, if you're not in that field of practice, if you're not actually making things, if you're an architect, or if you're not actually serving people, if you're as a doctor, if you're just in an abstract way, in some fields actually there are NGOs or the academic types who just write critiques about they're not in the game, but they are writing critiques of the game, so to speak, because they think their abstract notions are far superior to the actual practice of that thing, which is always messy, which is easy to critique. Critique is always very, very easy, right? It is the easiest thing to do especially in a relatively disorganized society like ours, and which is also struggling to grow. So how do you actually make that easier but also more realistic? That how do you socialize professionals about the realities of the Indian state, and that what will it take to work with the state, and how do you socialize them into starting working with the state and doing more with the state? And I have some friends in different professions who have been guiding me, helping me a little bit. I've never written about this at all. It's just all as I said, most change happens one individual at a time. So I worked with some professionals and individuals and trying to think better about these issues and get some things started, some practices started, some kind of a courses started which can reflect on these issues, some thinking started on these issues. But yeah, I see both these, whether the state's functioning and virtues, how they interact, the political and governance imperatives and how they can have a very suppressing bearing on the professionals without actually rewarding the professionals. Markets can reward you, but they can also then suppress your virtues in certain contexts, especially under certain kind of a corporate setting. And and so there is an interplay here. So, and then there's a tripartite thing. There's professional virtues, there's state, and then there's market, because markets and state also interact. And many times the problem in the market is because state has issued some regulation which actually makes it very difficult to run a good business. So those are the interplay that I'm interested in. I'm just taking a few professions and studying them. It's been just 3 years since I started it, so it's not too much work. I think this is a 20-year kind of I'll understand it maybe in 20 years to have something useful to say. But yeah, in the interim, there'll be some things that I'll hopefully write and publish, and maybe some things will come out in terms of actual change in behavior and all of that. Some new practices will come out, but that's my aspiration, that something will happen on that. And ultimately, I need co-conspirators. I need virtuous senior doctors and lawyers and architects and structural engineers and chartered accountants and company secretaries and all those to engage and think about these issues, so that we can do better, because professions are sites of virtue, and they are in a way among the most important associations that we have, where not just professional but also democratic virtues can thrive. And they are participatory, they are member bodies. In theory, everybody is equal because they are all qualified professionals, and you can learn a lot by participating in these bodies and helping each other do better. There's a lot of collective common good that they can provide to each other. They can reduce transaction costs for specific members. They can help them be more virtuous on the market side. They can also try to find ways to work with the state and do better in terms of professional input into working of the state bodies. If you look at the public infrastructure in India, so much of it is going without proper architectural input. It's just ugly buildings, badly designed public spaces. So much of it. The cities look so unloved. So I feel that there is a lot to be gained by engaging with those professionals. Similarly, whether it's hospitals, or schools, or build bridges and everywhere, professional input is very important, and you need the best of the professionals to work with the state.
So, a larger question going a bit deeper into this, but first let me try to recontextualize what you said in a context that I understand and that I've sort of spoken with past guests about, which is the context of journalism. Now, one question that I've often come at journalists on the show with is that how do you look at journalism in the sense that on the one hand, there is an instrumental purpose to journalism, that people want information, people want news, you're providing it to them, it is supply and demand, and therefore the bottom line matters. You are, after all, running an enterprise, you have people to employ, mouths to feed, you need to look at ROI for what you do. So all those standard business imperatives come into play. And on the other hand, there is also a higher notion of journalism, which without quite being able to justify why those higher notions exist, I believe they do. At least that's what I have adopted as, the way I think about the profession, and what I might extend into other things that I do, which is that there is a value to speaking truth to power. There is a value in trying to write that first draft to history with as much fidelity to the truth as possible, nebulous as the truth is. And so you get it. So those,
yes.
And in modern times, there appears to be a conflict, and this is where the state and the market comes in. Now, in an ideal world, the state would protect your rights and you would just do what you have to do, and there would be free speech, so no interference. In an ideal world, the market would, reward good behavior on your part, because, you benefit in the markets by, you make money in a free market basically by making someone else better off. It is a positive sum game. You provide something that makes them better off. They pay you for it. Both of you are better off. That's the whole nature of the beast. However, what we see in India is issues on both these fronts, in the sense that the state is the oppressive predatory state, which I go on about all the time, and it is anything but a free environment. And our constitution also does not protect free speech as much as it should. So that is one problem at the level of the state. And the state can also use its power to clamp down on critics, in the sense that, hey, I might own a big newspaper, but I'm a business family. I might also have a chemical factory. वहाँ पे raid करवा देंगे. What am I going to do? So, the incentives are messy. Everybody who's of a certain size has so much to lose that the incentives are to toe the line. And as far as the market is concerned, one, we don't really have a free market, but even if we did, the issue that would come up there is that what if people, I might have the highest of values ki aisa hona chahiye, but what if the world today is full of narrative battles and people want to engage in those battles, and the demand from the market is to provide those narratives which they already believe in or which give them comfort or whatever, and not necessarily for a bipartisan pursuit of the truth, then do you play to those forces as well? And I would actually not be so negative about it, in the sense that I think that one of the beautiful things about the market is that it's not just majority wins, and like in politics, everybody can express themselves. In that sense, my podcast is not a mainstream thing, but it reaches a lot of people who crave depth, who otherwise the market does not, otherwise the mainstream players don't cater to, because, they want numbers and they are going, a mile wide and an inch deep. And there are people who want a lot more depth. So the market has created spaces for all kinds of different voices, put the tools of production in our hands. All that is fine. But the question that this leads me to is that notion of journalism as having some higher values. Where does it come from? Like, when you're talking about virtues within professions, what you are in a sense implying when you say that it is upstream of the state and upstream of society is you are implying that this is not just something instrumental. Right? It is not, each profession has a set of ethics, or maybe that's a question, does it have a sense of ethics that exists independent of all these forces? And to turn our attention on medicine, for example, doctors are taught the Hippocratic Oath, for example, thou shalt do no harm and all of that. And it would appear that there is a code of ethics there. But as we have seen, you also have to look at the incentives of doctors. And, you could be a doctor who loves to spend 20 minutes with each patient, but your incentives are that 5 minute mein dekh lo, apply fast and furious heuristics, tell them 10 test karo, for each of which you're getting a commission, and that's how the business runs. And you can even rationalize it at a utilitarian level, saying that I'm serving many more people and giving absolutely less service to many more people.
That is the main thing about it, that there is it's not good versus evil, right? There are different goods. It's a truly tragic situation because different goods have to be balanced against each other.
So 2 questions that arise from this, and the first of them deals with this directly, is that have you seen a philosophical justification for these kind of virtues in any profession existing independent of the instrumental reason for that profession coming into being, and existing independent of the state and the markets?
No, and it shouldn't, because you are here to serve, right? Like, a doctor is not someone who's sitting on the top of a mountain and basically being a doctor without actually dealing with a patient. And as soon as you deal with a patient, you are actually in a social setting.
But the independent ethic could be to serve. But then how do you define that, and where does it arise from?
But when you start serving, then you start dealing with constraints, demands, expectations, market forces, state regulation, state's own constraints, political governance constraints. So, and then in that you end up shaping your behavior according to, what you think is the right thing, and then what is the kind of situation that you find yourself in. So let's talk about journalism. Okay, it's not. I don't know whether it can be called a profession, in a philosophical sense, but many journalists think that they're professionals and they think about what they do in terms of a profession. But so let's talk about it in terms of maybe something akin to a profession, where there are certain structured practices which are there, and finding truth out and reporting it is is very important. And that's the core of the, speaking truth to power and all are secondary things. Those are vanities. Truth is what really matters, and finding important truths which are, I think, consequential, and having some degree of direction of attention to things that really matter is another kind of aspect of a journalistic ethic. Having some degree of rigor and some what you call triangulation of whatever you're trying to say is important. Then also stating it in a manner which is non-sensational. It should be clear, it should be precise, it should be saying what you know and accepting what you don't know. So as a citizen, I have expectations from citizens as well, right? I have expectations from journalists as well, that there are some things that I expect from a good doctor, some things I expect from a good architect, some things I may expect from a good lawyer. I expect certain things from journalists as well. Now, journalists say that they have a freedom of speech, right? That's what they want to get. And now so structurally what happens is that whenever you have any right, each right creates some elites, right? So because people who are good at exercising those rights will become elites through those rights. And society confers those rights. I mean, you may use the language of natural rights and whatever God given, but ultimately society has decided, it's a decision that it's taken, that those rights have to be conferred on the people. And then each right creates some kind of elite. So when you have a right to property, you have property people who either by their sheer ability to run better businesses or by their rent seeking behavior are able to become rich, and they become the property elites. Similarly, when you have freedom of speech, some people are better intellectuals, so they are better at becoming at use of speech, and they want to influence society. Perhaps the most important of those are constitutional judges and lawyers. In some sense, lawyers who say that their speech is so powerful that they should transform society. In some sense, it's just their views, right? And they think they have the philosophical confidence to say that they should transform the society. It takes quite a bit of vanity to say something like that, but they do. Journalists are also in that category, right? They are the elites of the speech right that society is confirmed on everybody in some senses, but some are elites in those rights. See, most of us will never use most of the rights in a manner that society would want to regulate it. Most of us, for most of the time. Most of us will sometime use it, and only some of us use it all the time. Journalists are those who use right to speech, push the boundaries all the time, because they are in the business of finding things out that are not commonly known and reporting those and so on. Now, why does society confer these rights? Because it thinks it works for them, right? Everything is an instrumentality in that sense. When you think out from a society's point of view and why it's conferred those rights, it thinks that it will work for them. So how does a property elite, which is a big business person or someone, say that, hey, I deserve to be elite? So democracies don't like elites, right? Everybody is equal and so on. Why they justify is by saying that my being rich has helped work the society. Because voluntary exchange in invisible hand, everybody has been better off, and I have been a little better because I've done better for you. Same thing, intellectuals, journalists, everybody also claims, right, that I deserve this disproportionate uses of this right because my speech is helping society do better. Intellectuals say that, journalists say that, Similarly, other rights, you can go to the list. Each right creates some kind of a elite who are just good, better, or more inclined towards using those rights in a disproportionately, intensive way. Now, the tensions come, right? Because you have some right and you are the one small sliver of society which uses these rights a lot to speak the truths and so-called the truths. And you say that you should be listened to and you should continue to have that right. So you say something about a business person. That business person says this is not true. Now, there are two possibilities. Maybe it is true. Maybe it is not true. Maybe it's true, but you've misstated it. Maybe it's not true. But you are not accepting that it's not true, and the business person has again a right to fight back against you. Through legal means or whatever it may be, defamation and all is there for that. You say something about some politician, okay, which may or may not be true, and even if it's true, the politician doesn't like it because, hey, it basically weakens him in some senses because it's maybe something negative. That's why it's being reported and it wasn't anyway in the public domain earlier. So at that point, all the tensions come. And then it's basically a question about this profession or this set of people who are exercising these rights versus the people who are trying to fight them out, whether it's the property elite or the political elites who are the powerful, or the administrative elite, the civil servants and all of those, who are holding the powers, so to speak, and the journalists pushing back. When that situation comes, and that's an unavoidable situation, right? All societies have to deal with. Even the most developed society, even today, you have a president who said the media are the enemy of the people, right? Because he felt aggrieved by the media. So rightly or wrongly, but he felt. And he's fighting the media on a daily basis. He suspended some reporter from coming to his press conferences temporarily, and then it got reversed in the court or something. So there is a constant struggle. The basic point I'm trying to make is that the first duty of a professional and professionals as a collective in a particular domain is to try to do reasonably well as far as their own professional ethic is concerned. In terms of within the situation. I'm not saying that there is infinite resources and you can do whatever, but whatever. I just, top of my head, said 4 or 5 quality. I, as a citizen, think that as a journalist should at least aspire towards. And then what happens when a conflict happens is that people should be with you. So we should never have an illusion that in democracy there are many sources of the main source of power is the people. Are the people. Whether it's the person getting rich or powerful in state or journalists getting legitimacy, it has to be earned. And it has to be, and some degree of faith in the democracy and the people is required, that if I'm doing the right thing, maybe sometimes there will be unfair outcomes and I will be very badly hurt. But to at least begin with the assumption that if I'm doing the right thing, in some way or the other, people will say and stand with me and say, hey, you are wrongly implicating this person. But for that, it's very important to have collective unit in action within the profession, right? One professional can be destroyed very easily, and by the other elites because they've been hurt by it. And I'm just talking about for journalists right now, but it's true of others as well. Because, hey, nobody will pay attention also. What is an individual? It's just, very easy to forget also. That's the tragedy of human life. In our minds, we are everything, but in the larger scheme of things, we don't mean that much. But when a collective, there's professional unity is there, and for good reasons. Not in the, self-serving way in which many professional bodies in India work, So we have to be realistic about how professional bodies work, and when do they actually stand up to bad behavior by their members? When do they stand up to defend good behavior by their members, which is under attack from others? So the basic point I'm making is that yes, these are situations that arise, and there are structural good reasons why they arise. Conflict is good in society. When it's not a good versus evil thing, journalists get a lot of things wrong. I remember how some IAS officers who took a decision in good faith but got badly, implicated in cases later were completely demonized by some of our journalists a few years ago under the corruption, the moment of cacophony around corruption that happened in India. And I think many of them went overboard. Whether they should have a right to say that or not is a different question. It's a legal question one can answer. But as a moral question, did you actually exercise the thing before supporting somebody's criminalization, putting someone in jail? Literally, there are senior journalists who wrote that they should be in jail for not standing up to their political leaders. Is that a standard for which someone could go to jail? That's the kind of language that was used against some IAS officers who are in jail right now for basically not having taken any money, but they didn't stand up to some wrong decision by the senior politicians who themselves are not in jail, by the way. So there are many examples of this type. And all I'm saying is that when the conflicts happen, the most important thing is to appeal to the public, in some ways, and as a collective stand up for what is good and punish what is bad. So I don't know. I'm not an expert on journalism in India. One has to think, and these are very hard questions, and they require practical judgment, a lot of detailed situational awareness over what is the state of journalism in India, what are the conditions in which journalists practice. But my big picture is that the question that we should ask is, are journalists as a community behaving in a way that a good profession should behave? Are they punishing the bad, or are they censoring their own bad behavior of the journalists? At a corporate level, at the level of the professional bodies and all, are they standing up for the good behavior of the journalists? And then the conflicts will happen. Everybody has a legitimate right to fight the other person. This abstract invocation of rights as something magical, as if it's some kind of fetishized power, which will just suddenly have an impact on you. I'll wave a ban, is meaningless. Each right has to be sustained through political, activity, and ultimately it comes down to the people. And whether it's journalists or any other professional, it has to earn that kind of a legitimacy, and hopefully people will have a good sense to side with them and support more virtuous journalism than less. And they will also get things wrong sometimes. All of us get things wrong. Sometimes injustices happen, but that is the structural reality in which this thing has to play out.
Yeah, I think number of points. Firstly, just as an aside, as far as sort of the question is concerned of rights producing elites, that you have the right to free speech, and then some people use it more than others, and equally the right to property, some people benefit more than others. But I think they act as incentives for everybody. The right to property is important as an incentive for everyone to work hard, because they can accumulate wealth and they can keep it, and that's how you rise in life. And it's a positive sum game, it's not a zero sum game. So that's an essential right, which actually is no longer a fundamental right. Episode 26 of my show with Shruti Rajgopalan deals on that. And also, the right to free speech is essential to democracy. It might be the case that, some people exercise it more in an overt way, but that's neither here nor there. You kind
No,
of.
no. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just stating a particular way in which I see reality.
I know you were.
That ultimately you and I can discuss this and agree with it, but society as a whole has to confer it. And even if you claim, no, it's my natural right, God-given right, God is not going to come to give it the right.
No. So
It's politically constructed and sustained.
now, I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying that it is something that has to be fought for. And even if you look at the US, for example, for all their flaws, they do have the right to free speech in as close to a pure form as you can get, and it's worked for them. And you
Yeah,
don't.
and it was politically constructed, and they have a historical reason why
Exactly.
they have it. We have a right to privacy, which was sustained over 4 or 5 hearings, and we all celebrated it. But do we really have right to privacy? Tell me.
We'll come to that later, but just to finish my thought, that when you speak about as a society we expect truth from journalists, and my thing is, I think there is a danger in talking from the point of view of abstract groups like society. Like, what is society even? I think some people might want their journalists to be to pursue the truth. Some people want their journalists to pursue. Let me
No,
finish.
I only said as a citizen. That's how I framed it.
Yeah. But you've sort of used that group phrase, what society expects, and we should fight for that, and all of that. And my sense is that my lament at the start was that you and I might expect one thing from journalists, but others want sensational news, others want whatever, and that is sort of a contestation that is happening. But the deeper question was about, is there a philosophical way to arrive at the notion that there is a particular sense of ethics that pre-exists the pressures of society and the pressures of state, and like you said, in my mind, I don't think there are, but I think we have to construct for ourselves as individuals
As I
what
said,
we
that
feel.
it's something that is constructed in the practice and experience of practice of doing something, and it's in fact I find it very harmful. As I said, people who just stay away from a practice but throw stones at that practice and say that, hey, this should be the way they should be in the game, at least to know what the constraints are and try to understand. That's why I was not passing a judgment on the way journalists in India work. I don't know exactly what's going on there. I'm just putting a frame to it. And when I say a society, I'm just obviously it's a collection of individuals, and they may have different views and expectations. And if their expectations are to have more of the yellow journalism and all of that, then there will be consequences for them and their society itself. But ultimately, we are a self-governing society, and we are, as individuals and as a collective, jointly and severally and individually responsible for our future. And that's where there's no shortcut to it. You can't just go to a court and get an injection and expect that now you have that right. That kind of thinking, I think, is very anti-democratic in many ways, and that's what we are seeing. That we think there's some shortcut, that there's some kind of a magical right you can get without convincing a large number of people of this kind of right is instrumentally good for society.
Yeah, I mean, the messy business of politics is something that we have to keep engaging with, not in the narrow sense of electoral politics, but I think even what you and I are doing by just adding this conversation to the discourse is a form of politics.
We are all in this game, and in fact, much more than public conversation, private conversations are very. That's where most of the actual meaningful discussions happen, because to be able to convince someone, you need to first earn their trust. And that usually happens with friends and family and the colleagues and all.
All right, so after floating around in the air of abstract ideas for a while, though with reference to the concrete world, let's kind of get back to your personal story. And I know you don't like to talk too much about the personal stuff because you underplay yourself a bit too much. But I'm really curious to know about your early life, in the sense of, what were your early sort of influences like? Like, what were you reading when you were a kid? Which language were you reading in? Who are the writers you liked and who influenced you? I want to get a sense of how you were formed, in a sense.
I guess the most important thing that comes to mind is that I always escape to books. So, I was introverted. I still feel that I'm quite, generally shy of interaction. I used to go out to play with kids every day. That was a routine. It was just something that was fun also. But whenever I could get time, I was reading something, So the first time I came across like a library was, I think, when I was in 6th standard or something. I went with a friend into this We were living in Gorakhpur, and there was an office, government office, and we entered, and then there was a library inside that office. It's an office of basically where engineers in government railway used to work, and you go inside and there's a library, and there I found all the children's classics. you know so at that till that time I only had access to mostly Hindi literature books, but like children's literature. So at that, see, someone like Premchand you can read as a kid or as a grown up. That's the greatness of Premchand. And I was reading Hindi stories and poems and all, and whatever was available at home I would read. But that, having the access to the first library, completely opened my world. There were so many books can be found at the same place. It was a complete sense of wonder, because the idea of library wasn't really so much there in my mind. And then I started picking up, and one by one, I remember I read Adventures of Robin Hood. I read Ivanhoe. I read Swiss Family Robinson, Treasure Island, or later also I got in my school to read Treasure Island as a part of my coursework in school. And it kind of, most of my reading when I was in school was basically fiction, more or less. I hardly read anything else. And I used to love reading novels. As I grew older, I started enjoying, in my teens, serious, literature a little bit, and cultivated some taste for it automatically. just it's snowballing, right, from one to another. Start spending a little bit time in bookshops and libraries and pick up. And the first time I actually started reading serious non-fiction was in college only. Started picking up books from different disciplines and reading them. I also got a little bit more money in my hands. I was doing internships and making some money and spending all of that on books. I remember I'd done an internship where I got 8,000 rupees. I went to this bookshop in Baroda Book Center, where the owner actually knew the books very well. I said, I've got this full money, all of it was to be spent on books. You tell me which ones would be good for. He gave me a nice set in that, all discounted, like new books on decent discount, because he saw that a student should be given a discount. And he gave me really good books.
8,000 bucks you spent on books?
Yes, and that was many, many years ago. So this was, I think, about 20 years ago.
Wow.
So all of the money was spent. Because I said, okay, give me. And he was very gentle and kind enough. It took a couple of hours, and then he gave me suggestions, which all I accepted. I was in no position to. So it was eclectic. The book collection was pretty, but it basically tripled my book collection in one day because I put all my money into the books. Basically, I now read very little literature. I still read a few books every year of literature, but mostly I read non-fiction. But at that time, it was still substantially reading literature. I really enjoyed that kind of experience of literature, literary critics have a lot of words for it, but I actually felt it opened up the whole world for me in some senses, And I, as a person who didn't really enjoy too much social interaction and going out and spending too much time in large gatherings and all, it was like I'm sitting in a room and reading a book, and this is my kind of, I'm participating in something. It almost looked like. Initially, it was the first great book I read was 100 Years of Solitude. I think I was 19 or something when I read it, and it's just amazing level of, it was just magical, It literally, I think the genre itself is called magical realism. But what you can achieve in a book, in terms of the quality of writing, the story, the unfettered imagination, put everything, even something as, bad as incest and all, looks very magical in that book. It's a stunning achievement. So I started reading a lot of that genre, and one key point came when I read my first Saul Bellow, who continues to be my favorite writer. And his first book I read was this at a very strange time in my life, in my early 20s. I was going through some difficult times, and this book really spoke to me directly, which was this basically a thin volume that he read. It was his second book, I think. The Dangling Man, I think. Yeah, The Dangling Man, it's called. And I was like, wow, literature can be written in this way also, because it is completely different from the magical realism and all that I was reading until then, and before that, children's classic and all of that. And so I went into this whole, which then I actually branched out to other writers of that genre. I was still reading a lot of magical realism. Salman Rushdie, who recently has been in a lot of trouble, great writer. And then, basically branched out into different types of literature. So, Philip Roth, I like Isaac Singer, Malamud, all of those. And it was just a part of my. So in a day, 1 or 2 hours you spend reading a nice novel, and it just a very nice part of the day generally. And it's whatever may have happened in the day. That's those couple of hours nobody can take away from you. And then I started actually reading more of non-fictions, books, and I didn't have any sense of. So I was my education was in computer science, and I did my MBA later. So I didn't have any. I was studying other things, and formally, but because I had this kind of a routine of reading regularly, but it was more like chance, what I read. If you think back, there was no community of readers with me. There were some elders, my father's friends, who helped me pick a few books here and there, who were kind enough, who had gone through experiences in their life, who had seen some bit of the world. So they gave me some hints about what to read and all. But still, it was mostly chance what I read. Like, for example, my first philosophy book I read was actually Aristotle. I literally, and Plato. So I actually read the dialogues directly. I didn't know that there were commentaries to be read before all of that. I straight away went to the source and started reading Plato. I remember specifically Plato's Gorgias was my first serious philosophy. It's a short dialogue, but it raises permanent questions. So, and I kind of snowballed from there and went. First, I read the ancients. I had no clue about the modern, but then immediately, soon I got into some of this modern existential philosophy and all of that, and started reading that. Our home always had Mahabharata, Ramayana, and all those. So those I read when I was young. We also used to have these Amar Chitra Kathas, and one of my neighbors had these bound volumes, which each volume had 5 of these comics, and you just go through them, and it's amazing. Each one of the standalone kind of story, and so I was seeped in that throughout. But this literature, which is modern, and also the non-fiction writing in philosophy, I read a little bit of psychology, I read a little bit of sociology, I read a little bit of economics at that time. It was just, why was I doing it? I couldn't really put more like a routine, that almost like that character of autodidact from Nausea, who just goes from one story, but a little better than that, because you're trying to understand some things, and you are actually you have some reasons for understanding them, but still there was a kind of a routine. And then because you read, you have more questions, right? And you want to read more, and you want to think more about those questions, and then you branch out. It was just kind of a serendipity that I ended up chancing about some of these great books, and then I developed a taste for great books. What I have a category of great books. I have never defined it formally, but I know what a great book is when I see one. So we spent a few months ago, right, looking at 6,000 books in a day, you and I. And when I look at a book, I have a sense of where it belongs, or how to read, and how much importance to give to it. And that cultivation of that habit in the early 20s, I think, was a very important point in my life, and it's been a part of my life. I've really, just because we come very late in the history, there's so much has happened before us, and we have to give dues to those who have come before us. And there's really, the questions that we are wrestling with, others have also wrestled with, and I think reading really helps in many ways. You'll not get answers by reading, but you will certainly get better at asking the right questions. And that's what I think, especially if you read like more fundamental works on philosophy, psychoanalysis, social systems, sociology, even some of the great works of anthropology. So you get politics, of course, political theory. And it's a vast word out there, right? And more recently, like just a few years ago, or 5-6 years ago, I got back to our own kind of, reading our own scriptures, and trying to put them in conversation with other traditions, and saying, what do we have? Our main concerns have always been consciousness. Our main concerns have always been the human consciousness and its kind of liberation. And there, I think, our own traditions have a lot to offer, and because those questions are now more urgent for me as I'm growing older, so I've gone back to more of those. And I still read the Western philosophy and all, but I read more of the ancients there, again going back, than the moderns. And that journey continues. But yes, this habit of reading regularly and trying to find great books and trying to have it's a background. It's just there every day of my life for the last 25 years or so, pretty much. And it's just there. I mean, there are good days and bad days. There are times I'm traveling and all, but I still find at least 2 hours to read every day.
And I should tell my listeners that when you speak about going through 6,000 books, my dad had died last year. So in December, I had to go to the house which we were selling off and decide what to do with his books. And he had more than 6,000 books, 7,000 books. And I had figured out a community library in Delhi to donate them to. But I thought, let me go with three of my friends, Suyash being one of them, and ask them to pick out whatever they wanted. And I would pick out whatever I wanted, and then we'd give the rest of it away. And it was kind of heartbreaking for me in the sense all his collections of modern library books and everyone's classics and all of that, and me making the choice to kind of give it away and not keep it because I just want to, the only physical books I took from there was stuff that I wouldn't actually find anywhere otherwise, which are out of print or something. I can't even, read it on a Kindle or something. So that was kind of, I mean, there was a life of the mind happening there as well. Bunch of questions. First of those is this, that how did you begin to form frames through which you could look at the world and explain the world? Because in my case, I read voraciously when it came to fiction, again came to non-fiction a bit more slowly and a bit later. But today young people are so full of certainties and the internet is there and there are ideological tribes that are so appealing to join and all of that. But in those pre-internet days in the 80s and the early 90s, it took a long time for me to be formed. I think I arrived broadly to where I am in terms of values and beliefs and all well into my adulthood, really well into my mid-20s, where I could even look at the country and say, oh, these are the things that have gone wrong. This is what is wrong with our economics. This is wrong. What is wrong with our politics? I suspect if when I was 22, if you asked me what is left, what is right, I wouldn't know, right? So tell me a little bit about what are the different frames that you began to adapt to look at the world and to, begin to understand it. What was that process like? I mean, we are always constantly evolving, obviously, but in the major ways, what are the sort of frames that were useful to you? Who were the writers who influenced you? Were there any phases where you felt that scales have fallen off your eyes, that you see something with a clarity with which you hadn't seen it before, whether it is in the personal domain or the economic domain or the social domain?
Yeah, I wish you had sent me this question a few days in advance and I had thought more deeply about it. But I mean, just reflecting on something you said is that there are many disadvantages of being socially shy. But one of the advantages is that you don't feel the need to belong to a tribe and signal anything to anyone to feel that you're part of a particular tribe and you're not going out on, I mean, whether it's in physical setting or a virtual setting to signal things, to feel complete as a person. You feel pretty, comfortable being a little away from any tribe and doing your own thing to the extent you're doing those things. And I think that because I've always had that, so I've never really needed to belong to any tribe. So I never had to, it's a good thing or a bad thing. Sometimes it's a good thing that you belong to a tribe and you join and you take their views, and then hopefully if you are independent minded enough, then you outgrow those. There are many people who get mugged by realities and different types of transformations happen. So it's a good thing, but can also be a bad thing because it can stop thinking because you get comfortable. So I never had that. So one had to find one own way. And so there are two types of beliefs. One is that where you actually something very serious for you to act upon. There you have to take it very, very, you have to exercise a lot of due diligence. So you have to, because you're acting upon something, right? But many of the, our word of action, because we're not prime ministers and we're not doing those kind of things, is a very limited sphere, right? For that you need to have a few things. You have a little bit of excellence in some things, and that you need to be good at. The other types of beliefs are held in a different way, right? We don't act upon them. We just we hold them, we revise them. It's just trying to understand, make sense of the word, because the old mythological understandings have broken down. The word is not so self-contained in a particular cosmology, and we need to now remake the meanings in many ways. So we need to understand to some extent, or we just say it doesn't matter, it's fine. I'm just going to take what comes to me and move on. So, but if you have a longing to understand, then you need to keep engaging with the word and trying to have some kind of working hypothesis about what's going on, and there I think it's I don't know, like, it's just my memories doesn't work in this way. How much of it is reading, how much was it observation, how much was it reflection, how much was it influence of others, how much was it just habit, it's very hard to say. But I think it was a mix of these things. So one thing that you learn from the ancients in any tradition is to look at things directly and observe them and comment on them and analyze them directly. Some of the moderns also do that, like Tocqueville does that in very well on democracy. But don't get too impressed by frames and ideologies and clever turn of phrase. You're a human being, you're talking about human life and human society. You can look at it directly and observe, and by the power of your observation and careful thinking, you can make sense of some of these things. Books, other people's views are useful and interesting and important to kind of reflect what you are seeing, and sometimes even you can adapt some of those, but you need to have your own thinking. There is no substitute for that. And I think that one of the things that has always helped me is an intuition, that I when I look at something, I have an intuitive sense of what's going on, and then I keep revising it over a long period of time. Because whatever I'm studying, I start with something which so I'm a rationalist, not empiricist. So I have a kind of a rational view of where I'm coming from, and what's going on, and then I look at data, trying to figure out what's going on. So that's the method that I apply, and it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work, and it keeps evolving, right? It's not there's never a permanent thing, because the descriptions are not reality. Map is not the territory, and we are remapping the map. But in what I'm working on, I try to be as careful as possible so that I get it right and have something. For the rest, it's more like a hobby and habit, and hopefully someday in some work becomes useful. But otherwise, it's just a kind of a need to understand things and have a view on things like human consciousness, social processes, workings of democracy, all those things which I don't directly work upon, but it's something that you need to have a view on, right? Like you need to have a sense of what's going on here, because we are part of that reality, and you can have a nuanced and reasonably complex understanding of something, or you can have a very simple and simplistic understanding also sometimes. And one cannot understand everything. As Saul Bellow says, there's simply too much to think about, but there are some areas, some issues on which I have tried long-standing themes to understand. For example, how literature works on our consciousness, the question of moral philosophy. We have already discussed some of that here. Working of democracy in societies, so we've touched upon it a little bit. And of course, in professional life, working of political economy and all. So we're, and I mean, one always lives and learns. I have actually abandoned more of my views than I have now. I've been completely wrong on many, many things. In fact, in my even professional work, there are so many issues on which my views are completely different from what they were 8 years ago, 7 years ago. And that's a kind of a humbling experience, because, you are so sure, I haven't figured it out. But then you think about it, or you see new data, and you read something, or you go through an experience, and you say, oh, I was completely wrong about this. I think that is something which, in fact, I've become more open now than I was 15 years ago, or even 10 years ago, about how much I know and how much I know. And one of the things is that one actually doesn't know much, That is the most fundamental, humbling realization, that really one doesn't really know much. It's really difficult to understand even your own consciousness. Forget about social, political system, the extreme complexity, and we should be humble and modest. That's why, in my work, I generally suggest light touch approaches, less coercion, less political economy work also, and that's why I was so upset with decision like demonetization or something. Be more modest about how much you know about the word, and don't do something so drastic and so path breaking that you because you think you know. So and that is something actually, it's as I said, more recent realization that these frames are very, very fragile, and one comes to them and one revises them when gets upset, and then one has to move on and try to do better in the future.
How much of a difference do you think it made that you came from a sort of a different background and a different mental space to your profession than many others who are in the profession. Like, one way in which it is different is, of course, that you've grown up reading Hindi, speaking Hindi, you've come from a different background where you've seen a different view of the world. I remember, both Akshay Mukul and Rahul Verma, if I remember correctly, in their first episodes with me, spoke about how they grew up reading Hindi newspapers and therefore they looked at the world very differently from what.
Yeah, we had Dani Jagran and Amar Ujala coming at her. Yeah.
So that's one way in which the background is different, and another way in which the mental makeup may be different is that you said you read a lot of fiction. And interestingly, English-speaking elites often don't read so much, especially in these kind of policy spaces and all that. So that rich, imaginative interior life that reading a lot of literature and fiction gives you is often not there, and you can sometimes be hobbled by it. So do you think that this made a difference to how you view the world, where you would come at things from a different place, you would see things that others sort of may not see?
Yeah, I think it's different, but I don't know whether it's better, whether it's it's just a path that I happen to take. Literature was available, I read literature, and I just liked it and I really enjoyed it in terms of what it was doing to me, into my inner life, and it put me in touch with, my own kind of, like you go through it sounds like a cliche, but you go through some suffering and you read Gutter's Sorrow of Young Words. Actually, it may sound like a cliche, but really it works. It's a comforting thing to look. What do they say? Afflict the comforted and comfort the afflicted. That kind of a thing. But even, one is not always comforted or afflicted. Usually it's somewhere in middle. And even at that time, it's just something that takes you in a different territory as far as a human possibility of thought and understanding are concerned. Right? It's a very empathetic exercise. Writing literature, it comes from a place which is not quite available to us, you and me, when we talk about or talk to each other. Proust has this kind of, he wrote this essay against leading literary critic of his time, about where literature comes from, and it's not the kind of self that you and I have direct access to, and it just opens up so much possibility. And the literature, great writers know that it's more like a gift that they perfect the form, obviously, they perfect the language and all of that. They work very hard on it. But the source of imagination is in the subconscious, fine, and it kind of comes from a place which is not directly accessible to them. It just comes to them, like when you write like Proust, certainly it sounds like it comes from a different kind of place. And it's magic, right? It's magical. It's like some of the religious scriptures you read, and they immediately hit you, and it just it has that magical feeling. Hey, wow. This speaks to me as if it's my personal conversation with someone that's happening. And great philosophers also do that. Like, that's the greatness of the dramatic way in which Plato writes, right? That it's drama, and of course you can make the mistake of associating with one side or the other without, understanding that you shouldn't try to look at all sides, but it just immediately hits you. It's not going into a extreme level of qualifications and explaining each term in so much detail that it becomes meaningless to read something like that. Like I've tried to wrestle with those also, but much more of a direct thing which immediately hits you, and then you have to critically think about what it is doing to you also, and yeah. So and I think it is a interesting path that to take, to read widely if you are so inclined, and read great literature and great philosophers, great thinkers on psychology and society, and religious scriptures. I think are very, very powerful. I wish more people read them regularly across traditions. You don't have to be narrow-minded about it. There's wisdom to be had. Whether it's...
Tell me a bit more about this, because many people who will read your Plato and Aristotle and so on, and who will read sort of Western philosophy, and who will read these great novels, will also be of a rationalist bent of mind, where they will say that, we don't want to engage with religious scriptures, and at best that they might have an anthropological value in explaining why people thought or behaved a particular way, and that's how they kind of sort of think about it. But you've been speaking, and our previous episode, of course, was on the role of religion in Indian society as well, and that was very illuminating. But what you're sort of saying is that that's a wrong way to think of religion, that religion plays a central central role in our society and in our existence, and that if we are open to it, there is a lot of value to be had from religious scriptures. In fact, Pratap Bhanu Mehta once, while speaking about his own religiosity, spoke about the purest form of religion, what he got from the elders in his family, as being a form of deep skepticism, right? So I forget the exact terms he used, but it was a very sort of, it gave me a different picture into what an engagement with religion can be like, which was quite different from the normal, one that is full of blind faith and superstition and idolatry and all of that. So tell me a little bit about the role that religion has played in your life and in your thinking.
So I'm not religious in the sense that I don't go to a temple regularly. I pray sometimes, but it's not something which is but I'm more, philosophically religious in that sense. So it's much more like, so as I said, that I have to understand the nature of a consciousness to begin with. We have an unconscious, and the language of the unconscious is symbolic, and it doesn't speak to us in the language that we speak of. And I think that's the level at which religious, whether it's mythology or even the more abstract texts speak to that level within us. And therefore, it's a very humbling experience, because the experience of religion is basically the experience of the numinous, right? It's a sense of numinous. And it can be represented as some god that transcends the world, or it's something can be represented more psychologically, some people represent it, or it can be represented in the sense of the Brahman, that Brahma that exists, and we are basically, our Atman is it is the same as that, or differently. There are different ways in which this has been put in different traditions. But the core common point, I think, is the experience of this numinosity, which basically the religion is supposed to give you. And that's a humbling experience. That's a very humbling experience, because you are, if you start associating with your gods, psychologically, then you can have a huge ego inflation, and you can actually be the worst kind of religious person, because while if you actually think about it as one consciousness experiencing the presence of numinous, then it's a much more humbling experience. Actually, it's much more about your journey as a individual soul or consciousness, or whatever you may call it, towards a particular kind of spiritual experience. Or like, one of the things that I always remember when I think about religion, I don't think about it all the time, but is that when I was like 12 or 13 years old, our family has a guru. He passed away a few years ago. He had an ashram in Mathura, and I asked my uncle, just like a naive kid, about how do you know somebody is a guru? So he said something very interesting, that the way to tell is that the guru will always, or the person who's enlightened, will always treat everybody alike, whether it's a prime minister of the country or somebody who's completely under destitution or powerless, so to speak. He will treat everybody alike. That's the one test he gave me, that if you want to know who's the real guru, he's not going to treat the prime minister in a special way because of some ceremony or something. We'll treat him the same way as anybody else. And that was, as a kid, it didn't mean anything to me. I said,
but to test this, you need an available prime minister.
No, I'm kidding. That was a test. Prime minister is one, but any level, class differences, anything, skin color, all of that. So at the kid, I said, what does it even mean? How can you treat everybody alike? But as you grow older, you realize that's the truth of it, right? When you're truly religious or truly, spiritual in that sense, then you actually see some very humbling experience. It's experience of equality in some ways, that we are all, in the most important way, is equal. All the surface level differences, intelligence, wealth, all that alike, in the most important ways we're equal, and that's represented in different ways. So, for example, in some Western traditions and Abrahamic traditions, it's some god, and against that you're equal. So there's one, and in our tradition, it's represented differently, and the experience and paths are different. I'm not saying they're the same thing. They're offering different paths. Whether they're leading to the same thing or not, I don't know. I'll experience that hopefully later in my life. I don't have the kind of religious experience that is required to comment on that. But these are the things that I think are, as you actually practice this thing and think about it and engage with it seriously, that This is what really, I mean, one doesn't have to, but I link it to democracy also in some senses, that, these are the kind of values in some ways that democracy could use more of, that a guru who treats everybody alike, and a citizen who genuinely and deeply experiences equality, and not pays too much attention to the surface level differences that exist between us. And that's something, actually. So I've also gone through many phases. I had a very naive belief early on, which was, as a kid, like literally every day pray, and there's Lord Shiva, there's this, there was deities to bow in front of, and it's a ritual, much more of a ritual. It still comforts and calms me very much, but that I kind of outgrew in my 20s itself. Like I didn't have that kind of a naive belief anymore. So then I had a long march back. That march is too long to talk about here. Hopefully, once the march is complete, I'll have something to say about it. But it's been a long, long march.
Once the march is complete, you'll be giving 5-hour slots to every podcaster because you have to treat everyone equally. So, where are we then? So, earlier I'd asked about whether your background set you apart from the other sort of people you worked with in the policy space or the quote-unquote intellectual circles of Delhi. Let me come at that question from another angle, where one fixes the lens on the intellectual elites of Delhi, as it were. You've written this lovely essay on Tocqueville, which of course I'll link from the show notes, where you quote Blaise Pascal as saying early on, quote, "What a great advantage to be of noble birth, since it gives a man of 18 the standing, recognition and respect that another man might not earn before he was 50. That means winning 30 years start with no effort." Stop quote. And this, of course, is a comment on privilege of sorts that we should be aware of, but it's also a comment on how so many of these intellectual elites and policy elites and all of that, everything kind of just fell into their lap. They were born in a particular place, in a particular time, perhaps in a particular family, and this was an easy sort of route to take. You do your PhD in a foreign university, perhaps. In the course of things, you come back a quote-unquote expert in a particular subject with a particular kind of lens, which is the fashionable lens at the time, which might have been acquired from wherever you studied and all of that. And you're on a groove, and it's a set groove, and it's a set path. And it is natural when one is on that path to not gain epistemic humility, or, not to use fancy terms, but to not gain the humility to recognize that you're often wrong, that maybe the lens that you were indoctrinated with might be the wrong lens, might be simplistic, might be looking at the wrong things, that there is more to the world, that you have to, first engage in good faith and with respect different points of view, that, you can't just sit back and pass judgment on people all the time. You have to make that effort to get down and dirty and really understand what's going on. And everything that I'm saying sounds incredibly harsh, but it's certainly my view of a lot of the so-called Lutyens elite that I see around me. And that is one thing that I think Modi is absolutely right on. I think, as everybody knows, I've opposed Modi so strongly that I've been mobbed, I've faced threats, all that shit has happened, especially after I opposed Demon from day one. So I'm like, at one level, the biggest opponent in the policy sphere. But he's right about this. And this is perhaps one reason that, that a lot of people instinctively support him on this issue, because there is that sort of understanding that our clueless elites led us down the wrong path, tried to reshape our country in a way that, didn't, wasn't in consonance with what the country really was. And what is happening today is pushback. So give me a sense of these elites, because, and I don't want to sort of make it sound as if every individual who works with you is a scoundrel or something like that. I know many of these individuals. I am, in a sense, one of the privileged elites. Many of these people are my friends. But there is a systemic problem that we keep going on and on about an idea of India that has nothing to do with India, and that we never did the hard work of trying to shape this country and shape it from within the culture and from within society. Instead, top down बैठ के हमने सोचा कि बस हम अपने high ideals से सब कुछ बदल देंगे, like the like earlier you were speaking of hypothetical constitution or lawyers who don't really want to engage in the dirty work of politics, but just change it from their pedestals and ivory towers. So tell me a little bit about sort of this community, and I suspect you're going to be very diplomatic because you are, after all, in their midst. And
Yeah, who wants to be a class enemy? But yeah, I mean, so you said earlier that politics is corrupting, but intellectualism is far more corrupting, because if your job is to describe and understand the word and basically make recommendation how to make and remake it, it's impossible to be it's a very unnatural thing, right? It's a very unnatural thing to be done at scale. When you think about large society, complex adaptive systems, which are kind of evolving and emerging, and you try to describe them in a way which is not sufficiently complex in representing that reality and is much more of a top-down perspective of it, then it's impossible to get it right. I mean, for the most part, unless you completely reorient yourself and talk in a language which is respecting of the complexity of that reality. And whether it's a social reality or economic or political, or different spheres, and all of them are overlapping, all of that. So it is extremely difficult. And one of the most common things that all of us fall to different degrees is intellectual pride. That just because we know a little, we have read a little, and we can quote a few serious, where we can, from Dworkin to Kant, we can quote people who sound serious. We think that we have some special knowledge. It's something that the best of us have can fall for. And I mean, so have I. I mean, it's not like I've never said anything about let's do this in this way, which underwent many assumptions behind it, right? There was not there were recommendations based on things that one thought one knew, and then later one thought that maybe one was not right about it. So so the fundamental thing is that it's very hard to do this. That think tanks and working in, bringing intellectualism to this is to begin with very difficult to get it right. But I mean, there are obviously, as you said, many shades of this. Like if you work closely with people who have a sense of constraints, you're working on specific problems that you're trying to solve in a democratic way. The role of the intellectual or expert in democracy is a very small role. It's a very limited role. Democratic processes are basically, there is a system which has been put in place constitutionally, and that system has its own internal logic to working. And even if you forget about the constitutional system and the words that are put in the constitution, that's not so important. The important thing is the reality of the way societies work, and the societies will support certain kind of constitutional practices and oppose certain kind of constitutional practices. There's nothing you can do about it because the people are sovereign. That's the fundamental thing. Everything else is just language games on top of that. So you have that, and so you have to define your role in a manner which is more modest, and so you're trying to frame issues, you're trying to bring out facts for people's attention, for the experts, for the policymakers' attentions. Policymakers have legitimacy, right? Because politicians get elected, they're elected empowered to take decisions. They don't have to go do a referendum every time. They have some limited amount of power for which they have some power, a limited amount of time for which they have some power, and they can take a decision. You can give them all some alternatives about these are different ways, pros and cons. They still have to go and figure out what will politically be feasible or not. They have to ask their constituents sometimes, at least some stakeholders, about what would work, what would not. So there is a role, on shedding lights on facts, analyzing facts, but that is you stop there, and then you start. You accept that there is a democratic process through which things will happen, and you will often be disappointed. I worked on one particular reform for 3 years. 3 years I've devoted to that one issue in my previous job. It was to reform do a particular financial sector reform on bankruptcy of financial firms. And after 3 years, it was withdrawn. In fact, from the parliament, the bill was withdrawn. And that's it. There was a democratic process. There was some opposition, and I believe there was some wisdom in the government's decision to withdraw it. It wasn't the right time, perhaps. my intellectual vanity was certainly hurt that, hey, I have worked on this, and I was a very small part of it. I'm not elected. I'm not even an IS officer. I'm working inside a system which has its own kind of ways of working. I have some bit of expertise. I've done research in that area for many years, and I've worked on it for at least 6-7 years even previously. So I had some ideas, but that's, a very those ideas are not there for nobody's waiting for those ideas to come. Oh wow, you've now saved me. So that, I think, is very important. The most important thing to avoid is intellectual pride, which all of us usually fall for. And I think the best way to avoid is to accept that you don't know anything, actually, pretty much. But there are also other kind of problems that emerge in the way these things are happening, that there are more localized games, right? That some intellectual and some politicians are in a happy relationship, like, okay, I'll give you certain ideas that look very good on surface, will give you some short-term wins, and the politicians say, yes, it sounds something I can work with. Whether the long-term impact will be good or not is something which the intellectual actually has a duty to actually do the right kind of advice and not get too political about it, that, okay, what will help this person win elections only. That's obviously a constraint that the person has to worry about, the politicians to worry about. Intellectuals will worry about the general equilibrium impact, about what are the common good, how, and long term, how it will be served. I think there are quite a few compromises that are often made, and again, by individuals. It's not a comment on everybody. There are lots of people who don't do it like that. But I think if some distance is maintained, some principled distance is maintained, and you say, okay, I'm here to do research and put out analysis and ideas, and it's a privilege, right, to be paid to read and think and write, analyze things, and I'm not playing the power game so much, then it's more kind of enriching for both sides, I think. Where the intellectual class can serve the political class better, and political class can benefit from the intellectual expertise better. And also, you can be true to your sphere, and this is what breaks down often, because everything is political. There is a personal is a political, this is political, that is political. If everything is political, then is there anything else which is to be considered, or is power the only thing that really matters? And so as I said, intellectual pride is one thing, but also greed in some ways. Greed, hunger for power that can get into this, and epistemic humility is then shaped by all these other things, right? Like, if you are really in it for the reason of seva, so to speak, service, then you will sooner or later figure out that you were wrong and you don't understand much, and therefore you need to be humble, and you need to know that you are just one citizen among 1.4 billion. All of them have the same vote. Just because you read a little bit, you don't know much. In fact, reading is one way to understand the word, and data analysis is one way to understand the word. Experience is another. Business people know a lot. I talk to a lot of business people. They have a lot more wisdom about Indian political economy that all the political economy researchers put together, including me. Some of them, not all, because those who reflect about their word and who have lived through the last 30 years of Indian economy and have thought about it deeply. Some of the civil servants have deep wisdom about. Politicians generally have a lot of wisdom about how the society works and what is possible, what is not possible. Most of them, actually. So I think a much more of a modesty is required from this class, I think, and a little bit more honesty about what our role is, and again, being true to the virtues of being an analyst and an intellectual or a thinker or a researcher in policy space. I think generally quite a few people do have that. I worked with quite a few of them. I still work with some of them, and I admire them. I learn from them. I'm trying to be like them, more like them, and I need to see more role models of that type, And so otherwise, if you're only looking for power or a lot more attention all the time, the whole thing is going in the direction of eyeballs. The game is of eyeballs, getting more and more views, and getting access. Access comes at a cost. It's not so easy. But that's the game. Everybody, the philanthropists pay for access and impact and all of that. So there's a complex system in which different things have to realign a little to get good practices flourishing and bad practices diminishing. in this, as it is in other domains. And overall, I think the space is expanded. There are now more think tanks and universities. There are more things to be done, more specialized areas of work. Also, somebody who wants to do tech policy can do tech policy, other areas. But ultimately, I think because you are here to serve society, you have to first understand the society a little bit, no? Like try to make sense of, I mean, maybe all the major premises, like in major premise, minor premise, conclusion. So all the major premises don't come from you only, right? People have their own preferences. Like they want certain things. Why are you here to impose your values upon them to transform their lives? Who are you? You're one citizen. And to get that through shortcuts, that I'll get this one, order passed or something, is really, vitiating the democratic atmosphere. And in some ways, I think Mr. Modi goes overboard in his populist rhetoric. But it's a symbol, right? Just think about it. He said Khan market. How many people in India know Khan market? Only people. It's a Delhi thing, right? But it somehow resonates in other parts also, because every place has its Khan market. And there's something to be said about that kind of a rhetoric working. Why is it working? So and therefore I think there is some need to understand why something like this work. I don't think populist politics is a good thing in democracy. It's a perversion of democracy, and but democracy is perverted in many ways, not just populism.
Yeah, and I think just speculating aloud, when I look at either some of the Latvians elite, or whether I look at many people taking harsh, strident stands on Twitter, for example, I see two simultaneous, things driving this. And one is intellectual laziness, that you've arrived at a frame through which you look at the world, and now you don't want to put in the cognitive energy to modify that frame, or to engage with other ways of looking at the world, or to enter a deep, meaningful discourse where you're not lecturing someone but you're actually engaging with them. And the second drive is a drive to sanctimony, that it makes all of us feel virtuous if you're giving lectures on morality to others, if you're condemning others, if you're passing judgment, and that sort of becomes problematic.
So, see, this is happening because of influence. We want to influence. Influence requires certainty, at least appearance of certainty. Even if you may be a little bit doubt inside, you have to appear that you are certain so that you can make a claim. To make a claim, you need to appear at least somewhat sure yourself, right? Otherwise, why would other person say that this is something worth listening to? And so, one thing is epistemic certainty, other is moral superiority. That is also required for influence, because you have to not just say that you're sure about this, so this is a morally better thing to do. And both are actually, if you think carefully, are important for influence, but also in a way intellectually and morally corrupting in some senses, that you have to pretend to have a particular position which you may actually inside you have many doubts about.
Great point. The first time we met in Bombay. Our mutual friend Kumar Anand, God bless his soul, introduced us.
God bless him.
God bless him. He's alive, by the way. We are talking like he's very much alive. Shout out to Kumar. And I think we met at Car Social, was it? And someplace. And one of the things that immediately you and I were on exactly the same page was demonetization, where both of us felt equally strongly, and we both agreed that it was a litmus test for us, whether you're really a liberal or you're not, in terms of, the classical sense of the word liberal. And I later wrote a piece called the Beware of the Useful Idiots, which was an editorial for the online magazine I edited, Pragati, where my argument was that any economist who supported demonetization was either a bad economist or a bad human being, because demon was just so evidently daft and dangerous, and, like I keep saying, the largest attack on property rights in human history. And that also shows how some of our intellectual elites are not driven by what they project as a power of ideas or believing in certain principles, but rather other kinds of contingencies. Like many of the people who supported Demon were people who had allied themselves with the government because they thought ki theek hai, they'll bring about the change we want. At least that was their reasoning then. But even when they saw that this government was far more statist than previous ones, and were doing completely daft and dangerous things like demonetization, they continued rationalizing that, they continued supporting that. At one hand, of course, the government had given out this order to all its house dogs, as it were, that, defend Demon. But many of them did it. Many of them actually did it. Many of them wrote columns and came on TV supporting demonetization when you and I know that they knew that it was a disaster, and yet they, willfully lied. And that makes me, and there are two thoughts connected with this. And one is that a lot of what people claim to believe in is a front to themselves and to others. And people are more tribal than they are principled, by and large, with exceptions.
Yeah,
And
we are also in to some extent. I mean, let's not have an assumption in this conversation that you and I are morally superior to others.
No, I'm
that
not-
is one part of the
I'm not.
humility we have to have. Yeah.
Let me finish. So, no, the thing is, just to address that, and that's which is why I don't like labels being attached to me anymore, and which is why, why does a person like me? I mean, in a sense, I have no friends, right? In the ideological space, because I've attacked everyone because I'm just going by my principles. It doesn't mean that there is no circumstance in which I won't compromise. Who knows? You put me in a dungeon and you torture me and you make me watch Shah Rukh Khan movies all day. Even I will bend at some point. But in general, we've avoided tribalism, which is something I can confidently say. Whereas, and this is something I'm lamenting. I'm not. I'm just lamenting that, like earlier you said, that we do things for reasons that we ourselves may not understand. What is going on in our subconscious, we don't know most of it. So that's sort of one thing I saw during that kind of made me feel that, people are more tribal than they are principled, even when they appear principled. We saw this in the US with the Republican Party, where so many Republicans supported Trump despite the fact that Trump stood against so many of the principles of the Republican Party, like on trade, for example, where his positions are identical to Bernie Sanders. So is this something that kind of strikes you, that people have chosen sides and they are going with those sides? Is nuance therefore difficult in these times for a person like you who works in the sphere of ideas?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, that there is a cost in terms of some influence that you will have to pay at least for some time, maybe forever, because I mean, the times are such that if you want to be autonomous, you will be isolated. So, and it's just two sides of the same coin right now. But the times can change. And when demonetization was a very disappointing time, because many people I know who should know better, I mean, still said something different from what I mean, it was very apparent to me, I mean, what was going on and the harm that it would do, not just in terms of direct harm, but also unsettling the assumptions about the way policies are made in India and implemented, the process and kind of diligence that it has gone, and the direction of India's policy making in some ways was completely, it was a shock event to that, right? There was a general directionality of more openness and liberality, a little bit more policy certainty they were trying to establish. Even between 2014 and 16, the government had stabilized the economy in many ways. They had taken quite a few sensible decisions. And certainly 2.5 years into the government, this thing was announced. And I wish there had been more civil society, at least among intellectuals, economists, there had been a little bit more skepticism about even trying something like this. And I think more than economics can justify many things, because it depends on the assumptions you make about the future, right? It's a future assumption it's an analysis of future impact and which variables you consider. So some people highlight the digitization and all of that. It's more full political philosophy, right? What is the political philosophy that you have that you would support a decision like this, as a citizen, and that to take in such a way, which was completely sudden and arbitrary and in my view at least harmful and wrong. So but that's the thing, everybody has their reasons. They have their reasons to do what they do. But I agree that wherever tribalism comes in, that tribalism becomes a reason, and then it substitutes many other reasons, the reasoning and the rationality that should go into at least decisions for people like us who are in that luxurious space of thinking carefully, analyzing data and having scenarios of the future and saying what are the plausible scenarios, typical way in which you do policy analysis. If you have that and you don't exercise that, it's much more tribalism, it's harmful. That's why I think that, yes, politics is very important. It is the main way in which you organize society. Politicians are the ones who have greatest legitimacy in a democratic setting to take decisions and all of that. And democracy has rewarded that decision in some ways. they have won the election and all of that, and it's very important, and that is the way in which our society settles these questions. I mean, there is nothing else. But each one of us has our duty, right, to to when we think that something is going to do some harm, and we have some basis to say that, and we have thought carefully about it, then we put it out, and hopefully some people will listen to it, some course correction will happen, and all of that. And that is our role. And whether democracy will listen to us, whether people will listen to us, whether the politicians will listen to us, is not something that we can really control. We are, I mean, our influence is a matter more of our time than our own self, or what happens with the ideas that we have. And so I humbly say that in you and I for sure thought it was a harmful decision, not just in the short term cost, but also the long term impact on the political economy of India. It disrupted many things that were underpinning our growth, in my view. And but reasonable people can always disagree. I mean, somewhat reasonable people can disagree about the economics of it, but the political philosophy, the kind of citizens, I mean, perspectives that came out, I thought, because the way it was presented, it was like a fight against corruption, right? It was a sacrificial kind of a process through which you fight and cleanse your body politic of corruption. And that became very difficult to oppose for many people. Politically appeared like if you're opposing demonetization, you're opposing corruption. People like us who wrote about it in a critical way, analytically, I mean, we had to go to extra lengths to say that, we are not supporting corruption, quote unquote. Corruption is a complicated business, and we can come to talk about that a little later if you want, what is corruption and what is not. But at that time, it was a pretty binary situation, and quite a few people, I mean, disappointingly, for tribal reasons or for reasons of appearing virtuous at that time, basically said that, hey, this is at least it's an experiment worth trying. Or they said that this is going to work, all of that, which without offering enough evidence of why it may be. And even now there are lots of people who defend that decision. Even after these many years, they still think that it worked. So I guess there is a possibility that I may be wrong about it, and I have to accept that because I don't know everything, obviously. But I still hold the view that it was a wrong decision.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, we still have to do what we have to do, even if it seems futile. The dharma of the wolf is to howl at the moon. How's that for a line?
Dharma
of the wolf is to howl at the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So let's get back to your...
Or in the way Bello puts it. Bello writes about that dog who's looking up about what is he thinking. And, he's like... he's ruminating on the limitations of the canine condition and asking the god to open the universe a little more.
Yeah, actually, dogs behave with a lot more. I think dogs are perhaps less self-delusional than humans in the sense that no dog would really do that. Right, so let's get back to your sort of personal story. And what I know of your past is really from when you joined NIPFP in 2011 and, worked with the finance ministry after that, eventually joined Carnegie in 2018. But bring me to a sense of your journey in the sense that what was your early conception of yourself and what brought you to NIPFP to begin with? And just give me a sense of, how did you look at yourself and the things you wanted to do and so on and so forth?
Yeah, so I actually didn't have a plan to get into the policy space. I just met this person who was at NIPFP, he was a professor at NIPFP, Ajay, you know that, we were common friends. And he had come to a conference that I organized in my previous job. I had helped organize on financial system reforms. And at that time, a commission was being set up, Financial Sector Legislative Reforms Commission, and they were looking for researchers to work on that. And he made me an offer to come and join and work for the commission. It was a 2-year commission, so a good amount of time to work on something. Usually policy work often gets done in very short period of time and it's not very satisfying because they're very short turnaround times. But this was a 2-year thing. So I thought it would be interesting to do it for 2 years and then come back and do work, go into private sector or whatever it was, microfinance or anything that I mean, whatever my experience at that time working on. So I joined in 2011, basically, National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, which is a I mean, basically a policy research shop, but it's under it's a autonomous body promoted by the government. So it's you work mainly with the government, closely with the government, and you do some research also. I mean, of your own. And I stayed there for almost 8 years. And main work there was to do policy research. I worked on different projects. I worked with different ministries and departments and government agencies, and I really enjoyed that work. So what I had thought I'd do for 2 years, I ended up doing for 8 years.
And so, give me a sense of the insides of the beast. How does government work? Like, NIPFP, of course, worked closely with the finance ministry. You were a consultant for the finance ministry
For a short period.
for a
6
short
months
period later on.
Yeah.
So, how does government work? Because the general sense that you have from the outside is of, very sclerotic, very slow, bureaucratic, a lot of discussion, not much gets done, committee per committee, all of that. But give me a sense from the inside of how it works, and how was it, like, what were your expectations of it going in? And what did you discover once you were there, which was different from what you had expected?
So I actually didn't have a very clearly formed view of what the government would be. There were some stereotypes, but I mean, not much of a hard view as such. And when I had a bit of a soft landing because I worked for a commission, not directly with a ministry or department or agency of government, worked with a commission, which was an expert body set up under a former Supreme Court judge, and we had very good, leading economists, former regulators, experts, and a good bunch of researchers working together. Mostly lawyers and economists. I was an outsider. I'm neither a lawyer nor an economist. A bit of a odd one out there. But I really enjoyed working and learned a lot from these lawyers and economists and the regulators and the civil servants, and also the judge who was leading it. And it was a soft landing because although it was work for a government policy research, reform project, it wasn't in the heart of the beast, so to speak. That you're not actually changing policy immediately. It's just research and analysis and presenting a set of ideas that may work. That was the thing, and it was 2 years. So 2 years is a good time to do this. It's a right amount of time to think about a problem and a set of problems. And I worked on a couple of areas intensively in that. Collaborated with some people and learned a lot from them. And some of those people had been doing policy research for years earlier. And then actually after that I had a more direct interaction. So again, my role was very small, to be very, very clear. It's a policy researcher, right? You're not a decision maker, you're not an IAS officer, you're not a politician, you didn't get elected, nor did you crack a difficult exam many years ago. So you are here to provide analysis. And so once the commission submitted its report, it became about implementation. So parts of it was taken and implemented in some ways. Inflation targeting grew out of it in some ways. There was a reform of capital controls that was done where powers were divided between government and RBI. Some reforms have come out of that process, and it was basically done by bureaucrats. So joint secretary is the key rank, and joint secretaries are the ones who drive the work because they had a division, and then secretaries have to support, ministers to support. Many things go to the cabinet for approval. And one of the main things about government is that it's a relatively low capacity organization. It really struggles. It's a very difficult thing to do things because you don't have the kind of capacity. There are smart officers inside who really know a lot, or at least have the capacity to quickly pick up because they have moved from one department to another, which is completely unrelated subject. They quickly pick up. But the below director level, bureaucracy is very, very weak. In terms of just the number of people, also the kind of quality that you get in terms of training that you provide them, the kind of expertise that they have. So it's a constant struggle to do anything. So they do value outsiders like us who are working in a semi-sarkari government kind of think tank and helping them out, So they did value, and there was a lot of kind of interest in from secretary, joint secretary, minister to kind of get help and get some support, research support and analytical support to push things forward a little bit. And so one thing that happened when I was working in this area, I'll talk more about other things that I did, is that I developed a lot of empathy for people who work in government, whether it's the ministers or the IAS officers, that I really felt that it's a very difficult situation, and they are taking, partly they're responsible for it, because government of India has taken on too many responsibilities, and for us, for our stage of development, it is trying to take on too many things, more things than it should. I mean, we should have a much smaller things of set of issues that government is trying to solve, and others you should just leave to civil society and markets, and accept it. But on some, for reasons which I don't fully understand, our democracy makes many demands, and for reasons that again I don't understand, our political leadership is not able to resist those demands. So. Ministry of Agriculture is a state subject. It has 30 joint secretaries. So why should a government of India have 30 joint secretaries working in a ministry which is a state subject? But still, they're not able to raise these demands. So, I mean, again, as I said, democracy. So there are things that are done which our intellectual worldview may find a little odd or inefficient, but allocative efficiency may appear bad, but it is done. So it's very difficult because you've got a small number of IAS officers and a small number of other civil servants, revenue services, audit and accounts and all that, who have to do a lot of these things. And the lower bureaucracy is very, very weak. Also, I mean, in the 90s, there was a drop in the hiring of IAS officers to the UPSC process. So again, that middle bureaucracy is very, very small. And the same number of same officers basically going around and doing things. So that was the one big, change, is becoming more empathetic and understanding of the constraints. So one of the most important things in government to understand the constraints within which things are done. James Q. Wilson, the great political scientist, has a great book on bureaucracy. It's worth reading. Everybody should read it. So his whole frame is to understand government through constraints. That there are things you should never compare a government organization with a private organization, and don't have a simplistic thing that some private CEO will come and transform government. Cannot be done because they can add value for sure, but for that they have to first be empathetic towards the situation of the government. Government cannot hire or fire. Government cannot procure freely from wherever. It has to follow due process. Government cannot just decide without following a very complex set of laws. There's also jurisprudence, and there are many things that the government is held to, and the government doesn't really choose its own priorities. There's a complex democratic process through which priorities are chosen. They can change. You start working on a policy project, and then government changes, and suddenly the priorities have changed. These are very significant constraints, right? And you see that when you actually work in the government, you see how things happen. So, in fact, some of the most satisfying work I did was this commission called Expenditure Management Commission. I was coordinating research for the whole commission, which was again 2 years. And we looked at the entire central government expenditure and trying to understand how its operational efficiency can be improved, not allocative. Allocative is political business, but where can we do a little better in implementation and trying to get more bang for the buck, so to speak. The report is not public, so I can't talk anything about it at all. It's still confidential. But I'm talking about the process. So there, the commission was basically, led by a senior economist and also a former public servant. It had another economist as a member. It had some couple of bureaucrats, one serving, one retired as members. And then the research team was basically, the staff was mostly all civil servants. And what I really enjoyed about working in that commission was that I could have a sense of where the binding constraints are. See, that's one of the most important things in policy, is that you may have some abstract notion of here is the system and there it should be. But what is the next step? See, you can have some, UK is doing this, US is doing that, but you can't go from here to that, and maybe that is not the right path for you because your path is different, and therefore you can take a different kind of optimal path. But there's the next step, and that is about easing the binding constraints that are most important right now. And people who are in the thick of things, these civil servants, and if they're reflective and thoughtful, and if you work closely with them, they know that very well. If they get the opportunity to reflect on it, and like which we did for 2 years, we got an opportunity to reflect and think about what can be done to improve government procurement, expenditure efficiency, and in health and education, expenditure efficiency, subsidies, all of that stuff that we looked at, public sector enterprises, autonomous bodies, everything, defense, all of that. And then you actually have a sense that you're talking to something which matters now. And not painting some, most of the policy work is basically best practice type. Hey, look at this, UK, US did it, and do 5 countries study, and then why doesn't India do this? There's many things that these countries do that we don't do. We are in the bottom third in the world in per capita income, and in almost all measures we are, I mean, in the bottom half in the world. So why compare only with frontier? So, and not even compare with others. Look at your own path and say, okay, where can we go next? And that's where I think this, because these civil servants, the good ones, who are reflective and have opportunity to think about these things, work with researchers closely, they can identify the binding constraints and find an optimal next step, which is what matters. Ultimately, you have to evolve to the next step, then the next after, and then in a generation or two, many problems will get solved. If you try to say that the ultimate objective, which anyway you can't say, right? You can't see what would be the right institutional design. It's not again, you will fall for the planning and top down design kind of a trap. So yeah, the understanding of constraints, empathy of for difficulty of capacity and political demands and all of that. The most disappointing was that work that I did on the reform of financial resolution, where for 3 years I was at it as a researcher only. It's a small role, but I was really in the thick of it, working on it almost continuously. And at the last moment when it had to be passed, it got withdrawn from the parliament, and it was a disappointing moment, but it was a really instructive moment on how political economy works. It was also very humbling that, okay, maybe it'll happen later. I think it is an important reform to pursue, but it didn't get pursued. I did some work on infrastructure a little bit, but most of my work was on financial sector reform and regulation, and financial sector reform and on public finance. So my subject matter expertise, such as it is in these areas, but I have a lot of meta kind of insights on how to work with government and what I did. I mean, what worked and what didn't work, which I just talked about mostly. I didn't get into the subject matter as much. But yeah, I mean, government is a completely different creature from companies, and it will always be permanent. It's a permanent fact. Always be very different from. You can bring a little bit of so-called private sector experience into it, have a little more alignment of incentives and all of that, but not a whole lot can be done on that front.
So you mentioned James Q. Wilson, and we were talking about virtue earlier, and one book I remember reading of Wilson was a book called The Moral Sense.
Moral Sense, right.
And I read this around the same time as A Moral Animal by Wright, though I liked Wright's book more because it seemed more right to me. Just kidding. Again, about state capacity, I have an episode with Karthik Muralidharan on this, and I've discussed this so many times actually. Completely, I mean, Fukuyama gave an interesting frame of looking at the state, which is a frame of scope and strength. And with the Indian state, it's the scope is too much, the strength is too little. Yeah. We do too many things badly while we should do a few things really well, which kind of becomes a problem. So it is simultaneously the case that the state is, in too many places, but it is also incredibly weak, as you pointed out. So here's a question. It strikes me that when you are in this policy field, your mindset has to be different in two fundamental ways from anything else you did before. One is that any change, if it happens, will be incremental. It will be a tiny thing. You can aim for the moon, but things move really slowly and you'll just get incremental and you won't get big moonshots working out. That's number one. And even those incremental change at scale can make a huge difference to people, but in ways that cannot be traced back to you or quantified sometimes.
Yeah, that's the good part of it, that you never get any credit for it.
Yeah, and the second, which also ties in with the credit thing, is that your rhythm of looking at what you are doing and why you're doing has to slow down a lot, because you're really playing the long game. That you may work on something for 3 years and nothing may happen. And sometimes you'll work on something for 15, 20 years and then change will happen. And, and when it does, sometimes, change can happen really fast and in dramatic ways. But by and large, you're playing the long game. There's no immediate gratification. There's no payoff. If you're working in a company, for example, and you implement something, wo payoff dikhta hai. Agle quarter mein sales will go up or sales will go down. Shit will happen. New branches will open. You see the payoff. Here, you don't see a payoff. There is no credit. There is no causality that can be kind of given to you. Your validation doesn't come from measurable results, right? So at one level, you have to sort of be internally driven. Yet, I would imagine, given human nature, that most people in any field are not internally driven. They are ticking boxes, going through the motions within the set group that they are. And some people in every field will be internally driven and will be dynamic. Sometimes that is just because of incentives. Like if you're the founder of a startup, you're going to be way more driven than somebody three rungs down the ladder. And sometimes that's just the kind of person you are, that whatever you do, if you're doing something you love, you're driven by it, even if you're, not too high up or there isn't gratification. So, what this change in mindset, am I sort of characterizing it accurately? Are there things you'd like to add to it? And what was the experience for you coming from, a private world to the world of where you're working with government, and change happens at a glacial pace, and there are all these obstacles and so on and so forth?
Yeah, so two, three factual things is that one is that when it happens, the impact is huge. And I wouldn't say that I'm completely indifferent to the impact. That obviously we do this because we want things to change and we want things to improve, and subject to democratic agreement and consensus building, all of that, the best possible path that is possible. Sometimes it's second best, but at least when it happens, the impact is very large, and it can be quite satisfying to see that impact. That okay, you had a small contribution to your society, even if nobody ever knows about it, and it's, you are part of the society.
Can you give examples of this from your own work?
No, I don't want to attribute anything to myself, because everything I did was in teams.
Can you give examples of this from your team's work?
Yeah, I can. Again, the credit should go to politicians. 100% of it.
Sure.
0% should come to anybody else. But there's been a cleanup of capital controls regulation in India. There has been introduction of inflation targeting in India. There has been a push for consumer protection regulation improvements in finance in India. There's been quite a bit of expenditure management reform in the last several years, a few years since we worked. I can't say anything specific because the report is confidential. Raja Chelaiya founded NIPFP. He was our founder, and he was a great tax economist, public finance specialist, and also special expertise in tax. He worked for many years, on rationalizing our tax system. It was only in the late 90s that we actually got to this 30% tax rate that we now have, right, under the third front government, that UDF government that we had. So that's the other part of it, that you have to work for many years, and then there'll be a moment suddenly when things fall in place. Human beings have tried everything else before doing the right thing, so to speak, or finding a optimal kind of a solution that works at least for a particular kind of social welfare function. Social welfare function also changes, right? People have different views about what should be the social welfare function, and then you have a particular analysis assuming a certain kind of social welfare function, and then suddenly these things align and it works. Hopefully it's a good thing. It will work, because some of the reforms we did in the 90s, the thinking goes back to 70s also, right? There were committees set up in the late 70s, 80s. People like Mr. Ahluwalia and all, they were preparing proposals for reform.
I had an episode with Montek where he talks about how from the late 70s.
Yeah, late 70s itself, the work started. And then the payoff for the society, not for the person who worked on it, we are here to serve, happened many, many years later. Some of them may have passed away in the process. Raja Chelaiya worked on tax reform for many years, and things got better gradually. But the genuine kind of settlement of the current relatively better tax regime that we have on the direct tax side came in the late 90s. And I think that's the way it is, that many of the things that we work on will never get implemented. Some that will get implemented may have a huge impact, some will have a smaller impact, but generally you will have a significant kind of impact. And then the timing may mismatch, that you may have done something and it's there in the file system, and then 5 years later you are doing something else, but it gets implemented. Even now I get calls from people I worked with, oh, okay, why was this drafted? We are now pushing it through to the system, putting up a cabinet or whatever, and then we need a clarification of this, because institutional memory is required to interpret why it was done. Even now, literally last week, so this is a part of that, the way the system works. And again said, it's a democratic system, and there are many people who can say no to something and then can literally stop it from happening, and that's good, because many mistakes don't get made because people like me may recommend something very bad also and harmful, and then it doesn't get through. So thank God, because if it hadn't been done, we would have been feeling much more guilty. So I have faith that, okay, at least now, I mean, if I was living in 50s and 60s and 70s, it would be very, very frustrating, because hardly any good ideas got accepted at that time, and bad ideas was taken up very easily. But now we are in a different kind of a polity, since the 90s at least. In 80s, at least the elite consensus was shifting, and now I think the shelf life is, the life from thinking about working on some analysis and bringing out something which may work and get that being heard is, a shorter period of time, and whether it gets done or not is something which cannot be controlled. It's left to the democratic processes, and that's the way to think about it. And in fact, I was at Navy for 8 years. I never got credit for anything, and it was the best time of my life. Because a lot of things got done because we were just enjoying the work. It is just so much, and it was a good place, a good team, a good set of people to learn from, work with. Most of them were motivated intrinsically because they were enjoying that work, and we had good leaders in the team who were so who kept us motivated because they also was doing it for that reason. And I think that's what it is, that it's like, why does a soldier fight? He fights for his buddies in some senses. So similarly, nation is there, but the immediate impulse comes from being a part of a particular team. So, and going through that process, we overestimate, like some of the most dangerous professions pay very little. Firemen and all, for example. But they're very dangerous. You put your life on the line. Soldiers don't get much money, but they go and put a line. Overestimate the power of material incentives in human nature. People find meaning in a variety of ways. And the question is whether you find meaning or not. And it was meaningful. The work is very meaningful. Working with government and policy reform in a low and middle income country is a very meaningful thing. And they'll never have any shortage of meaning while you're doing that.
So, earlier you had mentioned about how at various points in time, you've changed your mind about various things. So, take me through some of this, because just as an outsider from outside, my thinking about government has also changed from painting broad brushstrokes like how dysfunctional it is to still thinking it is dysfunctional, but understanding the dysfunction much better, understanding the incentives that work, understanding the pressures that people inside go through and the ways in which they fight them, So, as someone who was an insider, you began with a commission, but then you worked much more closely with them. You even consulted for the Ministry of Finance for a while, though obviously your work there is confidential, so we won't talk about it. But, what was your sense of the innards of government, and what are the ways in which you changed your mind, both about the state and also about broad ideological ideas that you might have held, before you actually got into the belly of the beast?
Yeah, so I partly answered this question in terms of what I said earlier about having some empathy for people who have to work in a very difficult situation and with lots of constraints, and understanding of those constraints before making any recommendations, and expecting things to change. And that's absolutely essential for anybody who's working on policy, to understand who you're working for or with and who you're recommending to. Absolutely essential. There is no substitute for that. In fact, if you, there's a famous quote that all happy families are alike and all unhappy families are different, unhappy for different reasons.
And
And it's quite true that if you're working in developed countries, there is a certain commonality in which way the state works there. There are different institutional design choices they have made, different varieties of capitalism, different varieties of separation of power, they have. But there is a certain more or less formality to it, and it works in a particular way. There's high capacity in most of those states. And but developing countries are each one is different. There's a different dynamic in terms of the level capacity, how it's utilized, how whether it's democratic or not. Many developing countries are not democratic, so that makes a difference. Some of them have a permanent civil service, others have a much more mix and match of permanent civil service with more of when hirings from outside. So there is when you understand who you're working with, and Indian state is a particular kind of creature, and within that each state has its own. There's a national level dynamic and there's a state level dynamic, subnational, and different agencies. If you're working with Reserve Bank of India, it's a particular kind of agency. It's very different from SEBI, for example. And so you need to understand who you're working for and working with, and try to add value in that sense. And as I said, that it's very important to try to figure out the next step. Like, how do you evolve to the next step? How to do little better than you were doing earlier? Because that's what growth is. Growth is about improving from where you are, and development is something grander, and you want to get there, some kind of a state you want to get towards. And that opinion about what that state is may also change over time, but you may have some kind of a lodestar in your mind, and you work towards it. But growth is about getting from here to there, and then from there to there, and a step at a time. And that's what I think is a big change. That earlier I used to think much more in terms of best practices. I think much more about abstract notions of what rights should be preserved, what kind of things should be pursued. But I now much more of a sense of what is possible, and also about what is possible now, in the next, given the political economy, given the way the institutions work, what would be an improvement over from where you are. Like, if somebody says, well, how should we improve tax enforcement? I'll look at more closely at where can we make some of the improvements now to the next step. And then I will not, there's no blueprint that you can actually decide, okay, in 20 years where you should be. That next step will then, in a complex kind of way, there'll be interactions with other parts of the system, with stakeholders, will then reveal the next binding constraints, and then you go further. And I think that's the most important kind of realization I've had. The second is that earlier I used to take the de jure as de facto. What I mean by that is, I used to assume that whatever is written in the rule book or laws is what happens in reality. But that's a very, very wrong assumption. It's completely wrong. In fact, more wrong than even I have fully fathomed till now. I know intellectually, but I haven't fully taken a grip on this kind of realization that, in fact, in developing countries like India, in most circumstances, laws are completely not descriptive of what actually goes on, and the way the executive implements the laws is very different from what the laws may have written or intended. And the reality is shaped much more by decisions by politicians and civil servants, and the order in which that decisions are taken is much more important than what's written in the text of the law. And the correspondence can be very, very weak between these two, and sometimes even very counterintuitive in some senses, that you've written something in the rule book, but the reality is completely different from that. You already see that sometimes when you talk about rights. Do we have this right? We've read 100, dozens of different rights into the Constitution through jurisprudence, but do you actually have that right when you go? And then the reality is very different. Similarly, on the regulatory side also, similarly on the side of regulation of businesses, side of different types of delivery of schemes and welfare programs, implementation of projects, procurement, all of that. There is a lot more goes on in terms of informal decision making, use of discretion, deal making, which may be actually developmental in its purpose and may actually work towards improving things overall. But it's a hidden way in which the state works, and unless you understand that, if you just work on policy in terms of just saying change this law to that law and things will get better, unless you can first establish that law actually is the real framework for governing reality in actuality and not just a potentiality, then you're actually barking up the wrong tree, because what matters then is basically how the people who are actually taking the decisions define their worldview, and what are the incentives that are shaping their behavior, what are their socialization that they've gone through. Those are things that become much more important. And it's not about India only. Whatever I've read about this kind of things, there are other countries also, in developing countries generally have this kind of a reality. And there are hard reasons for it, and there are softer reasons. The hard reason is the state capacity constraint, that we make many more laws than we can realistically implement. Everything will come to a logjam. We started implementing all the laws, especially on the business side in the economy. And sometimes the laws are made at a time when now the current executive is not so keen to implement them, and they do have some discretion. We may not like it, we want rule of law, this and that, but political reality is that the current executive has a lot of legitimacy to exercise some discretion about how laws are to be implemented and all. And that was a big revelation when I started actually studying this literature and also talking to lots of people in different sectors like infrastructure and all, about how they enter into a 30-year contract in a developing country which changes so fast and so many realities change and risks they were holding could go bad. What were the assumptions? And actually the assumptions were very informal. I mean, in the sense that they expected that the contract is one thing, but there will be concessions made and some reliefs will be given if things go bad, And I think that was realistic, because the contracts are by definition typically incomplete, and much more incomplete in a developing country context, where things are very disorganized, they change very rapidly, and it's just a completely different world. When you've gone through 10 years of 5% or 6% growth or 7% growth, the country completely changed, and you entered a contract for 30 years. So there are hard realities because of which discretion, some degree of informality in implementation of rules and laws is required. And then there is softer. Sometimes you actually want to exercise discretion because you have the power and you want to do certain things with that power, and the law becomes a constraint for you. And sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for bad reasons. So those are things which are on a case by case to decide. But these were, I think, the main changes in my view. Basically, the differences between having an idealized conception in my mind. I mean, even if it's a negative conception, it's still an idealized and a stereotypical conception, from having a little better understanding of how the state actually works, and like something as simple as transparency and secrecy. Earlier, I had a very simplistic notion of transparency, more transparency is better for accountability. Cliches like sunshine is the best disinfectant, all of those. But now I've kind of overcome that. I mean, in fact, a lot of my reading these days is to try to philosophically understand it, right? Like, so I read a lot more on decisionism, a lot more on utilitarianism, or what are the kind of frames in which this behavior can be understood, not just justified and rational, but understood, so that you can you can make a informed opinion about what's going on. Not have some kind of a arbitrary normative commitments which this alienates you from a reality which may actually be what it is for good reasons.
I'll double click on a couple of things, but first, why did your views on transparency change?
Yeah, so if you look at our policies on transparency, they have changed over time, right? And it is not like we had complete government transparency to begin with. In fact, the Right to Information Act came out only in this century after almost 55 years of independence or so, more than 55 years of independence. And what I think is that transparency is a means to ends. It's not an end in itself. Like I said, many things like rights and all, they're means to other ends. And in many contexts, transparency works quite well because it's important for accountability. It's important for public debate to nudge the politicians and civil servants in the right direction. And in some contexts, some specific contexts, it can be a double-edged sword, or it can even do harm to the ability of the decision maker to actually do the right thing. For example, quite a few areas in which, even in the developed countries in which there's a lot of transparency, otherwise emphasis of transparency, they keep secrecy. For example, for quite a few meetings that are held, the minutes are released after decades, right? And so you have to, what does that show? That you have to take a decision on a case-by-case basis, and when the transparency is beneficial and when it is not. It is not something that you can take as a slogan, is all I'm saying. That sunlight is always better than darkness, and democracy always dies in darkness. It's true. It's by and large true, but there are exceptions to that. In the regulation making process, there are exceptions. In the executive decision making space, not just in national security, but also in economic governance, there are exceptions to that, in which you may need a little bit more discretion to exercise, and immediate public scrutiny may actually shut out the discussion, may disincentivize genuine open discussion, difficult decisions to be taken, and much more posturing. So if you look at, for example, some of the high courts in India have started streaming their hearings. And it's a double-edged sword. I mean, there are some advantages to it, but I watch them, and some of the judges are literally posturing. They are trying to signal, they're, to quote the title of a book, quoting the people in some ways, that they're trying to signal a certain kind of persona to them and appear a certain way. So I think it's a case-by-case basis. You have to decide in what situation it will work and what situation will not work. You means the people who have the legitimacy to decide, who are, basically in the elected and custodians of a democracy, within judges and the elected representatives. They have to decide, basically.
So let's turn our attention for a moment to, a term that you've used at different parts of this conversation, which is utilitarianism. Now, my issue with utilitarianism or consequentialism is that there is a knowledge problem, that you cannot possibly forecast the future or really be able to tell what happens and so on and so forth. And therefore, you can justify any decision by saying that these are the ends that we foresee. In fact, in a different context, you were talking about de jure, de facto, and you pointed out that many people will come up with laws and things that solve the problem, and they will be mistaking intention for outcome, which is the most popular and lazy policy mistake, that people will, mistake intention for outcome and not care about the outcomes of something as long as the intentions are good. And my issue with utilitarianism is exactly that it can be used to justify really anything, because you can forecast anything about the future. It depends on what your assumptions are, and therefore it becomes a problematic frame. And therefore I think that no matter, obviously when you're framing policy because you want it to end up in the right outcomes, and you are thinking of those. But at the same time, there should be a few principles which are just normative, that they are the way they are. And we agree on some of those. For example, defending the right to life of citizens, the right to free speech, and so on and so forth. That these things should not be contextual. These things should not be case-by-case basis. So I understand your argument for, transparency in certain cases being case-by-case. I'll take some time to kind of process those examples and read your work on it. But certain things, I think, should not be looked at in a utilitarian way, because that can lead you to terrible places. Like the great utilitarian philosopher Peter Singer had once argued that in certain situations it's okay to kill an infant child, not a fetus, mind you, but an infant child, if well-being of the world goes up under certain conditions, which I think is a barbaric way to think. That there are certain things that should be considered sacred. We both agree the right to life is one of them, and I'd add other things, other negative rights like free speech and property and so on and so forth. So what's your sense of using utilitarian arguments?
Yeah, I think by default the state is a utilitarian creature. Okay, so for political reasons more than anything else, that because you're trying to appeal to a large number of people and trying to improve, or at least make the claim that you're improving their happiness, the general pressure in a democracy, especially, and even in other regimes where you need to get some degree of popular legitimacy, like Communist Party in China is seeking legitimacy through delivering certain things for the citizens. It's not just pure repression that works for them. They're doing other things as well. But in democracy, for sure, there is a general kind of pressure towards serving a large number of people and their goals, and utilitarian frame actually takes you a long way in that direction. And when you think about something like in pure utilitarian, it is what Derek Parfit is like. There is full of repugnant conclusions, especially when you think of population ethics and all. There are lots of repugnant conclusions that are there, and you have to as we as a collective have to take a view on what would be the right approach. There is no one like rule of thumb or a formula. Like even something like right to life. Obviously, we all agree right to life, but there are situations in which I support the state taking a life. Right, like there are situations of conflict in which the state will rightfully take lives, not just of invaders and people who are attacking us, but also when people who are fighting and taking up arms domestically. There are criminals who are killed in encounters, and and that was the only option. And that they are authorized to kill somebody, and the police are authorized to do that. Paramilitaries are authorized to do that. There are violations of privacy that for utilitarian purposes and actually for protecting life itself, because it's not just utilitarian ends, but also there is life against life, right? One terrorist can kill another person, so you kill the terrorist before that terrorist comes in. And the situational awareness is required, because obviously it's better to arrest and bring to justice than all of that. But there are situations in which they are authorized to do those things.
But I mean, those I imagine, like in this case, terrorists are about to shoot someone, so you shoot the terrorist, is in the case where you are defending someone's right to life by doing that. So, that is, that calculation is not utilitarian.
I mean, the system's calculation for establishing this kind of a system of authorization of violence and keep maintaining a certain kind of order is a utilitarian to basically preserve and enhance the happiness for a maximum number of people, basically, is the underlying logic. In a particular situation, that may actually require basically protecting one life from, by taking another life. But that's not all that happens, right? There is a kind of a systematic repression that is done for example, if you want to secede, for example. Secession is, in that sense, if you think about secession, it's somebody just wants to leave the republic, for example. But even then, if for the larger good of the republic or society, citizens do authorize quite a bit of violence all over the world to be able to keep that part of the body politic from leaving it. And it may not be life against life, but there are utilitarian gains of having a republic of a particular kind, which may be lost if one part leaves. So political reasoning generally, I think, supports a lot of utilitarian thinking. And there are obviously in our moral imaginations, in public imagination, some kind of a deontological commitments that we make, that saying, okay, there are these things that we think are very worthy of preserving at the individual level. That we are not thinking only at the collective, that we need to preserve life as default, and there's a certain dignity to it. With liberty we need to preserve, and there is a degree of sanctity to that, and we have put in place some systems to be able to do that, and which systems can take a decision what is to be done, and those systems have to be improved over a period of time so that they do these things well. All I'm saying is that there is no general formula that can be applied which will be universally valid. It depends on the state that the society is in. There are situations in which you have to suspend certain rights. There are situations in which you have to look the other way from these so-called deeply held values, because the larger good demands it. And that's where I think these trade-offs are made, and they're made through these systems rather than because it requires certain kind of practical judgment and situational awareness which is not available a priori. So, but suppose you say there's a particular situation and what should you do? There should be a rule book about it. If you were in a situation where every situation can be described, and you have a rule book that says, okay, this is what is to be done in that situation, then that's preferable, because every situation has been thought about, every scenario has been thought about, and you've put rules for it. But that's not possible always. So discretion comes in. Discretion means somebody has to legitimize the use of that discretion. And that's where I think we get into the territory where these trade-offs have to be justified ex post rather than ex ante,
Let's go back to what you said about, the way government functions and the ways in which you changed your mind. And one was the de jure de facto thing, where you said that we sometimes pay too much importance. We sometimes take the existing laws as being reflective of the state of the world, and they actually aren't. And it seems to me to be a very profound point. So can you dive in a little deeper into that with concrete examples so I can understand it a bit better?
So one example, obviously we've brought it up a couple of times in discussion, and I always try to bring it up whenever I can, is to look at the constitutional, protections that we have been given, so guaranteed First, by writing them into the constitution, and secondly, by reading them into the constitution through the judicial process. And if you actually go to seek relief under many of them, you may be surprised that it's not so easy to get relief. De facto protections are not what is written, and there are political and governance reasons for those, which we can discuss. The other is on the economic regulation side. There's quite a bit of work done on economies that are governed by rules and economies that are governed by deals, where basically they compare the de jure expectation of what would happen if the laws were implemented and de facto what actually happens. And they say there's no correspondence at all. Like, we spend so much time worrying about ease of doing business, which is basically a measure of de jure requirements. But same World Bank, when it did surveys, it found reality is very different. So the construction permit de jure it's supposed to take 150 days. De facto it takes 30 days. People who actually do the construction say, I got the permits in 30 days. How? Because some shortcuts were found, or some pragmatic decisions were taken on the ground and by the frontline bureaucracy, and they had some incentives. Maybe there was some corruption, maybe not. Who knows? But they got it done. It's not just of India. There are researchers who work on this who show that this is a very common phenomenon in developing worlds. As you go to developed world, this gap narrows between de jure and de facto. There can be some gaps, but the gaps in developing countries is very significant. It's the law will say one thing and the reality will be very different. So these two examples are there, and they can think about any aspect of state action. Like, one of the things is security. We were talking about utilitarianism and rights, and are we sure that the security agencies use their discretion when they should be using it? It's always a mystery, because lots of people on the ground will say, no, this was excessively used. And it's really difficult for us to find out, right? As citizens who are living very far from where this kind of a conflict is going on. And that becomes a question of who do you give the benefit of doubt to, and then of course it usually goes in one direction. So the reality is very different from what the rule book says in many parts of the world, mostly in developing countries and across the board in many areas, whether it's rights, whether it's regulations, whether it's use of power by the state for security purposes, intelligence, and so on. So I think there is this kind of a commonality in literatures across different domains, which reveals something very deep about the nature of developing countries, and much more of a kind of a decisionist orientation that exists without we actually acknowledging it.
Yeah, in fact, in our episode together, I brought up Hayek and the distinction he makes between law and legislation. And the way he defines law over there is just a way of doing things, a convention that has evolved over time from practice. For example, there may be a particular road which is built in a particular way where people just drive at 80, where it's completely okay to drive at 80, and that's what people do.
The new institutional economics scholars, they define institutions as rules of the game.
Yeah.
And what are the rules of the game? The one that actually exist, not what's written in some rule book.
Exactly.
That's a piece
So
of paper.
if you let me finish, that's what, for the sake of the listeners. So yeah, and the way he defines legislation is what we would typically call laws, which are the quote unquote laws made by the government, where on the same road they'll put a speed limit of 50, and the speed limit could just be ridiculous and no one actually follows it. So that's again a de jure, de facto sort of distinction right there.
Yeah. So it's the one that people actually follow. And in fact, the rules are many more than written in the books. So one thing is that what rules are written may not be followed, and some different rules are followed. Plus, there are other rules that the community itself has evolved. Like, people who are practicing, driving in a particular road may have evolved some kind of evolved certain kind of rules which are unwritten, not written, and neither have any correspondence with what's written in the rule book. And that's what matters. If you want to change reality, you have to first deal with reality and then say, okay, where do we move further? Because if you're playing the whole de jure versus de jure game, you're nothing to do with what actually goes on in many parts of the country, actually, not just in economy, in various, in security, in urban planning, and like, if you look at Delhi, so much illegal construction happens, right? And what does that got to do with the rules? Rules are saying very different things, but the reality is, I had to deal with this situation a year ago, and then it was a learning moment for me, that how things happen.
Yeah, and also there's a third layer. Like one layer is, of course, what the state wants the rules to be. Another layer is what society has decided the rules are because society knows how it can function and often it functions despite the state. And a third layer is when the state sets really oppressive rules and nothing would be possible, but then another third set of rules evolves under which people can find a way to do jugaad and, get past whatever the state rules might be, which is why, in a place like India, often, one, you're happy that the state capacity is so weak in some areas because it would perhaps be more oppressive if state capacity was adequate to carry out some of its rules. And two, bribery can sometimes act as grease, reducing friction and letting things actually happen. And perhaps even in that ease of business example which you pointed out, where a permit that may take 150 days actually takes 30 days, and we benefit, society benefits if it takes 30 days.
Sometimes it benefits, sometimes it harms because it's not something that everybody can get access to, and and it increases transaction costs significantly of doing it. It's better to have more reasonable rules than to have this kind of deal making going on all the time. And even if it's a deal making, it has to be more ordered, right? So that more people can, more open, so that more people can access it. But a lot of it is, yes, the state is low capacity. Sometimes it's a good thing, but often it's a bad thing also, because see, one thing is there that states' rules are there to be implemented and people can manipulate that fact. So those rules don't shape the reality for the most part, but in some ways they do. So when someone wants to invoke a rule, they can go and get it invoked by paying a bribe or something, by going after someone under some obscure rule written somewhere. So there is a problem that exists simply because there's a rule that is there in the rule book. Second is that in a way the existence of those rules threatens to crowd out the rule making that is possible voluntarily by collective action. So what happens practically is that communities do evolve their own rules, but there always a threat hanging, right? That someday the state will say, no, you can't follow these rules, we'll come and so the scary part of the state is still there. The strength is not there. The scare is still there, which is at the back of the mind for everybody. So which prevents long-term investments and all done by communities. So I'll give you an example that I myself experienced. Okay, I refer to it briefly. That about a year or so ago, I live in a South Delhi locality, which was constructed by the Delhi Development Authority. It's governed by the municipality here. And I was on the second floor, and the third floor is the top floor. The person on the top floor took control of the rooftop, which is common property, which is actually common property for all the flats. Took control and started building a new flat there. Without anybody's permission. It's illegal. She can't do it anyway. And then obviously all the neighbors got worked up and we called a meeting and we got together and we said, you can't do this. Stop it. She stopped it. Then we actually, a week or 10 days passed, and then the construction started again. Then I went and asked the neighbors what's going on. And all of them had backed off. They had said, they had basically been threatened by her that if you go after me, then I'll go after you. How will she go after them? Because they had made minor modifications to their flats. Like you have balcony, they got covered it, which is illegal in the rules, So by making small, modifications illegal, you have basically destroyed collective action. What was happening earlier is that this is one major violator who's taken control of a large common property and privatized it, basically, which is not a socially beneficial thing because we all could enjoy it earlier. And we were all together in fighting that major kind of a violation of the law and also the moral norms of society. But by criminalizing or illegalizing something very small, the state makes everybody criminal, potentially criminal, right? Because everybody is implicated in some way or the other. The laws are such that somebody wants to go after you, they'll find something to say that this guy has violated this law, like he wears black t-shirt. They'll find some obscure law which says black t-shirts in the evenings in Delhi are banned. And
this is a direct attack on me.
Yeah, it was intended to be. So this is the dynamic which we should be mindful of, that it happens in many domains, that yes, we say the law is saying one thing, reality is different, and maybe sometimes it's better. But the law being bad actually is a problem. The capacity being not used properly for solving the kind of problem they solve. For example, in this case, solving it against most blatant violation of property rights, taking control of common property is a problem. And we should, ideally, the state should basically do what it is meant to do, which is solve big problems, certain big problems, and let other people do, the community can solve many problems, markets can solve many problems, because the states want to micromanage our lives. The urban planning in India is all level of micromanagement, right? What you can construct, which direction you should have windows, this and that. Everything is regulated under the bylaws. And the big violators just get away because everybody is implicated. So nobody comes together to fight against that small percentage to do real harm. And therefore, we are not able to get collective action to the extent that we could. We still try. We have fairly active communities and all, but we could be doing much better if the state said that, okay, I leave to you. I've experienced, I've seen when the state actually leaves it, how things happen. I've seen my own, I've studied these examples, done field visits to see how it happens, and can give you examples of how this happens.
Go ahead, give.
So, first example, many years ago, I was doing an internship with government of Gujarat. This is, I think, 2005 or something. And where basically my job was to study the implementation of certain government orders. And what were the government orders? The government orders was a very short, one-page order, which was handing over the minor canal to the community to manage. So, you know how irrigation system, there's a major canal and then there are the minor canals branch off and feed the villages. So they said that minor canal will now be given over to the community to manage, maintain and decide how to release the water and who gets the water when. So they wanted to study how it's being implemented, if there are any impediments and inefficiencies and all. So if any minor repair is there, then the community was supposed to get it done. If any major repair is there, then you call the junior engineer, get it done. But all the rules of basically distribution of water locally, monitoring of those rules, implementation of the rules were to be left to the community. So I went to 12 villages in that period. And in each of the village, what I found is that at the tail of the canal and at the head of the canal, the same amount of water was being released, which means a fair arrangement was there, equitable arrangement. And the community evolved the rules and actually implemented the rules. And because literally the farmer at the tail end of the canal was happy and they said, yes, I'm getting much better than I used to get earlier. Because earlier there was to be excessive extraction, I'd use Elinor Ostrom's framework to understand that time of governance of the commons. And if you leave it, so decisions should be taken at the level at which it is, efficient to take it at, and no higher level, basically, subsidiarity is the principle. And you should, and that is completely missing. It's so much of this mass immigration. We blame it on democracy, maybe it's rightly blamed, but I doubt that many of these things are just vestiges, which can be, even with a little bit of forethought, can be cleaned up. And government of Gujarat did that, right? It was basically they said, you handle. And they did it, communities. And this is the same thing, joint forest management has been done. In South, some of the places, water tanks are maintained by communities. And whenever it's a nicely designed thing where the government doesn't micromanage, doesn't put its own people on committees and all of that, committee is formed, rules are made, monitored, everything is done by community. There is some leader who rises to provide a little bit of public good of, getting this started. It works. And it almost always works better than what the state would do. So, there are so many examples that I can give just from our own democracy where local liberties, when given, literally you have to give it, because unfortunately we don't have them naturally, because the state has just become a spoiler of collective action in many ways. And if you do it, then they deliver, they do, because it's in their interest. And they have long-term, it's a repeated game. So short-termism doesn't happen. They're settled communities, they have long-term interests and long-term equities with each other. I would even bet that even in some urban areas, because there's more mobility, even then it can work under certain conditions on many, many problems. So, and there I think it's up, we have these debates about rights and utilitarianism and all of that, These are grand frames in which we try to put realities and make sense of it, have interesting intellectual debates about where the trade-offs and all of that. But the trade-offs and decisions are much more interestingly taken by people who are in a particular situation, who have a good sense of the common good. And they are able to come to an agreement, especially if they take decisions based on consensus. Rarely will you actually need to go beyond consensus, because only when the kind of transaction cost is very high and there is somebody who's just kind of making it very difficult, then you have to go voting and all of that. But otherwise, it works. And I think that's one community-based solution. And markets, a lot of this can be achieved through markets. Market can solve any problem, and then there are things that government should do, and those it should do, and it should do them well. And there, I think this is just an opinion, right? I mean, ultimately, these have to work through the democratic system. In some states, we have seen a little more action on this front, but not much. I mean, we still have a very strange idea of what the state should do. Very strange. And every day we add up new laws, new demands on the state. We want the state to regulate this and that. It's a very strange kind of a phenomenon that reality doesn't change, but we keep piling on more and more of expectations from the state,
Yeah, in fact, this takes me back to the Fukuyama's frame of the scope and the strength of the state. Like, as we discussed earlier, we should have a strong state that does very little, but instead we have a weak state that does a lot. And the thing is, wherever the state does something that should not be in its scope, that weak state capacity can sometimes be a feature, because otherwise it is too overbearing and nothing can done. But at the same time, it is the flip side of it is that even if the state doesn't have the strength, the fear of the state still is there, as a bad and the bad laws play into that. And so what happened to your fourth floor issue? I mean, that's a great title for a novel, huh? The Fourth Floor. But eventually, how did that get solved?
So in that situation, because collective action failed, I tried at a personal level to some extent, and I eventually got a order from the deputy commissioner to basically take enforcement action against that violation of the law and also of morals. But it's been now more than a year and it hasn't been implemented yet.
So is he building it?
It's built. They're living in it.
Oh, so no one's going to demolish it?
Yeah, I really doubt it. This is the game, right? This is the game that you take. So you take charge of a common property. You build out a nice looking flat, which immediate payoff is maybe 40-50 lakh rupees. And then you pay off 10 lakh or 8 lakh to the municipality, which is what it is. And the rest of it is yours, and you basically threaten others on very small minded model. Like somebody covered their balcony, they don't lose that, right? For them, the payoff of the balcony is higher than the loss of utility from access to the rooftop. But the stupidity is the illegality of doing that minor modification, right? Which the state has done. So, but that is the game. That's a great opportunity for rent seeking for the state.
And are you stuck there? Is it a rented flat, or do you own your flat?
I had to leave that house because
it.
They were bullies and they made it very difficult to stay there.
Well, sad story. Tells us a lot about both our society and the lack of state capacity. So just going back to that original thing we were talking about, I think 7 or 8 hours ago, about...
it hasn't been that long. Maybe it feels that long.
Feels that long. Just before you mentioned de jure de facto, you also mentioned the really important point of when you are proposing a solution or proposing a policy, you need to be clear about what the next step is. Ki hawa mein baat mat karo, just be clear about what is the process, what is the next step. Can you illustrate that for me with an example?
Yeah, so I mean, there are many examples. In fact, this is a theme of my work for the last few years and been thinking about it. So just a few examples where I have participated in some way or the other, small way. One is, for example, when government proposed under basically pressure from Supreme Court that India should have a data protection law and a data protection regulator. And there was a lot of noise to have a very all-encompassing data protection law and a very powerful data protection authority. And about 5 years ago or something, I wrote about it, a long essay, why that doesn't make actually sense. We should start with something more modest, start with this narrow scope. Again, I quoted Fukuyama's book in that essay as well, the one state building book that you're referring to. And I suggested what would be the first step to get things started so that for next decade or so, we have some improvement on data protection regulation, a little bit, and modest state capacity expectation, modest scope of the work. And then if that works, it may fail, it may not work at all, it may not get any benefit. At least we would take a smaller risk, right? Instead of giving an all-powerful authority a huge amount of power and loading it with so much expectation. So that was something that had written about. Later, some of my colleagues also wrote about it, and hopefully that's what will happen, because the bill has been withdrawn. Government, I think, now is thinking more in pragmatic terms about what can be done in data protection, rather than trying to just try to build copy a first word frame, which is very compliance heavy, overarching, regulatory kind of a overkill, I would say. So that was one example where I think there is a different way to think about the next step. And then we may get somewhere eventually, we don't know right now. Similarly, there is a question about, for example, what is to be done with public sector banks. I maintained, whenever I've written about it, is that privatization will not work. Why? Because they are very fragile institutions. The only reason they are not having a run on the banks is because there is a implicit government guarantee. So you can do privatization either by selling it to another large private bank, but I don't know how many private banks in India have appetite to buy some of the larger public sector banks, because they're too large for them, right? Like, there are only a couple of very large private sector banks in India, and they are the largest bank is the public sector bank. And then there are a couple of private sector banks and equally big public sector banks. So it's not easy to, just absorb another public sector bank and take it and run. So privatization is a sensible decision, I think, in the long run. But what are the next steps to get there, right? You need to create an order in which privatization will hold. So I'd say resolution, for example. If you have a effective and working failure resolution mechanism for banks and all financial firms, then it creates trust that even if the bank is fragile and is failing, my money will be safe. And that's the way in which quite some other countries have been able to do that. Get that thing corrected, right? And then you can give lots of bank licenses and you can privatize public sector banks also. One key kind of binding constraint right now in our system for giving many more bank licenses, and also killing two birds with the same stone, is also for privatization of public sector banks, is an effective and working resolution mechanism for financial firms. So otherwise, if you do ideologically privatize, you can say, but it won't work. Like it will potentially create instability in the financial system if you have, suppose, runs on some of these banks, and it will not even happen in the first place. So you need to create conditions to get there. So similarly, on government procurement, there's a lot of complaint about how government procures poorly, contracts poorly, and makes a lot of mistakes in just going by L1 and all of that. There have been some action on it recently, but one of the core issues is not so much the contract design, but what happens before the contract design is done. So how do we create conditions in which pre-contractual preparatory work is done more thoroughly? We spent very little in pre-contractual processes than most comparable countries. So we are penny wise, pound foolish in that sense, that because some of the pre-contractual work often doesn't lead to an actual contract procurement. So then who is going to answer to the 3 C's? Where does this money go? So because of that, perhaps they don't do it. But if you do it, get that right, that indirectly you will get potentially better procurement practices. So, there is a question, there are different intuitive way of thinking about it. One is, what is the next step? Then there's obliquity, that you do one thing and something else gets solved in the process, right? Obliquity, you must have read about that.
I actually haven't. Tell me.
Yeah, it's a frame of solving a problem where you want to solve something, but you have to do something else, and then indirectly that problem will get solved.
For example?
Or always start a virtuous cycle towards solving that problem. These examples that I gave you, basically like bank privatization. See, prima facie resolution privatization, it's not obvious what the links are. But if you get that right, it creates political economy, incentives to then go in the direction of privatization, give it the direction of doing more bank licensing and all of that. It creates conditions for that, So, you can think about it that way as well, if it helps. But at least it's the next step that could ease some of the binding constraints. Then you go further. And, like, for example, when the proposal to give corporates banking license was given, most people around me had opposed it. But I thought under the current constraints that we have and the way our banking is going, where private sector banks are the only ones that have grown in the last few years. Foreign banks have not been growing their credit, I mean, adjusted for inflation. And public sector banks have also not grown their credit adjusted for inflation by much. It's very marginal. Only private sector are growing. We need to give more banking licenses. And right now, it seems that it is not an ideal solution. I agree with people who criticize it. But can it be seen as a next step, and then you go towards a better solution? It's a second. Often in life, second best, third best solutions are what you need to need to be able to accept, and then move towards better. I mean, from there. Similarly, if you want to have less political intervention in banking, I mean, I don't like it, but it is better to have some development banks set up separately to do that with them and let these banks be more commercial banks. There are lots of such kind of ideas toward discussing and debating, as next steps. And I mean, I don't know what the right next step is. I mean, in some domains, I have some ideas and some specific because I've worked on those areas, but one doesn't really, I mean, but I think it's a frame of thinking about what the binding constraint is, easing that first, and then gradually kind of moving towards a better kind of a setup, and also thinking in more oblique ways that's the goal, but let's just keep that aside and say, where can we go now so that the goal becomes easier to achieve later.
All this is very illuminating. Let's move back to your personal journey that after, 2011 you joined NIPFP, in 2019 you joined Carnegie.
Yeah.
So what sort of prompted this move? Because on the one hand, you're in sort of the belly of the beast. You're, working on policy. You managed to get stuff done. It's given you great satisfaction.
A little, yeah.
Little satisfaction.
No, I got a little done, got a lot of satisfaction.
Great. Even better. You got a little done and got great satisfaction. So, which seems like incredibly satisfying at so many levels, but you decided to move on to Carnegie and enter the think tank world. So, what prompted this decision? And tell me a little bit about the think tank world in general, in the sense ki, what role does it play in practice? What role does it play in practice? Because what one can say about a lot of think tanks is कि ठीक है आप निकाल रहे हो position paper, ये कर रहे हो, वो कर रहे हो, but you're not really making a dent, So, how is it? So tell me a little bit about the think tank ecosystem in general, and then in particular why you chose to make this move and why you thought that you can make a difference here. What excited you about it?
I don't know why it would be interesting for your audience to hear why I did it, but yeah, I mean, I'll tell you because you asked. But basically, I had been doing this policy analysis work for 8 years, and I was at IPFP. It's good in many ways, but I wanted to do more of political economy research and more thinking on institutions, basically, and political economy that shapes institutions in the real sense, the de facto sense. And the work policy research is interesting and exciting, but it's just, after a point, it became a little repetitive for me. And also, when I left at that time, there was no grand project at that time, like nothing like take 1 or 2 years to work on something, and and at that time, just recently, this bill that I was working on had withdrawn from the parliament. So, I mean, that was a bit of a setback. So I wanted to, and it was an experience also, right? Because going through that process, I thought that it is kind of naive to think that a law like this will just go through. There will be pushback, especially from public sector banks, and also from some ideologues. Very significant pushback was there. So I thought I should understand this a little bit, because I do policy analysis, I do policy research, and I may not be great at it, but okay at it. But I need to understand the larger system in which this stuff works. Political economy, institutions shape policies, and implementation of those policies, most importantly, and the way they get implemented, all of that. So I wanted to get more into research, more into thinking and writing about these issues. And Carnegie came along at the right time for that, and me and a colleague of mine, both of us moved together. And so we started a small kind of a research program, political economy research. And we thought, because this is a more pure play think tank, they don't expect you to work with government or have projects with government and all. If it happens, it's fine. I mean, they're not averse to it. We do things with government as well, but it's not something which happens on a regular basis. It's not something that is considered to be necessary also. You need to keep some distance. You do your research, put it out. It's a small institution. It's not a very large think tank. It's probably the smallest think tank here, and so there's a little bit more freedom to do research and thinking and writing on these issues in a more broader sense. So I wanted to broaden my horizons. Is the main reason I actually got into this world, and I think that I've got here. I mean, it's a pretty good place which gives you opportunity to think broadly and identify issues, work on them, take some time to work on them, put out short pieces, work towards long pieces, and and that's what a think tank is supposed to do. That. So what is a think tank? Think tank is not a university, but it's also not a consulting firm, right? So I think normatively, I think the best role a think tank can play is to bring the best of academic learning to have a bearing on political and policy decisions. That's my at least framing of. That's what I try to do in my work. Try to get the best academic thinking, plus I would say situational awareness of what's going on in India, in the state, in the domains in which we're working. So for that, so there are two ways in which mainly I learn. I learn by doing data analysis and research review of reading of other people's research, bringing that consequences of that into my thinking, and by talking to and meeting people in political economy, whether it's government or outside private sector, all of those. So trying to get a awareness of what's happening and put that in a broader frame of, comparative political economy, economics, research on economics on political economy of growth and all, and saying, how do we make sense of what's happening right now in India in a conceptual way, and then therefore, what does that mean for what is to be done? So that's something you can do in a think tank, which is harder to do in a university because the focus is much more on teaching and also more fundamental research, journal-oriented research. You need to get that journal publication, otherwise you will not survive in that system for long. And it's harder to do that in the consulting firm business also because you're trying to solve day-to-day problems with government. It's much more, much more pressure to just do things. So there's a unique place that think tanks have, and at their best, they can do this much more. So yeah, I don't think think tanks should react to day-to-day events. We shouldn't. But we have to. That's just the way it goes. I wish think tanks did fewer events, but we have to because that's also our duty to do events and hold workshops and seminars and all of that, conferences and all of that. But we do that. But the core of it is still research, and one should try to do it. And much more than original research on one kind of narrow topic is to make different types of research that is happening by others, bring together, review it, consider what the implications for policy, political economy, institutions are, and inform thinking on these issues. And I think there is a value to be had for this kind of work, I think. And now it's like Carnegie is the world's oldest think tank, 1910. So this institution form has existed for now almost 112 years. And now, of course, there are many, many think tanks, and they're trying to do this thing in a variety of ways. Some of them have different self-definitions. There's no one ideal type. I have my own ideal type of what the best of think tanks should try to do. Whether we live up to those is a different kind of question. But there is a value. There's certainly a value in doing something like that. In fact, that's why I'm in the think tank.
So in 1910, when Carnegie was started as a think tank, and the ecosystem of discourse was completely different. The nature of discourse was completely different. Media was completely different. It was, almost seems like a prehistoric world. So much has changed.
Yeah, it was before World War One. It was Carnegie endowed for international peace. 4 years later, there was a
war. So yeah, so well done. You had one job. But now everything has changed, right? The nature of discourse has changed. There are, in that vibrant bazaar of ideas, there are many more voices from many more places, often with far greater reach, with many different imperatives coming from places, and so on and so forth. So, what do you think about the ways in which discourse has changed? Like we have discussed in the past very often offline about how incredibly polarized it has become online, how tribalized it has become online, where reasonable dialogue like you and I can have, where you respect the other person and you can disagree in a civil way, you can enter an argument in good faith, you can assume goodwill from the other person. That seems completely absent from the public space. And a lot of the agenda for other sort of debate also seems to be vitiated by what is happening, especially on Twitter, where there is this angry tone of condemnation which will just spread everywhere. So, what do you just think about this ecosystem of discourse, what it does for the environment, and does that in any way change the role that either think tanks like Carnegie have, or that public intellectuals can play, whether or not you consider yourself one? In some small way you are, right? You guys have a newsletter, you and Aniruddha writing
Yeah, small way.
regularly.
I don't think of myself as a public intellectual because, it is a certain kind of ideal type. I'm not in that. I'm much more of a...
Yeah, but it's not something you get to choose. If you're someone who is in part of public discourse, that's a role that, just gets thrust upon you in a sense. It's no longer a decision you can make when you're airing your opinions and your insights on a regular level in the public. So leave that label aside of public intellectual. But what do you think about this changed ecosystem of discourse and the way things are? And because in a different kind of ecosystem, a think tank or a public intellectual or anyone who is trying to make a difference could have perhaps had a greater chance of making a difference, because there's less cacophony, the imperatives are different, there is less posturing in the public space. But today, with the tribalism, the polarization, everything, how has discourse changed? And what are the new challenges that then emerge for a think tank like Carnegie? And for you, a private person sitting quietly in the middle of all of this, thinking about matters with depth and nuance, having experienced the whole process of being part of the state and trying to change things, what do you then see your role as in all of this? Because I can bet that in some way, beyond your personal duties and whatever, in some way there is some kind of dharma you defined for yourself within this role that you're playing.
So I described the role for think tank. That's, I think, the role for, as individual researchers also in think tanks, right? To bring the best of academic thinking, research in conversation with facts about the economy and society and polity right now, to suggest in some modest ways, how we can think about the future. That's the research dharma. We also have platforms in which we bring in different voices. We usually ensure diversity of opinions in those forums. Every single seminar that at least we have held where there's more than one speaker, there's diversity of viewpoints. There are people from across different views on that issue. So that's something that we do. We do quite a bit of public writing. It's not just trying to inform policymakers, also, other peers, political economy, researchers and all, to say that, okay, we are in conversation with you, we are learning from you, and we are also trying to feed back into that that system. And so that we'll continue to do. I see that the social media and this kind of explosion of media as such, where we're much more connected, much more virtually intertwined than we were ever earlier, is kind of is what you make of it, right? You have to harness these things towards the purpose that you see. I agree that if you get into the game, then I'm not Heideggerian, but Heideggerian enough to worry that that then it consumes you. Being instrumental becomes that being a Twitter user becomes your primary identity, and everything else becomes subsumed under that. So, but it's a choice, right? That whether you get to that or not, and how does human technology relation work, to use Don Hyde's framing. We still have some choice at the level of persons and families and institutions and organizations on how we define it. For example, I am not active on social media at all. In fact, I have a Twitter account where I put out whatever I write and then run away from there. And no activity on Facebook, LinkedIn also nothing, that kind of stuff. But I find it useful to put out stuff there. It's just a way for me to archive, and some people get it. It's fine. Newsletter I find useful because it just gives me a rhythm to write on a fortnightly basis and put something out, and it gets to some people whose opinion I care about, and I want to engage with them, and that's something that I enjoy doing. But the core of it continues to be our activity of research, right? That policy-oriented research, political economy research, where we're trying to do what I just said we're supposed to be doing, and we're trying to do it, hopefully do better of it in the future. And technologies have changed many times in human history, but human nature remains that. And in different eras, people have, under different technologies, have still maintained their commitment to whatever they were doing, and others got swayed by the technology and changed their way of living according to technology and all. But that's still a choice. I see that as far as democracy is concerned, it's a great thing that people have so much ways to express themselves and express their opinions and give feedback and all of that. As citizens, we still have a duty to be more careful when we give anybody feedback. I hope nobody ever trolls anybody, but people do. I hope when you critique somebody, you have thought about it and thought deeply about the issue. Those are virtues that you have to exercise, because technology without some virtues that work in the world of this kind of technology, we can do harm than good, but it can also do a lot of good. So it's something which we need to decide on at a level of individuals and families and organizations and communities about what do we want to make of this. And think tanks also have to do that. So for example, we have a YouTube channel, we have Twitter accounts, we have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, all of that, and we harness it for expressing our ideas and all of that. But we try to do as much, focus on what our work, and these are just new ways for us to reach out, basically, like till now, at least I have never been asked about how many views are you getting or how many retweets are you getting and all. Those are not things that really, I think, fortunately in my organization, people care about. Hopefully they never care about it, but if they do in the future, I'll have some difficulties. But and it's true of, I think, technology across the board, like how doctors use technology. They can use it to do good, or they can use it to do, to not do good in other domains as well. Think tanks, because we are in the world of ideas, one good thing is that we are getting challenged much more. If you put out something which doesn't make sense to somebody, they will tell you that. Earlier they couldn't. It was hard, very hard. They had to write a letter to you. You need not open the envelope, before email or anything like that. And then they could write email to you. You need not read the email, delete it quickly, whatever. But now you can't. Everybody's in your living room, basically, in some senses, virtually. So, and it puts some pressures to be more careful, I think, in some ways. And one has to be careful about whose feedback you care about, what kind of feedback you take seriously. But it is, I think, overall for our life, not yet so clear that these things are bad for what we do. It's good to hear from lots of people and to have people, citizens, they have the opportunity to tear down the mighty, because often the mighty also have clay feet, and it's a good thing that anybody can be challenged and questioned immediately. And the only thing I say is that hopefully people use this power. With great power comes great responsibility, as the wise philosopher Uncle Ben said. So, and I think that's for each citizen to exercise. And it's a great thing. Politicians have always lived like this. Even before social media, an average politician, you could meet 50 people in a day who tell them different things. So they have taken to social media like a fish to water. For others, it's more kind of getting used to.
This could also be the title of a book. Everybody is in your living room. Like, can there be something that is more terrifying for an introvert like me? I don't want anyone in my living room, not even me.
But you still have a choice, right? You don't get on it. It's as of now, there are still avenues available where you don't have to get into this anyway. I know people who don't even have a smartphone, don't have any social media at all, and they're able to live perfectly good lives. Professionally, they're not compromised in any way.
I think what happens there is that, like, there is that saying, right, from Kashi Kasi, bhar mein jaye duniya, hum bajaye harmonia, right? So you can take that choice and say ki chalo harmonia bajate hai. But the point is, if you want to engage, if you want to make a difference, you actually kind of have no choice. You have to go out there in some way or the other. I also use my Twitter like you're saying you do, just broadcast the links and not really engage, because no one's engaging in good faith. There's very little point in doing that. But, sometimes there are just kind of trade-offs everywhere.
Some of our best scholars in Carnegie don't even have a Twitter account.
That's why they are the best scholars.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is I mean, sometimes useful, sometimes not useful, but it's certainly avoidable if you want to avoid it. As of now, in the future, maybe you will have to put in your CV, your social media and all. When it comes to that, we'll see. But as of now, it's not a necessary thing for, at least in our milieu. And quite a few scholars, at least in our community, they use it very sparingly, or use it in a manner that is constructive, and those who don't and who become to tech reachers, then it's, I mean, I think it changes them as a researcher in some ways, that when you start using a technology and then your primary identity becomes the user of that technology, and it sometimes works. I mean, it is not a universal insight about technology, I think, as some philosophers have argued, but it is something that is applicable on some cases.
What's a worst case scenario if Carnegie ever comes to you and says, "Ki Suyash, yaar, you have to put out 40 tweets a day and you gotta engage and let the world in your living room," you can just say, "मैं तो फकीर आदमी हूँ, झोला पकड़ के निकल जाऊंगा." Let's talk a little bit about some of the areas in which in which you worked and thought about, and so on and so forth. And one of them, really broadly, is sort of the Indian economy. Like in one of your recent newsletters, you begin by quoting this famous paper by Robert Lucas, where he asked, 1988 paper, where he asked, quote, "Is there some action a government of India could take that would lead the Indian economy to grow like Indonesia's or Egypt's? If so, what exactly? If not, what is it about the nature of India that makes it so? The consequences of human welfare involved in questions like these are simply staggering. Once one starts to think about them, it is hard to think about anything else." Stop quote. And this was, of course, written in 88. And as it happens, we turned around. We have a broad, mota sense of what we needed to do differently because we did a lot of it. It worked for us. Some of that momentum has gone. I've had episodes with people like Pooja Mehra and our mutual friend, the wonderful Ajay Shah and Shruti Rajgopalan and all that, on how we had this golden period between 91 and 2011, and hundreds of millions came out of poverty. But a lot of that has reversed, slowed, changed, and at some level it's also a question of mindsets. Like something that Ajay has said in past episodes with me and has made a deep impression on me is that there was a time where there was this community of policy makers and change makers within government, both bureaucrats and sometimes politicians who saw sense in it, who wanted change, who played for change, who knew the game, who knew the direction. And his lament was that they may be dying out, that within the government there may not be so many people in policy who are thinking in those sort of ways and looking ahead. And also, another lament that he had is that many of our finest minds are in economics, are actually involved in playing the academic circle jerk game. My words, not his, but this is broadly the sense of it. Are involved in playing the academic circle jerk game,
his words,
which entirely loses connection with the real world. Right. So what is your sense on kind of both of these? And these are like two really large questions, so I'm really sorry for unleashing them. But one, your potted view on where the Indian economy is today and how hopeful should we be? And two, this ecosystem of change, that can we turn it around again? That fine, we had some tough times and we were already, not doing well before COVID. COVID, of course, exacerbated it to some extent. But where is the hope for the Indian economy? And to drill down on that, is that hope coming from within the ecosystem? Is there still, are there young Shahs and Kelkars in the system?
Yeah, these are big questions. So let me, offer, like as usual, this stream of consciousness answer and see if it works. So first thing is that in our milieu, in the way we and you and I move around, we overstate the role played by economists and understate the role played by politicians and civil servants in the achievements that we have had as a country, especially since the 90s and maybe in parts of 80s as well. So there is obviously credit where it due, to give credit where whoever came with a good idea, pushed it, had the perseverance to see it through. But there is as I said, there is a system in which we operate, and that is a democratic system, there's a permanent civil service, and there's a democratic system of elections and shifting of power based on elections, and people who are in power do things. So, a couple of things. One is that we are a political economy in which we did 91, which was a Big Bang reform. Reforms continued through the 90s. In the 90s, we had three very different orientation governments. There was a Narasimha Rao government, then there was a third front government under two different prime ministers, UDF, and then the right of center, so to speak, BJP-led NDA government came in. But the reforms continued throughout, right? And that was a political decision, that there was some kind of a consensus, you can say, that was there within the political and administrative class, and that this is important and we will continue to do this and continue to ease the binding constraints, continue to push the policy in the right direction and do whatever is necessary, not just policy reforms. Do whatever is necessary, and I emphasize that because it can mean many things, to keep growth going. That's very important. And so I did a literature review on when did India's high growth episode start, and there's a literature on this, and reasonable persons have disagreed on where and when it started, but I had concluded based on a recent paper that it's 93 onwards basically, and then 2002 onwards we had a really high growth episode, and the question is whether the high growth episode has ended or not. That's the question that we need to ask. We don't know. These things are unfortunately understood only retrospectively, but decisions have to be taken right. And there's a famous quote by R.L. Stevenson that even the worst of the historians know much better about the period they study than the best of us know about the period in which we live. And unfortunately or fortunately, we have to think about what the current period, the past is the past, and to the extent possible, and it's not easily available to us, all the facts available to understand what's happening right now. We need to understand what's happening, have situational awareness of the state of the economy, underlying sources of dynamism in the economy, which are continuing, which are not continuing, what can we do to keep the dynamism going. There is a very important role to be played by this, and I'm not saying this needs to be done on a local level. This is a national conversation, because nations grow. Obviously growth drivers are local, and individuals set up businesses, local governments solve problems and all. But it is we as a country, we started growing in the 90s, right? That was it wasn't like before 90s, some states were rich and other states were poor, Obviously, relatively some were better off, but it was a very narrow range, Everybody was clustered around that same small, the richest state was only 3 times of the poorest state, at that time. As we opened up and we started seeing growth accelerate, some states just rushed forward and became, fairly, in fact, some of the richest states in India have the per capita income of China, basically, So, the poorest states are quite poor. But the most important thing is that the rate at which our poorest state, Bihar, namely, has grown since the 90s is higher than the rate at which Indian economy was growing previous to that. So let's not forget that improvement, even in the state which is the bottom of the pile, which had a decade of almost zero real growth in the 90s, has benefited from this episode. So inequality, we have emphasized too much, and we don't pay enough attention to that whole cake is growing and everybody is getting persuasion. And then constitutional mechanisms are there to make sure Bihar also gets some part of the benefits from other countries, so it's able to provide some minimum level of services for its citizens as well through the finance commission mechanism and all. So we have one country, and some states marched ahead, and Bihar, which is remained poor, UP is also poor. Their entrepreneurs went and set up businesses in Bangalore and Bombay. Their labor went, workers went. Capital also flowed, in fact, because they didn't have enough businesses in those states, so capital flowed to the richer states from these states. And we have one country, and being a part of this country is very beneficial for each state. Those states that marched ahead benefited from being a part of this country because their products could be sold in these states. Factors of production other than land, everything can move across state boundaries easily, relatively. They could move and set up. So we've benefited a lot from this period, and it's been done because there was some kind of a political consensus at the national and state levels in many states. There's a variation in different states how much they could make of this period, and some states couldn't make as much as they could, and others could make a lot more. Like Punjab, for example, is an example of which state fell behind. Right, it was the richest state in 1990, and now it's basically very close to the national average. It's a pretty bad story in that sense, and it's not doing as badly in absolute terms as say Bihar or UP, but its relative position has really fallen. And there are states like Tamil Nadu and Telangana, Haryana and all, which have really marched ahead, since these reforms happened. And overall, I think lots of ways to problematize what has happened, but I think it's been a pretty significant success compared to our own past, and also compared to what is generally seen in comparative sense. So one of the things is that democracies usually don't go very rapidly. Democracies are rich. So obviously you'll say, why? How does it? Rapid growth is a different phenomenon from being rich, because you can get rich over 150 years, which is the story of the most mature democracies in the world, developed countries in West mostly. But democracies usually grow at a moderate rate, and generally not just democracies, for any country to grow for a rapid rate for a very long period of time is very difficult. It's very rare. So regression to mean is the rule, and these are exceptions. And the longer the growth episode is going, the more the chances of you regressing back to the mean. So the adaptive efficiency you need, which using Douglas North's language, to continue with the growth episode is quite significant, and you need to have a political economy which is very adaptive and which is very mindful of the imbalances that are getting built up across different parts of the economy. What are the kind of new problems that are emerging, and address those. And it's a political and administrative problem. Economists, researchers can play a small role in that, very small. And the main thing is the political settlement and political agreement, and having the right incentive to solve those problems, having a sense of importance of that, and some degree of, even though people fight elections and they are always trying to destroy each other's political legitimacy, there is some underlying agreement that development and growth are very important, and this is something not to be disrupted. I think that is the foundation on which this is built, and I think we had that. We have, whether we have it now or not, I have a question, but we had that for a long time, and especially in the 90s. So one of the things that I always point out is that our private investments took off in the 2000s. 90s, there was no noticeable growth in private investments. And because, the polity has to establish some degree of one way to read it. Many ways to read these facts. I'm not saying that my way is the only way. Same facts can be reconciled with multiple narratives. That's the way history works. But one way to read it is that we had to establish that credible commitment that we are here to do the reforms and the direction will be one way, and we will keep liberalizing and opening up and giving you more opportunities, and please invest. And then in the 2000s, private investment took off. In the early 2010s, private investments have been very low. Private investment basically fell, and private investment was the main driver of growth in the 2000s, which are the best years for our economy, 2002 onwards. And then they have been low. Export was the other major driver, continued from 90s to 2000s. The export was the major driver. That has also slowed down significantly since 2011 onwards, 12 onwards. So 12 or 13, if I'm not getting the year right. So these are drivers of growth, for an economy like India. And some people can make an argument that it's the consumption that should be driving, and we have done enough of the accumulation. Now we need to do redistribution and all. My own judgment is we're not in that stage of growth. There will be a situation, could be a situation in the future like where Japan reaches the 90s, where domestic consumption didn't take off and it just stagnated, that it just kept on the accumulation cycle. Hirschman has this dynamic between accumulation and redistribution, which is a dynamic has to play out for the economy to sustain itself, its growth. So anyway, there are matters of judgment, but the basic thing is that the two drivers of growth, export and private investment, which were driving a growth in that way, basically slowed down significantly in the 2010s, and they didn't really pick up before the pandemic hit at that time. And there were some short periods of upswing, but nothing substantial that was happening. And lots of different narratives have been offered to why that happened and all of that. And we can go into that. Then the pandemic hit. So, but before the pandemic hit, our growth in the previous year, 2019-20, was 3.7%. if I'm remembering it right. It was 3.7%, and investment growth was very, very low. And I mean, basically all across all the components on the demand side, there was a low investment, government consumption, private consumption was actually the fastest of the lot, but it wasn't. The economy was not growing much. Then the pandemic hit, and we had obviously lockdown and all, and we had a very big contraction in the economy, and then we had a recovery in 2021, 22, right? And now, last couple of years, what has happened is our ability to make sense of the year-on-year data is, intuitively, it's not the same, right? Because we need to track with the pre-pandemic performance. So a lot of headlines look very different because, hey, year-on-year growth looks very, but the main question that I have in my mind, which I'm trying to understand, is that did the issues that were there in the pre-pandemic period just go away, or are they still there? What were those issues? Why was private investment not taking off for 10 years? Why was exports not picking up, at that time? Now we have had some short-term periods of good export growth. I hope it sustains. I pray it sustains because it's a major driver of growth in India. But that's a question that we need to answer, because it's very important and very difficult to sustain long periods of rapid growth. But that's what we need to do. That's what China did, right? China did 40 years plus of rapid growth. Its economy has been slowing recently. It's changed its political economy approach. But India has had rapid growth for at least 2 decades, perhaps longer. In between, the debate got a little vitiated because of the GDP numbers controversy, whether the GDP is capturing the actual economic activity and growth in it. But lately, I mean, especially just before the pandemic, there was some correspondence because other indicators were looking bad and GDP indicator itself also looking very bad. So, I mean, but apart from these debates, I think there's a substantive question about what would it take to continue a rapid growth episode by defying history, because very few countries have been able to sustain growth episodes for more than 2 decades or something. They do regress to the mean, and then there are periods of relatively moderate or low growth, and then they go back. So, but because we gained a lot from this period, so in fact, growth, one thing I want to just focus on, growth is the most important thing to focus on. Economic growth is the thing. Everything else. So if you look at all other, you can pick any development indicator you care about, which is material development. I'm not talking about political and all. We have been in democracy for a long time. It's great. All of those things are there. But material development, if you talk about improvement in health, education, improvement in availability of material, I mean, things like housing, those things, the natural environment and all of that very highly correlated with economic, GDP per capita. All of those, no exceptions. I mean, it is stunning how much growth can do for you, So for some one level of income, you can do a little better by spending a little more efficiently in some areas, but not a whole lot. Ultimate binding constraint is having more resources. Which is what GDP per capita reflects, that how much resources available, what is basically the value of the goods and services they produce, and that reflected in a per capita basis. So in some areas we do a little better. For example, primary education and all, we do worse than even our level of income in terms of the educational quality, right? The learning outcomes are quite poor in India. So we could do better on those, perhaps, even for our level of income, little better. Then some area like air quality, we do worse than even countries at our level of income. We could do better on those. But in most areas, if you want any significant improvement, you need to get growth going, to have more resources, to be able to do more with those. Because this is the main kind of underlying driver. When everything correlates with one thing, then you have to think about, is it just correlation, or is there some kind of a causality going one way? So I see that there's a complex relationship. For example, human capital, we talked about, health, education. There is obviously some other side. I mean, the two-way causality. Growth helps you do more of those, but the better human capital gives you growth. So there is that, of course. But focusing on growth gets a lot done is my word view. I mean, reasonable persons can disagree about how much weightage to give to it, but I think it is the most important thing to get it right. And it in our own history, right? our impact on poverty rate, our impact on well-being across many indicators has been much better since we grew. It is, I agree, in some areas an uncertain glory. We have done worse than we should even have at our level of income in some areas. But if you want to get much better, this is a necessary condition, and in many cases it's sufficient, in some cases not sufficient, but it's certainly necessary to continue to grow rapidly. And then later we'll get into demographic issues as well. And in the essay, I think, which you have cited, I had shown how India has done relative to the rest of the world, and in the first 3 decades of after independence, our relative position in the world may have fallen. At least from the data that I'm referring to, it may not be fully representative because all countries' data were not available at that time. But it was a pretty bad performance, especially in 60s and 70s. It's only in 80s we started growing at a moderate rate, against a very bad 2 decades. So, it was more of a recovery happening at that time. And then in the 90s, we actually got embarked on a proper rapid growth episode. And we need to be able to sustain it. And that requires, consensus on growth, that this is a very important priority. This is the top priority. This is the thing. And we are a federal polity. We are a polity where power resides at multiple levels. Even in a dominant party system where there's one party dominant at the national level, state level, there is still quite a bit of competition. Even at national level, even though you're a dominant party, there are other places where power is there. Sometimes judges can do something, others can do. So you need to create consensus for these things, because you can try to do something, but it can be disrupted either way. So state government is trying to do something, center can disrupt it. Center is trying to do something, state governments can disrupt it. So some degree of consensus building around these issues is very important, so that at least from a developmental perspective, reasonable policies are made and implemented, and reasonable systems are put in place to take the right decision at the local level, even if the policy is not necessarily fully followed to the letter. And I think those are important questions, and I've thought about it in many ways. So how anti-corruption strategies in the last 10 years have worked out and changed bureaucratic behavior and incentives of bureaucrats to take decisions. How state capital relations might have changed, looking at rising disputes between the state and private capital, especially on the tax side, but also in enforcement directorate and all those. So one is trying to make sense of things which are not easy to directly study, because it's a hidden aspect of a political reality. What we read is the de jure and the headline, but what happens on the ground is not so easily directly accessible. So I talk to business people. I try to get a sense of before, after, what changed, what was happening earlier, what has changed now. I look at whatever data is available, try to make sense of these things.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more strongly about the importance of growth. Nitin Pai once pointed out that for every 1% rise in GDP, 2 million people came out of poverty. And I think the estimate has actually gone up since he last mentioned that. That has staggering humanitarian consequences. Growth is not just, statistics or lines on a graph. It affects the lives of real people. And I'm sometimes astonished that there is still an intellectual class of people, quote unquote, who still question the 91 reforms, who still, question growth, whose brains are still full of the nonsensical dogma that was in vogue 70 years ago. And it kind of just boggles my mind. But luckily, like you said, that, maybe intellectuals are not that relevant in the real world. And that's a good thing. People can see what's good for them. One sort of hopes. So
I think one issue is inequality. They focus too much on that one metric, and some of them have some ideological or psychological reasons for giving too much emphasis on that one value. If they give too much emphasis on that one value of equality, then obviously last 30 years look a little worse than they do to you and me, who have a different set of values. So there is a difference on that. So it is what it is.
Just to reiterate, and regular listeners of the show will know, but it's something I feel really strongly about, that inequality and poverty are different things. The thought experiment question I often ask people is, in which of these two countries would you rather be poor, the USA or Bangladesh? And obviously, everybody would rather be poor in the USA. But
Yeah,
the
because
truth
the
is,
poverty there is better than being better off in
yeah.
India or Bangladesh. So in that same essay, I
But
put
let
a
me finish the
put a
point I was
text.
making. And the reason for that, the reason they would choose the USA is because the poverty is less, even though inequality is far greater in the US than Bangladesh. It's a pattern of developing countries that when you're coming out of poverty, your poverty rates go down as your inequality goes up, because we don't live in a zero-sum world. It is not the case that if the rich are getting richer, the poor must be getting poorer. It is a case that they're both getting richer, and the rich are, of course, getting richer at a higher rate, so inequality increases. And the moral imperative for any country which has these rates of poverty is reduce the poverty as fast as possible. So what we have had since 91 is poverty has gone down massively, inequality has gone up. So what? It doesn't matter. That's a wrong metric. We are not in a zero-sum world.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, if you look at income distributions, I'd done some quick analysis on this and put for my essays that if the household income at the 90th percentile in India is about the same as the household income at the 15th percentile in the US. So, I mean, a poor household earns as much as a much better off, right? They're 90th percentile, they're better off than 9 out of 10 in households. Is basically, so I mean, that's the impulse for immigration, right? That you suddenly go and become a part of a history of another place, because each square foot in this planet has its own history, and suddenly you supplant yourself from one history to another's history and profit from the years of struggle that went into making that history, right? Where you could just land up in a place and suddenly be much better off, at least materially. And it's quite a painful thing. I remember I was on a flight from here to Europe, and there was going through Abu Dhabi, and I was sitting next to this guy who was crying, and he was like a middle-aged man who was crying. And after a while, I thought I should talk to him. I mean, at least I don't know whether I can comfort him and all. He may have gone through some tragedy or something, but he was literally like crying, and he was from Punjab, and he told me that he's going to work at Abu Dhabi. And I said, okay. I didn't ask him why are you crying. I just kept talking to him, because I don't want to approach that directly. And also to a middle-aged man, it's very
Harder for
difficult
men to
talk about this thing. But he opened up immediately. He said, I am a plumber from the district of Punjab, and I'm going to Abu Dhabi for work. And I was there. And I came back with my family for a month or 2 months, I don't remember. And I'm now going back there for work. And my daughter is 6 years old now. And I saw her when she was 4, and now I'm seeing her at 6. And now I'll see her, and I can't deal with it. So I said, then I asked, how much do you earn and all that? And it's a completely different kind of level of income that you get there, right? Like even as a plumber, you're 4 or 5 times or something what you run as a plumber in your small town. And simply, I mean, human beings are the same. We are not dumber or anything like that. It's just institutions, basically. I mean, of course, there are natural resource rich countries. That's a different category. But for the rest, all kinds of countries have become prosperous. South Korea didn't get rich by natural resources. China didn't get rich. It's just getting the institutional and mechanisms right, and having the right kind of arrangements to just do what is necessary to get rich. It's an amazing tragedy. People from my village, I mean, it's within the country. You would go to Bombay to work and then come back and see your family after 6 months or a year and go abroad. In fact, if they don't come back for 2 years often, because it's very expensive to come back, and you lose wages plus pay for the flight and all of that. So 2 years, once in 2 years, you go see your children and your family. And it's a moral failure to not get growth going. And it was, so this kind of, I mean, I give a lot of benefit of doubt. People have their reasons to believe what they believe, but I can't get this too much now, especially now that we have seen all kind of explanations have fallen apart and fallen away, and we've actually delivered good growth. Maybe some sources of growth had histories going back to the before 90s, but even earlier we could have grown more rapidly. This argument that, if we hadn't done the Patent Act earlier, then we wouldn't have been able to benefit from TRIPS and all. These are all just excuses. Broadly speaking, for 3 decades we didn't deliver on the promise, and then since then we have done much better. inequality is one thing that some people quite obsess about. They have their own reasons for it.
I mean, these are foreign
but
fashions, right? These are kids who'll go abroad, they'll do PhD in American university,
whatever it may be,
import a mindset from there, and intellectually lazy fuckers not doing any thinking for themselves. I mean, I'm not going to mince my words. Yeah, you can mince your words.
No, I get the anger. It's just a question that, I mean, I think the country is more or less moved on from that. Most people now understand that. I mean, intuitively there is some sense that this happens, and I wish there was more of this consensus in the class in which we move. There is still much more doubt about these things in the economy, and neoliberalism is still a pejorative. It's a. I mean, I try to understand, but
because
I'm
these
not able
are
to
people
understand.
born to privilege. They never had to fight for their next meal. Right? These are people born to privilege. It is okay, gali de sakte hai. But ask the people who are benefiting from who have benefited, who have come out of poverty from the opening up of markets. And ask that plumber who is crying on a plane why he won't see his daughter again for 2 years. It's a moral tragedy, and it's a moral tragedy caused by flawed thinking.
And I think anyway, I mean, there are worse people in this world. So I mean, we can. I don't obsess too much about this stuff. People have all kind of
I
views.
think you're worried that all your colleagues will think I'm talking about them.
I mean, fortunately, none of my immediate colleagues actually think in this way. So, but anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that this is an important moral imperative that we have, and it's a political priority. It should be a political priority, and it should be, in a way, if we get focused on this, hopefully some of the other stuff that we are too focused on right now, or simplistic identity politics and all, will also kind of fall lower on the priority. But that's just a aside. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying that it should be a priority. It should be the top 3 priorities or 4 or 5 priorities, and then we do other things, because many things are tied to this. Many other things that we want to have are tied to this. And the one thing about this world is that now many countries are rich, and the best of your people will leave, and they already were leaving earlier when we had. So a country gives you 2 things, right? It gives you opportunities to build some capabilities, and the other is to use those capabilities well to flourish economically and materially. And there are other things that they do. I mean, I'm also on economic aspects, but economics does 2 things. We had institutions that will give you capability, but not opportunities to make more of these. So the decisions were very one-sided. That you get easy to take a decision to go to IIT, but very difficult to take a decision to stay in India. so there you had this huge brain drain. Fortunately, some people are now coming back. They're setting up, or many are not going in the first place to set up businesses here. So that's a very good thing. I mean, all of that happened because we did better on governance and institutions. People could, because we are still a young country, and there's so many people who want to do this, build businesses. I mean, across various sectors, we can do much better. And I think we should continue that story. And if we fall off that, and if we lose that sense of consensus, and we try to think more in Malthusian ways, that hey, if that state party succeeds in delivering growth, then I will lose my political legitimacy and all of that, which is creating a lot of this center state, conflicts in some ways, because politics is just overriding everything else in this kind of politics. Yeah, we will probably compromise on this, because one thing is there that as I keep harping on the 90s consensus, some consensus was there, and also coalition politics, literal formal politician politics that that made consensus necessary, where different regional parties went out and helped create consensus for specific reforms. And there are a couple of good books on this worth reading. And there's that's the way political economy of growth in a democracy works, And unfortunately, when a dominant party, then the need for consensus goes away, and you end up making more mistakes. So then you have to willfully go and seek what would work, what are the different interest groups, who's going to lose out, how do I make it good for them. It's a democracy. Purely utilitarian frames may limit, because even a small vocal minority can stop a reform from happening, and we've seen that happening a few times. So I think it's very important to think about it through democratic and political processes, and how does that shape to the institutions and policies that actually deliver the conditions in which growth can happen. Growth is done by markets and private enterprise primarily, but there are things that state has to do to be able to support it. And yeah, I think it's a very important question. And so, as I was saying earlier, that it's a national question. I always think about it as a national question. The way I framed it is that nations are economically consequential political units. They're politically economically consequential because you see so much difference across nations. And within nations, there's not that much, like for all the inequality that we have in India, if you compare inequality across between India and other countries, especially developed countries, it's not even close, the intra-country inequality that we have. Even our richest state, for example, is maybe a quarter of the per capita income of the poorest state in the US. So it's not even close in terms of where you are. And we harp so much over this inequality as an issue. So I always say, like, I never write about inequality in that sense. I care about it in some ways, some specific ways, like gender inequality, for example. I worry about low female labor force participation. I worry about inclusion across. If there are some systematic ways in which certain people are being excluded, then it's a problem not just for growth but also a moral problem for society in that sense. But not in this macro way of inequality, that class thinking. That okay, this is you have to go one level below and say, Achha, is there any structural kind of bias that is going for certain kind of people who are not able to participate in the process? That obviously we all care about, because in that sense inequality actually harms your growth.
Exactly, that's a different kind of
analysis. But that's not, that analysis doesn't need to critique the entire growth episode that we have had. And it was the kind of growth episode we actually competed with the world, right? We look at our export growth. Our export as a percent of GDP in 1990 was about the same as it was in 1950. And it just increased very rapidly after that. Even then, we are a very small part of the world trade. We have a very, very long way to go. We are punching way below our weight. In many areas, we have moderately complex products that we make and export. We can make more complex products which are more valuable and give more GDP. We can more kind of products to export. So export can be a major driver of Indian growth. There's no doubt. We are punching way below our weight. 2% of the world trade is not where we should be. We're much higher in terms of GDP in the world, but in trade share is much smaller. We should be able to do much more. We need to create conditions for more private investment, and that I think is a more or less short way to, at least for a decade or so, we need to worry. There will be a situation in which we need to worry much more on domestic consumption and all of that worry. But my judgment of this situation is we are not there yet. We need to continue the accumulation stage, and then we can say, okay, redistribution and all those issues become very important. Also, see, for our level of income, we tax more of the GDP than most countries did at this level of income. Or we borrow more as percent of GDP than most of our comparable countries. So it's not like the state is not taxing and borrowing as percent of GDP. And we can talk about how to tax better and borrow better. Maybe we can do less financial repression on the borrowing side. We can have more efficient tax systems. On the expenditure side, we can talk about better allocative and operational efficiency. As a democracy, we can debate what is worth spending on, how to spend on it. All those are very important conversations. But if anybody argues that we should be taxing more and borrowing more at level of GDP, the onus is on them to prove why it can be done well. Because I'm showing you, evidence, very clear evidence that we are actually taxing pretty large part of the GDP, larger than we should at this. We usually country do at this level of development. So all those are myths, obviously. But so without growth, how are you going to even deliver on all the good stuff that you want to, redistribute and do more for people, So I think there is and we could do so much more since we started growing. We could do more of subsidies and welfare schemes and all. There's a lot of critique on how it was done, how much of it went to middle class and all of that. I completely agree with that. That's what I used to study also. So all that is there. But I'm telling you, it's a very small part of the problem. Much bigger problem is how to get to that $20,000 GDP at least per capita.
I think without growth, we are like a guy standing in a bucket trying to lift up the bucket. Ain't gonna happen. That's how futile it feels. So here's the thing. We've been talking for like 19 hours or something in a basement studio. We are running out of air. By my calculations, at the current levels of oxygen, we'll kind of survive for 8 minutes, maybe 9, or maybe an hour. I don't know. We could try it out and see which one of us collapses first. So what I'll do is now I'll ask you a bunch of questions, kind of like a rapid fire, but not rapid, but ask you for potted answers on these issues, because I feel like I haven't, got even 10% of the insights that I know you have within you to give. So first of my potted questions, and you can think about this because it's what nuances does conventional thinking on economics in India miss? Or the political economy in India miss? We've already spoken about how conventional thinking is wrong on inequality, that poverty is a bigger problem. You've already mentioned how people think economists are more influential than they actually are, and it's really politicians and bureaucrats who make a much greater difference. What other insights do you have about the political economy and the our economy, which go against conventional wisdom, or which people may not know?
Yeah, I think we should pay more attention to incentives of bureaucrats to take the right decisions in the right circumstances and feel secure in taking those decisions, which are developmental decisions. We need to pay attention. Second is we need to pay more attention to the political settlement, which basically has bulk of the power to decide who gets what and how things are arranged, and creating the necessity of creating some baseline agreement on developmental issues across different levels of government is very important. Third is we need to focus more on the reality of political economy than just the de jure policies. I mean, those are important for sure, and in some cases their change can also change reality, but we need to take to reality, which means we need to shape the incentives of people who take decisions and who invest, and what do they look at, what are the signals they are looking for before investing, and all of that. What kind of signals do you want to send to that? So the communications and narratives matter quite a bit, I think, and they will shape future expectations, and you can sustain growth. Then there is I think it's quite important to, in some senses, do reforms, but like, for example, we always talk about there are factor market reforms that are to be done in India and land, labor, all of that. But in that, we need to think more carefully about what are the kind of bargains that can be struck, which will make the reforms more sustainable politically. You can't have reforms where there are losers of the reform who feel aggrieved, and it's a democracy, and we need to think democratically about reforms. And there are people who you may think are getting undue benefits through whatever existing arrangement, but the fact of the matter is that they have a voice and they can make things difficult, and they have a right to make it difficult for you. And therefore finding bargains, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in labor, whether it's in land markets and all, which make the reform more sustainable, should be the focus of the reformist, reform-minded thinkers and civil servants and all of that. And I think we are seeing some of that. I mean, not as much as would be good, but we are seeing some of that. And also continuing the strengths of our democracy. We should harness the strength of our democracy. Now, all of this points I made is working towards this one point, which is that we got rapid growth in a coalition era with all kind of arrogant independent institutions saying whatever they wanted to say, a press which made the life of government very, very difficult, often challenging it, weak governments with minority, leading parties, and necessity of coalition. Even smallest party could basically make the government fall. And we got really rapid growth, especially for a democracy, but even generally, we were among the fastest growing economies in the world, the second fastest growing large economy in the world for a very long time, while having those kind of institutional settings and that kind of a democratic setup. So we should harness those. We should harness those very carefully and see how we got that growth. So most important thing to learn from our own past experience. It's good to look at Korea and China and all of that for some purposes, but our own past is very instructive. There's a lot to learn from there. How it worked, what worked. We may not replicate what we did. That's not going to work now. The economy has changed, the world has changed. But at a meta level, there's a lot of insight on how we harness our democratic institutions and our democratic processes to get things done.
Wise words. What are your views on our democracy, and particularly relevant since for years you've been telling me to read Tocqueville, talking about Tocqueville. His thoughts on democracy were also particularly acute and came out of, again, the experience of it, specifically of traveling through America at that stage in the history. So, what are, when you look at India's democracy, it's, there are many things right with it, there are many things wrong with it. What is sort of your sense of, where we stand?
So I'm actually very, very hopeful about India's democracy. Even though we are going through some difficult times right now, there's a kind of populist strain to our democracy right now, and it at times is quite nasty and difficult to deal with as a citizen. But I'm still very hopeful that democratic sources of resilience will come into play, and there will be some moderation that will happen. And I think as a democracy that we have sustained as a democracy for such a long time, hardly anybody gave us a chance when we became democratic. And in fact, in the colonial era, the best liberals in the 19th century, you mentioned Tocqueville. Tocqueville was a big supporter of colonialism, including British colonialism in India. He was a great thinker on democracy. He had strong moral commitments to democracy, but he had a different view of how Indian colonialism in countries like India. But we kind of pushed back against those views, and so we made democracy work more or less. And now, I mean, compared to that immediate era after independence, we've had much more of distribution of power in society. More and more groups are getting incorporated in different ways, finding representation into society, into the democratic system, through different political parties, through state apparatus, and all of that. So the democracy is working as a social principle. We should never forget that democracy is fundamentally a social principle. It's a quality of societies. That you're democratic, you have a certain commitment to fundamental equality of conditions, and it's happening. I mean, we didn't have the American kind of beginning, right? We started with equality of conditions. There wasn't any central government, local liberties, all of that. We had a colonial state, and it was the top heavy state, and even though villages and communities were pushing back a little bit, there was still quite a bit of top heavy interference in life. And we democratized, and we started it was a matter of faith for our founders that we will work as a democracy, and we have lived up to their expectation more or less. We've continued our democracy. There was a brief interlude of of a kind of a democratorship or dictatorship, you can call it, and we've continued. So we had a big failing on economic side for a few decades. We corrected that in a very big way. I would say we should not underestimate what we've achieved in these 3 decades. We can do much better. We have a long way to go, but we have our own one generation of record to show that we can do quite well. On the side of whether, I mean, there is a side of social kind of civic life and social life which needs to have, there will be conflicts, there will be, I mean, multiculturalism is very hard. We should never compare ourselves with Western multicultural discourse. Their multiculturalism is a very different context. They are highly secularized society where religion has taken a very, very small role in society and accepted that role for itself. People who are religious also practice in very different ways, from us. We have a large number of people who are true believers, strong believers, and very suspicious of other communities because they're very deeply embedded in their own traditions, religious traditions. So multiculturalism is very hard in India, and therefore controlling for that we've done quite well, I would say, because democracy itself creates incentives to mobilize one group against another. All of that happens, but given all of that, we've not done too badly. If you took a long view, don't get too upset about some particular events or something which are obviously bad in themselves. So, and that's a surprising thing because democracy creates incentives to do much worse on that front, and we've not done so badly, and hopefully we'll not do worse in the near future. So across, I mean, ways in which democracy works, I think I'm much more hopeful, I mean, than I would have been, say, even 30. I mean, I was too young at that time, 30 years ago. We are going through on some aspects of our, especially on the aspects of identity politics and all, some difficult patch right now. And I think we cannot take it too lightly. We should take it seriously, and we should try to find low cost ways to get out of this kind of a politics, which is pretty, harmful for democracy, because ultimately equality is the foundation of democracy, and nobody should feel lesser of a citizen, than anyone else. So that, I think, is very, very important. But I think our democratic resilience is there, and we can certainly find ways to, moderate whatever is happening. And I never put democracy up to some abstract standard and say, if you don't meet my standard, then you're not much of a democracy. You have to judge democracy on its own terms. And given our complexity of our society, different identities, different regional, religious identities, as a multicultural society, given the level of poverty and all we had earlier, we've come a long way, and therefore, one of the most important things I feel, at least in private conversation, I say, is that do not give up on India. Don't give up like this is a rotten society and this and that, because some events happen and somebody reacts in this way. That puts the society, which is the whole, democracy does one thing, right? That empowers the whole, and parts become very weak, and you can feel very small because of that sometimes. If you think about it this way, that, hey, what am I? There's this large body politic is there, and who am I? I can't change it. I should just give up on it and be a part of some other country's history. Just move. But I say that, let's keep trying, like to go back to Chesterton, that Rome would be great because Romans love it. So we need to keep that faith and keep working whatever we need to do as citizens, especially at local, friends and family level, to try to kind of keep doing better, because I think it's the most interesting country in the world, in the sense that what we are trying to do right now, the journey that we have made, the future, the stakes are just staggering. to misquote Lucas, that, the consequences are simply staggering, and we have to invest in this process. And ultimately, democracy is self-governance. Democracy is ruled by the people. Anybody who has power has the power from the people, and it's ultimately people who will decide what will be rewarded and what will be punished, what will work and what will not work. And therefore, we should, even though the whole is much larger than us, we are part of that whole as well, constituent of that whole. And we need to keep that democratic faith and keep working towards perfection of this democracy,
Yeah, when you say the whole, do you mean WHOLE or HOLE? But penultimate question, which is that you mentioned that we are in a fix, but we have to find a low-cost way out of it. So what do you mean by low cost, and what would be high cost?
I don't know, but what would be the right way out of it? But there's a particular dynamic that is at play, which is an identitarian dynamic, where basically a community is reduced to its worst elements. And it happens with different communities at different points of time, and it's happening with some communities at this point of time, that obviously all communities have some fanatics in some environmental way, but vast majority don't like that, don't live like that. And although, they can do something more than they do to moderate the fanatics, and maybe they can't, we don't know. But when you reduce the entire community to the worst of their motivations, then obviously it becomes a question of can we coexist and all of that. Those kind of questions are getting raised more and more now, I think, in India. And democratic politics is working in a way that these questions are getting more and more raised on a regular basis. And there's much more mobilization around those kind of issues. Now, I believe, at least my understanding of what's possible, is that if you focus on, where the real problem is, where there is actual genuine fanaticism and there's genuine kind of threat, and not make it something broader and focus on solving that problem, you can find a way to kind of overcome this sense of anxiety and fear that we have kind of. There's so much fear in India right now, like this strange fear, like if you open the television, just it throws fear at you. So many news channels just throwing fear and anxiety all the time. It's really something which is become a part of our air in some ways. Delhi air is very thick anyway, and it's thicker because of it. I don't have a TV at home, but whenever I go somewhere, I watch TV and I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? The level of over the top rhetoric and the oversimplification of issues. Like you go anecdotal when you want to avoid someone, and statistical you want to defend yourself. So that guy did it, that identity, so it must be the entire community is like that. it's not good for coexistence in a multicultural society. You have to be more precise. Talk about what's going on. Find facts. Report on the facts. There may be problems. There may be fanaticism. There may be some degree of extremism going on. But attack that. Identify that. It has to be more precise. And fear, anxiety that is being pervaded. Social media has done that to some extent. Mainstream media, television media is contributing a lot. And that fear, I really worry that at a subconscious level, it is making us into something which we'll see the consequences maybe in a decade or two. If we can change that, if we can get, leadership basically, it's something that to be done at the level leaders, not just the current leaders, leaders who rise, who have the wisdom to see the problems of these ways and say, okay, can we do better? Can we be more precise about actual problems and not create demons of our own to destroy, That's one. The other is, as I said, perhaps if we focus on other things, which is common good, collective action, cooperation for development and growth, hopefully we can have a little less of focus on these things, because our psychological wounds are many. We have been as a civilization been ruled for many centuries, and we don't even know the depth of our sufferings. And if we bring those out on a regular basis and spread fear and anxiety, this is a tiger that eat the ones who are riding it also, So it is possible. I'm not saying that we are there yet. One good hope is that we are not completely modern. We don't think in those clear-cut category ways. Many of us, some are. So there is still much more intertwining of lives and much more of a amorphousness to the identity in India, I think. So, for example, I still go to Dargah sometimes, there's that, and not just me, my family. So there is some of that sources of resilience. Democracy itself has both sources of risk and also sources of resilience. And we have a big hope for progress. We've got a taste of progress, right? In 3 decades, we've got a serious taste of progress, economic progress. We've got some taste of social progress. Let's whet that appetite a little more. Let's work together towards, progress towards a richer, more robustly multicultural society, because I don't think we're going to secularize anytime soon, and I don't know whether it's a good thing at all or not. We have to exist as a multicultural society with different religions coexisting, different regional identities, all of that. And it's a great advantage to be a part of India. Like sub-regional, sub-national sentiments and all should be, kept under some kind of a limit, because it's great to be a part of this country, and there are many benefits, economic and otherwise, of being part of this country. So that's another element that we shouldn't stoke too much, because being a part of a whole like this, like a country as big as India, is culturally and economically and politically very beneficial for different parts, even the parts that are doing much better than others.
I hope your hopes come to fruition, though I also worry that the fear and the anxiety are real, and we might be trapped in a vicious circle where they just spiral and take us into a very dark place. Final question, which I always sort of end my episodes with, which is, why don't you recommend for me and my listeners books, music, films that mean a lot to you?
Books, music, and films.
Or whatever, any art.
Yeah, so on the book recommendations, I link up to the themes that we discussed today. So one theme was democracy, and I think the best book on democracy is Tocqueville's Democracy in America. It's a great book, and everyone should try to read it and engage with it seriously. And if you want to get a book about that book, it's basically, I think the best in that category, in my view, is Pierre Menon's Tocqueville and the Nature of Democracy. It's a short book, and it's a really great, well-done book. Then a lot of the books by Pierre Rosanvallon is also very insightful, but especially I really liked his latest book on populism. I think it's the best book on populism, and it's important to understand our times and how democracy is getting transformed in some ways by populism, and why that may have happened, how to think about it theoretically. We talked about virtues, and there are many books on virtues in different traditions and all, but I just recommend one which we mentioned indirectly, so that if one wants to go and get into it and more deeply, is Alasdair MacIntyre's After Virtue. I think it's a great book, and we mentioned it, and others I'm not going to. we talked a little bit about technology also, right? And so I would recommend Don Ide's work on human technology relations, philosophy of technology. There are a couple of recent books I enjoyed reading. One was a book on technology and virtues by Shannon Waller, and another one on nihilism and technology, which takes a Nietzschean perspective on technology by this young philosopher, Nolan Kurtz. Then we talked about political economy also. That was, large part of our conversation. So I would suggest, at least from a more comparative and, perspective and understanding theory of growth and political economy, a lot of new institutional economics work by people like Douglas North, Alina Ostrom, and all is quite illuminating and gives you a good way of thinking about these things, in my view. Some of the work of Albert Hirschman is very powerful even now in thinking about growth and development, economic progress. Then I've benefited a lot from accessing the empirical work by people like Land Pritchett and all. There's a community of people who do this kind of work, and it's worth engaging with it. It gives you things about thinking about it, ways to think about these issues. And there's a book which is not an economics book, but I found it very useful to think about political economy. Then on complex adaptive systems, it's a book by Robert Axelrod. It's called Harnessing Complexity. So it's one of the best books on complexity, and it gives you a language to speak about complexity and move away from the language of top-down thinking in that sense. Religion, basically the best way is to read scriptures and try to engage with them, whether it's philosophical texts or religious books, holy books, or mythological books. But also epics. I really enjoy reading epics. So Mahabharata, Odyssey, also like epic poems like Divine Comedy and Rashmi Rathi and all are very interesting to me. So I would say, that's where I'm linking it to themes that we discussed now. Music, I don't have much of a recommendation of music. Only music I really enjoy is old Hindi film music. I just listen to that only now. That's all. That's my musical life, so to speak. Nothing more than that. So Kishore Kumar, Mohammad Rafi, Lata Mangeshkar's old songs, that's my kind of musical life, so to speak. Then movies, I would say, because the movies word works more through authors, that. So some directors whose work I really enjoy, Tarkovsky, for example, especially movies like Andrei Rublev and all. Perfect achievements on what you can do with cinema. Buñuel, Kurosawa, Satyajit Ray. And then I enjoy good fun movies like Mission Impossible movies, funny movies, well done funny movies like Bad News Bears and all, or this old Hindi movies I like a lot, like movies like Anand and Dilip Kumar movies. So that's where my current kind of taste lies. So it is what it is.
Great, Suyash. Thanks so much for coming on the show. This was great.
Thank you, Amit, for having me. Always good to talk to you, and you have a very intriguing skill to bring out, get people to talk about things that they would not normally talk about.
You didn't talk about many things today, but we shall get you on the show again and we'll see what we can do.
Sure. Very happy to.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, head on over to the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. You can follow Suyash on Twitter at Suyash Rai. All other relevant links to him are in the show notes. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AmitVarma. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.